What is going on, everyone? How you guys doing? Thank you so much for hanging out. We got a good one for you today. So we're coming right off the back of Nationals. We have 16 players who showed up today off the back of Nationals. I thought it was going to be a little bit slower today. Not the case at all. We have a good show for you today. We're going to have Alex playing Briar on the right-hand side, Partilarian Dropouts. We got Ryan from Adventure Company Gaming. He's going to be on Oldhim. He's been on Oldhim for quite a while now. It's been a lot of fun. I was also on Oldhim, a very similar list to him on in Nationals. We did all right. Oh no, not another Briar. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Briar's good. As long as Briar stays good, it's gonna stay in the meta. Hopefully the EVR set will do a little bit more to help with that. But right now, Briar's here to stay, and hopefully Oldhim is that deck that can kind of put Briar in check. We've seen it a little bit. As long as the Oldhim deck can control the turns that are going super wide, hopefully it's not too bad. How's everyone doing out there? Are you guys excited for a big tournament? We have 5 rounds cut to top 8. So we are gonna have 5 rounds of Swiss and then 3 more rounds of top cut. How's audio sounding for you guys on my end? Looks like it's doing all right from the little microphone thing, but still working on getting a better camera for you guys to know it's a little fuzzy. A little behind the scenes, it is still just my phone. We're a bunch of passionate people out here. We're just trying to bring you guys content. So we're gonna see Alex is gonna go first. Start by ticking up his tunic. We'll see how hard he goes right out of the gate. Be really exciting to see if he's really to take advantage of, if he's going to try to just make that embodiment of lightning token, save it for the next turn, or just kind of really come out swinging and try to put on pressure immediately. We're just going to see an E-Strike right off the bat, so I guess we're going in. It'll be really interesting to see. Oh, we see Ryan has to give up a Terra Sunder and another ice card. I don't know I can't see the ice card underneath, but he's definitely giving up a Terra Sunder, and then Alex is going to come in with a Snatch. Snatch is just so strong here. It'll be really interesting to see how Ryan decides to block this. Oh, but he has the sink below for the easy 4 for 4. So Alex will not start his turn with any embodiments of Earth tokens. No attacks hit. Alex was able to arsenal a card first, though. All right, we see Ryan pitch the Glacial Footsteps. He's just going to make a token and swing Command and Conquer. We already got 1 card out of Alex's hand, and he's going to pressure that Arsenal card. This is exactly what you want to do. You want to get rid of as much card advantage as possible, and it wasn't the Plunder Run that we've seen the Briars hit so often out of the Arsenal. It was a Exude Confidence. While it is a very strong card, it is not the card that you're kind of hoping to hit. For me personally, I really want to hit those Plunder Runs out of there. Speaking of, we're going to see a Ravenous Rabble coming in for 5 minus the red Plunder Run, so it is 4 damage. 4 damage coming in. These are so tough to block as the other player because you don't want to give up too much card advantage. And at the end of the day, it's just damage, but that's all Briar's really going to do is just try to race you down. We see Orion activate that Crown of Seeds. He's going to spin the card in Arsenal. Block with Shield, blocking 2. And we see Ryan just give up another Terra Sunder. Takes 1. Alex is going to get 1 Embodiment of Earth. Those Embodiment of Earth tokens don't... Even 1 makes everything that normally blocks for 2 block for 3 all of a sudden. And that's actually really strong. And one of the biggest downsides of these elemental decks is just how many cards block for 2. And we see another Command and Conquer. Ryan is really threatening to block just like that. He blocks for 2 cards for 6 instead of 4. Ryan is really trying to threaten as many cards out of Alex as possible, trying to block these, trying to get out of as much as he can, get as many threats out of Alex as possible. What? Oh. And we're just going to see Ryan swing the hammer with effect. So if this connects, he will create a frostbite token on Alex's side of the field. That is so strong every turn because you can actually block with so many cards and still just keep a blue ice card in your hand and threaten 4 damage and a frostbite. Which this Briar deck, most Briar decks don't actually want to be pitching cards at all. Everything's free. So getting cards out of Alex is actually really strong here. Who was? Oh, cool. All right, so we see Alex having to pitch extra cards. He's going to pitch for 4 to make a rune chant. 3. Pitch for 3 to make a rune chant. And we're just going to swing Snatch with a rune chant and for 4. Of course, if Snatch hits, Alex will draw a card. Ryan has done a pretty good job of being able to handle the storm that Briar can bring. The question is, like, how much can he handle, like, over the course of the day? Because over the course of the game, because he's already given up, I believe, all his Command and Conquers and all his Terra Sunders, and I think the Terra Sunders were just for blocking, which is not where you want to be. You definitely want those Terra Sunders to threaten the hand as much as you can. But at the end of the day, you're just trying to keep up. And we see him activate Oldhim with the Pulse of Eisenloft, activating both the Earth and the Ice effect, getting rid of that last card in Alex's hand. And we're just going to swing the hammer for 4 here. No effect. The Glacial Footsteps is not an Ice card, just an Elemental card. Alex is going to take it. Anytime it's just 4 damage, he's going to take it. This Briar deck does not want to get rid of cards. They thrive on card advantage. So what line could Alex play here? I mean, he kept his 4-card hand. I believe his Tunic is only on 2, so nothing that pitches. So we're going to get rid of the Sting of Sorcery. We got 1 floating. And what can you do to come back, Alex? You got to really come back at this. So Plunder Run from hand into a Scar for a Scar. So we have a Rune Chant and a Scar for a Scar with Go Again, threatening a draw. I think Ryan's just going to take the Rune Chant. Rune Chants are probably the least consequential damage of this deck. They're not actually attached to any of the attacks, so you don't get those Embodiment of Earth tokens. It's just an arcane damage. Okay, and we're gonna see Ryan take the Rosetta Thorn there. Now, what can Ryan do with a 3-card hand on the crackback? We're gonna make a token. We have 2 floating. And then we're gonna swing the Spinal Crush. Spinal Crush is devastating to a Briar. Spinal Crush is so strong. If it hits for 4 damage, it will stop all go again. All cards lose and can't gain go again. Of course, if you've played against this Briar deck, you know go again is pretty quintessential to the strategy. Now, one thing you can do if you're the Briar player here, you can block out, take a turn off anyway, just so you don't take the damage that you were gonna take. The problem you do there is if that happens, you give the Guardian player another full hand to kind of hit you really hard, and you're kind of put on the back foot there. But if you don't block this at all, you're gonna kind of take a turn off anyway. So we're gonna see the equipment come out for 4. And we're going to give up another card for 7. So we're going to take 2 there. Either way, not going to crush. So Alex will still have go again on his side when he comes back to his turn. Really wish you guys would play Blitz. Okay, then. Listen, I really wish you were here commentating with me. You can always stop by later. Please do. If you feel up to it. But we see Alex start his turn with a Weave Lightning into a Captain's Call. Make that embodiment of Lightning token. Is that another Captain's Call? Okay. Into a Ball Lightning. So I believe the 2 Captain's Calls would be +4 total, and then the Weave Lightning is +3 if it was red. So this is 7, like 10 damage Ball Lightning threatening 11. Oh, and Ryan actually has the turn Timber. But Ryan is going to take all 4 from the Rosetta Thorn, and I think he's definitely okay with that. It's going to be 5 rounds cut to top 8. So lots of rounds today. We actually had a really good showing. I did not expect this many people coming off Nats. But here we are. We have a really good showing today. And Ryan's just going to swing Hammer for 4, create a Frostbite on Alex's side of the field. He is kind of in a commanding lead at this point. This is not where you want to be as the Briar deck. We see the Entwine Lightning going to be fused with a Ball Lightning, so you know that's coming up later in the turn. So this will have go again. Briar has to pitch. Oh no. Yeah, I mean Briar does not like pitching at all, right? But sometimes it like doesn't matter. They pitch and they actually have a few of the cards they would not want to pitch anyway. Ryan has to give up a Staunch Response to block an Entwine Lightning. I don't know how I feel about Staunch Response in this matchup, but if you're really just trying to bait out as much damage as possible, just like hold on and survive as much damage as possible, I guess that's one strategy. And then we're just gonna see Alex break the chain here. He's gonna make a Rune Chant, and we're gonna swing Rosetta Thorn for 2, 2, and 1. So we're gonna have 1 Arcane, 2 Arcane, and then 2 Physical. And you can see that that Frostbite didn't really do much to slow down this turn too much. And right now we're kind of back even, 21-19. This was a 27-19 at the start of the turn. We're just gonna see Ryan. Oh, that is devastating for Breyer's side of the field. We have the channel. Oh my goodness. Lake Frigid. That was wild. I totally just blanked on that name. Channel Lake Frigid is gonna make everything cost one more for the entire turn. So really, even though he doesn't want to pitch, he's gonna have to this turn for sure. The question is, does he have some of the blues that he normally plays to counter this? I think that is a blue captain's call. So that rune chant's gonna cost 3 to make. I got there. Thank you. Thank you. And then we're just going to swing the sword. Not really a great turn on Alex's side of the field. He's going to keep one card in hand, and it's really going to be up to Ryan whether or not he can keep this Channel Lake Frigid up. If he keeps the Channel Lake Frigid up, I think he's in a really good spot. I mean, this Rosetta Thorn's not threatening too much. Alex does have one resource floating at this point. Ryan's going to take the Rune Chant, go down to 20. And Ryan's going to actually give up a Fate Foreseen for the Rosetta Thorn. Very interesting there. I might have wanted to like Arsenal that. But does Ryan have 2 ice cards to be able to keep this Channel Lake Frigid up? I'd see one for sure. Token's going to pop. And we're just going to Command and Conquer. So we're definitely, unless some kind of reaction's coming down the line, which I don't think it is. There's only one card in hand. This Channel Lake Frigid will be going away at the end of this turn. And Alex will be free to play again. This is for sure the last Command and Conquer. He played the other 2, and this is number 3. So Alex having to give up both pieces of equipment and 2 cards. So Command and Conquer still kind of doing what he wanted it to do. Really would like to hit the Plunder Run out of Arsenal. I'm assuming it's a Plunder Run if you're defending it that hard. Tunic is on 3. No Frostbite tokens with 2 cards in hand. Yep, red Plunder Run from Arsenal +3. The next attack that hits will draw a card. Plays the red Nimblism. So now we are at +6 and draw a card on hit into a... It's not Entwine Lightning. It's the other one that's played from Arsenal gets go again. But doesn't matter. It had go again from the Lightning token. It does have +6 right now and is threatening a draw on hit. I assume the draw would most likely be either just pitched for Rosetta Thorn. Oh, actually, he doesn't even need to pitch for Rosetta Thorn. He does have the Tunic counter, so that's probably what we're going to see next. Lightning Surge, thank you. That's why I rely on chat every now and again. I know like 90% of the card pool every now and again. Especially the elemental cards, they all kind of like blend together. Especially the snow ones. The snow ones all like very similar on camera. Ryan is going to use double defense react. He's got a turn timber and a sink below. And of course, we're just going to see the Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. If you're Ryan, you have a 2-card hand. I think you want to survive as much of this as possible. But you also need to be able to crack back to Alex. You can't just let him have a free turn again. I think at the very least, you need to swing the hammer with an effect. You need to be able to swing Winter's Wail with effect. And that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to pitch the Blizzard to swing the hammer. 4/4 on hit, create a Frostbite. The reason the Frostbite is so intense against a deck like Alex's is they play everything that they can that is free. And they want as much card advantage to create those not Quicken tokens, but Embodiment of Lightning tokens. Giving up cards is not what they want to do. They don't want to be pitching. They want to come in with all gas, no brakes, swing at you, swing at you, swing at you, more than you can handle. And And that's why you see Alex kind of having to actually think about the hammer. I mean, what do you really want to give up? He's got no equipment left other than Tunic, which I really doubt he's giving up. And he's going to give up 2 cards here. He's going to block all 4. He's not going to deal with the Frostbite token. Keep the health high. And just swing for what I guess is 7 here. Oh, no, draw a card. 5 and draw a card. I actually like the draw a card here because it does give you an arsenal, which you're kind of maybe fishing for plunder run. But anything really is pretty good. Oh, and he's going to actually make him put the card. He's going to make him discard the card with the Biting Gale. I love this card. We were talking about this so much. Biting Gale fused is so strong. So he gave up 2 damage to draw that card, and then he has to just get rid of it. Ryan is coming out swinging here. He's saying, I don't want to lose to Briar here. I'm the Oldham deck. I'm supposed to be able to weather this storm. Swings 4 with effect. Alex gives up 2 more cards to block it out. Ryan's able to actually arsenal a card this time, making Seeds go online. We've seen Exude Confidence. Now, Exude Confidence, normally a very scary card, but actually, it's funny enough, Oldham and Guardians in general are actually one of the few classes that can kind of play around it. They can give up a card like Winter's Bite here. I think that's Winter's Bite. They can give up a card that swings for a lot of damage and actually... Oh, Endless Winter, sorry. Give up a card like Endless Winter that swings for 8 and not turn on the effect of Exude Confidence. We see Ryan also give up the Seed, so that's all 4 damage from the Exude. Going to be blocked here. Alex is going to actually give up the Snapdragon Scaler, so here it is. This is going to be the 1 turn, and that is a Scar for Scar, I believe, for 4. I'm not sure how I like it, but it could be a symptom of Alex really trying to get in damage here, really trying to force the issue. Maybe a bit of frustration against this Oldham deck. Just so hard to sneak in damage. Ryan able to keep at least a 2-card hand. And we're just going to swing the Winter's Wail for 4 with effect. Every single time this happens, it's just... Oh, I think he was saying he had a resource left over. He could have blocked with shield and not take the 1. But either way, Alex is going to give up 2 more cards. Really interesting line of play there. Interesting that he's not willing to take the Frostbite, not willing to take the damage to come back even harder. Ooh, and we actually see the Pulse of Candlehold. I don't really see this played too often, like actually used, but I guess it's pretty good against these Oldham decks that are trying to... I don't really think Ryan's on a fatigue strategy. I kind of don't like calling it that. They're still trying to hit you. It's more like they're just trying to weather the storm, right? They're not really trying to deck you out. They're just trying to live through the reds. It's kind of how I put it. They're just all these like strong turns. Like, how many strong turns do you have, and can I live through them? And Alex is able to come back with another decent turn, despite having to use cards to block, which again, you don't really see Briar doing a whole lot of. They really just want to hit you as hard as they can, as fast as they can. And Ryan taking a lot of damage there, I think that's his biggest deficit of the game, down by 6. It's pretty much been tighter in Ryan's favor this entire time. Maybe he has something. Oh, I see a Cranial Crush there. Now, he's going to actually play Rouse the Ancients. Rouse the Ancients coming in for 7 and go again. What a strong play. Is Alex going to take 7 here? I would actually assume he does. Anytime it's just damage, I think it's really hard for the for. And is that it? I'm not really sure what happened there. I wonder if that was a misplay. Did he not have enough to reveal off the rouse? Did I see what I think I saw?
Yeah,
he just didn't have enough to rouse, right?
Yes.
Does it not still have go again?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
A little bit of miscalculation can lead to some devastating effects here.
Yeah, that was bad.
Oh, that was really bad.
I feel really bad. Where's Nick at? Is he sick today?
I told him to come by and commentate with me. He was supposed to, but we'll see. He said he felt good yesterday, so.
I know, dude. I was in the Discord call when he said it. This guy.
This guy.
I can't believe Ryan did that though. I feel like pretty bad.
I feel pretty bad too, but we are in stream. This is a official event, you know.
An official event.
Did play the card. Unfortunately, did not have the cards to reveal.
From my I walked over there. I know Alex. I'm pretty sure just Arsenal yellow plunder run.
I mean, it's just been plunder run all the time.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
It's gonna be plunder run.
It's like there's like 2 cards in the deck you in Arsenal: Lightning Surge and Plunder Run.
I will say, despite the problem there, despite the bad play, Ryan's still not in the worst spot.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm sure Alex knows this. He's probably setting up for a 2 Sting of Sorcery triple ball lightning turn, which is like dumpsters the Oldham deck. It's 18 arcane plus physical.
We'll have to see if that happens.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
I mean, his deck is getting pretty thin here.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, I know I've talked to Alex about it. He's probably setting up for it. I would hope.
Whose massive computer is this, Mister? Could you stream that to the game room and then put something else on that computer, or do you prefer it on that one? Might be.
Not so bad. So Sting of Sorcery into the.
Should be 1 arcane, 6
to the Lightning Surge.
again, right? If it hits, it'll draw a card. Not bad.
Did play the plunder run, right?
Yep.
Actually, I have water.
You got Hydro Flask.
Oh yeah.
AJ out here paying for the branding.
Sponsored, I wish. That'd be sick.
She have Biting Gale. I don't think it was Fuse.
No Fuse. That Biting Gale was super devastating earlier. He played it. So Alex did E-Strike draw card. And he bites it, Biting Gales it, put it back.
You know that play gets super punished by there? Like, imagine if Alex draws a blue off the top so he can then pitch the blue to pay for it.
Yeah, but you still get rid of the card.
Yeah, but then you just thorn at the end of the chain.
That's fair. Oh, he was gonna thorn anyway. He had a tunic.
Oh, okay. I could have saved the tunic, you know.
Yeah, save it for the next turn. Why not?
I feel bad. I'm playing this Briar deck as well. I played versus a new player, just like
bodied.
Briar deck.
Briar.deck. Oh, I'm sorry. He's probably like very confused when you're like no blocks, no blocks, no blocks.
You talked to me 4 times. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry. This probably was not a very fun experience. I think asked me how long he's been playing. He's like, oh, a couple weeks. This is my first time playing Rhinar. I usually play Oldham. I was like, oh no.
And then Ryan did keep a blue ice card to be able to swing for 4 with effect.
Winter's Grass.
Winter's Way.
Well, he pitched Winter's Grass.
He pitched Winter's Grass. Yes, he did.
Yeah, so.
Good save. You were talking about the weapon.
That's okay.
No. But yeah, so swinging the weapon,
saving, you know,
create a frostbite on hit. This could be the turn that he's been setting up for, and just really doesn't want that frostbite. We have seen him give up a lot of cards.
You can't like, if it is the turn, he does have to have an arsenal card for it. Like,
Gotcha.
Of course, like at this point, Ryan's at low enough health that even if it is a 2 ball lightning turn and 2 sting of sorcery, that's probably enough to kill if we're being realistic.
I will say
If
this.
it's 4 arcane and then 6 arcane plus physical.
For sure. I will say this. Alex's deck is getting kind of in like a dangerous area.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
and Ryan's deck, you can see like I don't know how many cards are left, but it's still higher than his graveyard. So that's like kind of how I judge it. It's
Yeah.
like
Ooh, Captain's Call.
Captain's Call blue into an E strike.
Assuming he chose go again on the thing. He's probably choosing draw
Ooh,
a card.
draw a
so
card.
It's 5 go again. Draw a card. Probably see a Thorn after this unless there's some
Captain's
Biting Gale
Call.
shenanigans.
It's interesting how Captain's Call had almost no play in the Monarch format, and then Briar comes out and is just, yeah, this card's
Actually,
good.
it's not even just Briar. Chain are playing yellows.
Yeah, so I mean, just like these go wide classes that
Yeah,
the
if
card.
we're for just buffing Rune Blades exclusively, that's how it'd be.
We're gonna see
Glacial
Ryan give up,
Footsteps blocking 4. He's gonna pitch.
and he's gonna pitch for Ice Oldham to make him give up that card he drew.
Ooh.
Interesting
Losing
enough,
that
that's the
Arsenal
second
card.
time that Alex has had to give up the card he drew off of E Strike.
Guess we're gonna see here. Pitch a blue.
Oh no, we're just gonna pitch a blue
That's
Earthlore
4.
Surge for
Alex
4.
is taking that, dude.
Yeah, we take this all day as Briar, and Ryan knows it too. He was already reaching for the phone to put the damage in. He's like, "Yep, they're taking 4. We're going on."
Yep, pretty much.
We're gonna start with a red Ravenous Rabble.
It's coming in for I don't know what color that was.
It was a
3 or 4.
3 or 4. It was a ball
It
lightning.
was a
off
ball
the top.
lightning, so we know it could be a yellow.
And we see the Rouse the Ancients that plagued Ryan
So
earlier.
he's gonna take 2 here.
Oh, it must have been a yellow. Maybe it was a yellow Rabble into a yellow ball lightning.
Yeah, that makes sense because I don't.
Which would be very unfortunate.
Yeah,
that comes in for 2.
Definitely though, like you are just trying to get cards out of hand until you can eventually set up for it.
And we see Ryan actually activating Crown of Seeds there with a Remembrance. I don't know how I feel about Remembrance in this matchup.
I don't think you should play it. It's a non-block.
It's a non-block. Are you really worried about running out of threats here? I mean,
I wouldn't be. You pitch so much for the deck that you're eventually gonna fill those out. Like Briar.
the Briar deck's running through their
rarely
deck
pitch.
way more of their cards.
You've got about 16 turns on Briar. Actually, I think against this matchup, you're like closer to like 18, but
Yeah,
still.
you definitely have a lot of turns. I mean, the Briar, if you're playing very defensively, you can kind of get through, like, the Briar's getting like 2 or 3 damage through most of the time.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I said, Alex is like, if he is setting up for this, I don't know what he arsenal here, but
we do know Ryan's out of Command and Conquers, and he's out of Terra Sunders.
ooh, that's
So
like
unfortunately,
really
those are like
see pitch blue earth.
pitch a blue, swing for 4 with
Swing the
effect.
hammer. Alex just takes it.
Alex
That
takes it. I
frostbite
think this is
token.
the first, maybe second time he's taken the Frostbite token. Every other time he's been blocking it.
I have a feeling this might be the turn.
This might be the turn. If he's taking a Frostbite, this is
Yeah.
probably the
I'll
turn.
probably just pitch someone to play the Sting of Sorcery, Sting, double ball. Like he's gonna leak at least 6 damage through no matter what, plus physical. Ooh,
There's this thing of sorcery.
And look at that. Wait, just one. Oh, okay.
There's the other thing of
There it is.
sorcery.
There it is. Make a go again token. Pretty irrelevant, but still it's there.
Depends on what the next card is. Probably the ball lightning.
Yeah.
But
Like I said, he set up for the exact turn.
this is kind of the turn
2
though.
arcane, 2 arcane, 3 physical.
This is kind of the turn though. If Ryan can survive this, I don't think he might be able to, but if he can,
That's a lot.
the deck is kind of out of gas at this point.
It's true. I mean, he has to leak some damage through here and there, but like, this is definitely a pivotal turn.
Ryan does have one more piece of armor left on his chest piece.
Yeah, it could be relevant, especially like there's a yellow ball lightning in Alex's hand, because you can go shield, and then
So we see
technically-
Ryan's actually going to use the Crown of Seeds starting off with, see what he can get.
soon we'll see Ryan's pitch.
Something that would be interesting here is actually an Ice Oldham effect with Alex only having 1 card left in hand.
I think super fire actually.
So he's going to take 1 from the Arcane, and then he's going to probably take 2 more Arcane. Or he's going to pitch for it.
And he only blocked 2 of it, I think. He took 1. He blocked the other 2. He's Crown of Seeds. So blocked 3 out of the 4. We'll see a block 3, and then bam, Ice React. Put that thing back on top.
Yeah, and this turn just kind of fizzles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do not sleep on Oldham being able to put those cards back on top of your deck, kind of like saying like, yeah, your turn's kind of over here, pal.
Yeah. Pack it up, buddy.
Pack it
Get
up.
out of here.
And he had the Frostbite, so he didn't have an extra resource floating for Thorn. That's really relevant. And Ryan still had another blue card to be able to swing the hammer with effect, threatening the Frostbite once again.
Now that I am looking at it, though, like, I don't know how else to get this thing. Like, the only way would be like a big exude confidence.
Yeah, but even Exude Confidence doesn't really get you there against Oldham because he's able to just block with like an 8.
Yeah.
And then he can still use this instant.
Well, I mean, you're swinging for 10, though, most likely.
You can block with like 2 cards and then you activate Oldham like in response.
Yeah,
like-
that's unfortunate. I was going to take.
It's gonna take.
4 years.
Yeah, I think he realizes like I don't have the cards to give up. I don't have the cards to give up at this point.
Looking like about probably 10 cards in deck.
I think that's generous.
Yeah, I mean, hard to tell.
It is hard to tell, but I think 10 is actually being generous.
Yeah, probably.
So we're gonna have to pitch for the Weave Lightning. That's unfortunate.
There is a reason you signed those blue Captain Skulls, and I'm pretty sure that was that ball lightning that
They made him
Ryan
put
put
back.
back on top. So we're coming for 6 here.
We're just gonna seeds. Ryan's getting really clean at that seeds mechanic of just him like it's like slides the card underneath, draws the next one.
Built different. See a shield block.
No, I guess shield's broken now. We got Naganadel on the mat.
Oh.
So here's the interesting thing is Ryan actually still has 1 floating. Just for a he's gonna put the card back on
And so
top
there's
again.
I'm not like wrong. So he blocked. No, he blocked the Earth Grab that. He should have taken 1 damage there just because the way. I mean, assuming Alex does his replacement effects right, he should take 1 damage. Because he did block for 5.
I think that's what they're discussing now. So
he did Crown of Seeds and like it's gonna leak 1 over just because.
Yeah, it would. Just because replacement effects are
I have
silly.
a big feeling we're gonna get a judge call here. In
Yeah.
a second. Oh nope.
Ryan agrees.
Ryan agrees.
Where did
Come
I
on,
get
2 and 2. You know.
of these? The hell?
I have 2 masks.
I don't know, they're both mine.
Oh.
Like I recognize them. Just whatever.
Oh.
And then Rosetta Thorn.
Pretty
Yeah.
neat.
Pretty neat. That deck is looking really small there. Ryan's really keeping every card out
Winter's
of
Bite.
the... Gets another
Ooh.
card out of Alex's hand. And then we're just going to swing Winter's Wail with effect. Alex is going to go to 3.
Looks like that's a wrap.
It's getting very close. Interesting enough, Ryan still has that 1 piece. Ooh. A little dangerous there. Ryan still has that 1 block on his equipment. Very relevant.
Extremely relevant.
Scar for a scar.
Or
4th
go
Gogan.
again, pitching for it because that sweet frostbite token.
Sweet Frostbite token. Gets another card out of Alex.
Sink below.
I did not even know Ryan still had Sink Belows left.
It's a sink below you.
And he's just gonna make him
Ah,
put
it's
it back.
unfortunate.
Now this
Too
is
physical.
2 and 2.
Is it 2 and 2? What non-attack do you play?
Oh, he didn't play it. Sorry, just 2 physical.
Just 2. Ryan's gonna take it, bro.
Yeah, I think he's gotta have a big attack here where he's gonna force Alex.
I
to
wish
go.
he just like pitch blue snow under. Oh.
Oh, just another one of those. Gonna
Yep.
give up another card.
Good enough.
Now we're just gonna swing hammer for 4. He's gonna give up at least 1 card here, probably 2.
Play 2. You definitely just go up 2. You're
Yeah,
not gonna
because
be doing much
either
on
way, the
turn.
frostbite gives up another one anyway.
Ooh, he's gonna take 2, go to 1.
Go
Get that
to 1.
frostbite.
Get a frostbite.
Looks like it's a wrap, honestly.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if Alex is actually able to come out of this one.
I don't know how he's gonna squeak
Two
this one out.
2 cards in hand.
Ooh, make a rune chant.
Make a rune chant.
Pitching blue Captain's Call.
Are we just gonna swing hammer? Oh, ball lightning. I mean,
1 arcane, 3 physical, go again.
I don't think if you're Ryan, you're really worried about
Yeah,
any
dude,
of this.
honestly, bro, just take it.
I'd honestly probably take the rune chant and then give up
You
a
definitely
card
do.
for the ball.
No, I mean like most likely here he's probably just like, what does Ryan lose by actually pitching for it? He just blocks it like.
Oh, and he actually used Earth Oldham?
No, wait, what? No, he's pitching for Nolan Boots right now.
Oh, okay, has 2
And
floating.
then he uses 2 floating his taunt response.
Oh yeah, why not? Get rid of the defense reaction that way over blocks at this point.
I wonder
Alex
what we're
is
gonna see
now
here.
decked out. We're just gonna make a sizing surge and swing hammer for
No
4.
way. Not what I expected at all. Hello, Zoe.
Alex gives up 2 more cards. It's gonna have 2 cards going into this turn. Ravenous Rabble for 5.
Oh,
Who did that?
Alex.
does that actually work like that?
It does.
Oh, that's nuts. That's the first Rabble I've ever seen for 5. I have yet to hit a Gorg Tome off the top. I'm patiently waiting until that day. It's gonna leak one through here.
Alex only has 1 card left in deck.
Yeah.
I think this is a
That's
wrap.
unfortunate. And then, yep, we'll probably see a blue pitch and then win the game.
Yeah, any card here.
Because
Pitch
I
a
don't
blue,
really
swing.
think we can actually fully.
And Ryan's gonna actually take round 1 as Oldham. 1
Let's
Briars X1. And Oldham goes to 1-0.
Well, hopefully I don't play against Ryan next round, but
All right.
see.
Well, the nice thing about having an Oldham on stream is that we should actually be relatively close to
yeah,
the
you
next
have it super
round.
close.
All right. So we are gonna throw you to the Be Right Back screen, and
There are 8 minutes left.
8
Oh, dude,
minutes.
it's like cash money.
I'm gonna throw you to the Be Right Back screen, and we'll be back with round 2 very shortly.
Follow, sub, like if you're on YouTube, I guess. I don't really know.
Yeah, it is on YouTube. So yeah, listen to Evan.
Yeah.
Do those things. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be right back with round 2. What is going on, everyone? We have a special one for you today. We have Jamie, a local Bravo player. He's been playing Bravo for a long time. And on the right-hand side, you actually have George. George is visiting us from Compete Sport. He's a great, he's a member of Wall Street, very active there, very big May the Zoo be with you podcaster. Super exciting to have him. It's going to be a lot of fun. Uh, I think I heard on his podcast he's learned how to play like a week ago. So we'll do our best to try to keep it legal. Jamie, I'm sure will try to keep it legal as well. He's one of our more seasoned players. It's really exciting to have kind of an old school hero in Bravo versus a new school hero in Briar. Funny enough, those are my my grasp of the Arknight that he's borrowing. So this is all kind of exciting and hilarious. I just want to thank you guys for watching. Those of you who are watching, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to commentate this game. I do believe George is on the he's on the more aggressive Briar list, just like we've seen so far. This is round 2. But yeah, it's gonna be so it is another Briar, it is another Guardian. Oh, interesting enough, Jamie is on the Shield and Titan's Fist build. Maybe he's just doing that just for Briar. Also, Jamie, interesting enough, does have 2 pieces of Null Rune. He is using the Null Rune hood and the Null Rune boots. Usually, you see the Null Rune boots definitely come out for a lot of the for a lot of the rune blades in general, but interesting to see that he's going to use 2. Probably just, it's you've seen a lot of it recently. A lot of these rune blade decks are coming in for more than just 1 pings at a time. I mean, even Rosetta Thorn on its own is just 2 and 2. So you're actually able to block all of Rosetta Thorn should you choose. All right, so will the new player George be able to actually remember all of the triggers on Briar? That'll also be very key here. We do see that Jamie's going to go first. He's going to create a Seismic Surge token. He's got 2 resources remaining. George reading the Seismic Surge token. For those of you that don't know, Seismic Surge says your next Guardian attack on at the start of your turn, pop the Seismic Surge. Your next Guardian attack costs 1 less. So it's going to go for the next turn. Jamie is swinging the swinging the Titan's Fist. This is going to be for 4 damage. It's kind of similar to Anothos. It's like a one-handed Anothos. You don't see it too often because in Oldhim, the Winter's Wail is strictly better. I mean, it just always is 4, and then sometimes gives them your opponent a Frostbite, where the Titan's Fist is just going to be 4 damage sometimes and trying to get to 3. So George's going to block with 2 cards there, not take any damage, draw back up. We see he does draw back into a Flicker Wisp, a Nimblism, a Weave Lightning, I believe. I don't know if he has any attacks. I think his entire hand is actually non-attack actions. Oh, he does remember the Tunic. Let's go. So no Forgotten Tunic. Does have 1 on the Tunic. George having to figure out kind of what his turn's going to be here. When you don't have an attack in your hand, it's kind of less obvious. I think a lot of the times you do actually just play 2 non-attack actions just to give yourself the embodiment of lightning token for next turn, then swing your hammer. You can still make a rune chant. Not sure what the conversation is here. Maybe Jamie has something he wants to play. Are we just swinging the hammer, possibly? Or, I'm sorry, not the hammer, but Rosetta Thorn. We just didn't move it up to the chain. Not terribly sure. So yeah, we just swung Rosetta Thorn, and I think we're gonna Arsenal that Plunder run. Yep, perfect. Not too bad of a turn. It is kind of weird when you don't have that attack action in hand. Now on Jamie's turn, his token is gonna pop. He gave up one card to block with a shield and leave two floating. So the Seismic Surge will pop. Jamie is very, I'm sure, explaining that very well. We're going to activate Bravo, giving our next attack Dominate. We have one floating. Don't forget that the Seismic Surge did pop this turn. Looks like we're going to pitch another blue, and we're going to swing Crush Confidence. Crush Confidence not used too often. It does say that if it crushes for more than 4, that you will lose all hero abilities. So that includes Briar making any kind of token here. And Jamie's going to actually pummel on top of it. That is a red pummel for +4. This is going to make George actually lose another card in hand. So now George does not have his hero ability, and he's going to lose a card in hand. That's kind of devastating because looking at George's hand, I think he was kind of relying on having that embodiment of lightning token. All right, so George was actually able to answer back with a pretty decent turn there, um, even without the go again from Briar. But but can Jamie actually? Is Jamie able to do, or did he just pass back to George? I was busy linking around. I kind of wanted people to see that George is on stream. He was actually asking me to be on stream uh, the other day. He's like, I'm gonna be at your store. You gotta put me on the stream table. And I was like, all right, let's go. So I wanted to make sure I got him on stream. I thought going against probably one of your hardest matchups, probably not the best place to start, but I don't know. Looks like we are having a bit of a camera situation. Give me 1 second. All right, so sorry about the camera issues. Looks like it should be fixed now.
Why do you have this card up?
It was relevant in the last match, and I haven't changed the card yet.
Wow.
It's still, hey, it's still relevant. This is still Briar. Briar still plays it. So now we see Jamie actually coming in with a Bravo staple. It's Crippling Crush, and of course George is probably complaining about how good it is. So Jamie was able to activate Bravo, which is going to give this card Dominate. So George is only able to block with one card. That card is actually not going to be the worst card. It's a Sigil of Suffering. But however, George is going to probably lose 2 more cards in his hand randomly.
Poor George.
So that's going to bring it up to... Yeah, so George was able to block a bit of it. It's going to take 6, and now he loses actually 2 random cards.
Did he pick the same 2?
Yeah, so he has 1 card left in hand. He has another Sigil. Unfortunately, if the card was not Dominated, he would have been able to block with both of those defense reactions. And unfortunately, it was, though. And so we're going to move on to... George is just going to probably pass his turn.
Well, did
Yep,
he
he's
not
drawing
just
up.
arsenal
Yeah.
and draw? I was like, what do you mean? He
I
just
didn't
did
see
in
it
this
yet.
turn.
Well, like, I didn't see him drawing. But yeah, he's just going to pass his turn, and Jamie's going to have a full hand going back into his turn. Able to kind of keep this Briar in check.
Yeah, my cat has a catnip knife.
All right, so Jamie, what are you going to do on your side? Try to keep the pressure up on George. And we see another Sigil of Suffering come down. Jamie can actually block the Arcane with his Arcane Barrier, should he choose, keeping the Sigil of Suffering down at a 3. He's not going to do so. He's going to let the Sigil of Suffering come down, and he's just going to gain 3 life from the Sigil of Solace. Oh my god, I just... So many Sigils, I could not remember the other one. George is going to start with that Plunder Run from Arsenal. It's so strong for Briar. And then just a Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning does have an attack, does have 2 damage on it.
This should be.
I believe
that
this is
card.
yellow.
This image. My
Oh,
cat.
yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, for sure.
The star
I
of
agree.
Adventure Co Gaming.
Absolutely. Give me a picture of it. I'll put them up there.
Mr. Lemon.
It'll be on the Be Right Back screen.
Fine, I'll give you a funny image.
So the Plunder Run is going to buff the Ball Lightning. Good sportsmanship there between the 2 players.
I'll be waiting.
All right, so on Jamie's side, what is he going to do? Is he going to give up more cards to block this, or are we just going to move on? We're just going to go try to take it and kind of keep putting pressure on George. You can get kind of greedy from this position when you're the more control-y deck. You can kind of say, well, I can give up damage here because I can definitely push through more. However, you would be giving up the card draw still. That is still live on the Plunder Run. We're going to see Jamie give up another card. Looks like a blue disable. So I think he's saying that the damage buff is only on the next card, but the draw effect is throughout the turn. And then we're just going to finish off with an E-Strike, but I did not see him tuck a card, so I think he can't play the E-Strike here. Yeah, unfortunately, he does not have the cost to pay for it, so he is just going to Arsenal the E-Strike. He still has Go Again, so I think he can still swing Rosetta Thorn, should he choose to. Yep, he did swing the Rosetta Thorn, I think. Not a fan of moving it up to the chain, though. So then we just see Jamie on his turn. He's just going to sigil, gain 3 life, go back to 36, and now George has only netted 4 damage this entire game while he's lost 15. Now we know he has an E-Strike in Arsenal. That could be very strong here. Oh, the Tunic was not at 3. I thought it was. So yeah. Now George has to kind of like weave his turn to try to get as much damage through as possible. Something that you don't want to do against Bravo is leave him with as many cards in hand to be able to dominate something. We're just going to see George start with that E-Strike, going to tuck a card underneath. He gets to pick one of 3 modes, either draw a card, +2 damage, or Go Again. I'm assuming he's picking Go Again at this point. Does not have the Snapdragon Scalers, interesting enough. Actually, I just now see that George is running Null Rune Boots against Bravo. Very interesting choice there. I don't think Bravo actually does any arcane damage. I wonder if he just didn't have the Snapdragon Scalers available to him. It's very possible going into today. And we're going to see Jamie respond with a staunch response. Leave 1 floating. That could be used for any future arcane that could come through. Speaking of, we have the Arcanic Shockwave coming through. Ooh. Why is it like that? So we're able to use that 1 floating. We're also going to use the sink below on the physical damage of the Arcanic Shockwave, blocking this all pretty well, pretty perfectly actually. Leaving with Jamie 2 cards in hand. He's going to at least swing the hammer here. And that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to just see hammer for 4. And I think that's going to kind of be Jamie's game plan from here on out. Just going to control the game, you know, let George kind of exhaust the cards he has, not do or block as much damage as he can. Having that second piece of Null Rune really is pretty devastating against a deck like George's, where they're kind of hoping they leak that extra arcane damage all the time. And yeah, we're going to see Jamie arsenal that last card, draw 4, and now we're back on to George's turn. One of the cards that I did see Jamie draw is actually a Terra Sunder, and a Terra Sunder is an insane card to play here. George starting his turn with the Captain's Call, yellow, I believe. Captain's Call, we have seen it so much in a lot of these Runeblade decks. It is just such a strong card. Showing you the red one here, but it just gives you 2 modes. You can either give a card with cost 0, 1, or 2 or less, +2, or 0, 1, or 2 or less, Go Again. It does cost 0, so it's pretty much fits exactly what the Runeblade decks, these Briar decks specifically, are trying to do, which is just as many 0 cost cards as possible. It does do the Snatch. For 4, has no, with Go Again, does not hit. Jamie did have the Fate Foreseen. The Fate Foreseen was able to block 4, and then we're just going to switch into the Entwine Lightning, or Lightning Surge, I believe, sorry. Does Jamie have another card to be able to block this efficiently? And you got to be staring down 36 to 23. Not really feeling good about it, but Briar, we know, can have some really explosive turns. Jamie's going to use at least the shield. He does have to pitch for the shield. He's going to pitch that Terra Sunder, saving it for later. Has 2 resources floating for any future arcane that could come through. George deciding on whether or not he wants to use his last card in his hand or if he wants to arsenal it. He does have the Tunic resource available to him should he choose. He's just going to arsenal the Plunder Run. We did see it. I think he did flash it to Jamie as well, which kind of gives him a heads up of what the card is going to be. Plunder Run red from Arsenal, always strong, +3 on your next attack, and then plus a draw on any attack that hits for the turn one time. And then we just see the hammer for 4. The Showtime does cost 3, so I believe that does buff the hammer to the +1. And this is kind of it's almost like a Kodachi feeling, right? Like, it's like Jamie hasn't really, he's had the one huge crippling crush turn that was dominated, but other than that, it's kind of just been death by 1,000 hammer swings. Just here, I'm just going to block out, swing 4, block out, swing 4, and you have to kind of respect it. Now back to George's turn. He does have that red Plunder Run from Arsenal. Is this going to be an explosive turn? Scar first, Scar with Go Again. This is going to be 7 damage and Go Again. And if it hits, draw a card. This is kind of one of the first few cards that's really threatening Jamie from a huge standpoint. Is this going to be the turn where the first turn where we see Jamie give up equipment? He could give up both his chess piece and the gloves and just one card to block this entire thing for 7. I could see that happening if he wants to kind of preserve a hand and keep the pressure on. Or does he have a defense react? I think he does actually have the defense react. So we're going to have the staunch response for 5 plus the gloves is 7. So that will be blocking up this Scar for a Scar completely. Now, what is George going to follow up the Scar for a Scar with? He does have the Ravenous Rabble. We're going to reveal that top card. It is a red Command and Conquer. Well, Command and Conquer is always red, so it is a red, though. So this is coming in for 4. And again, the Plunder Run is live, so if it hits, it will draw that card. And really, George kind of coming in here pretty hot, and still Jamie was able to just only take 1 damage. After all that, George gives up an entire hand worth of cards and only leaks 1 damage through all of that. And I think Jamie's just going to pass his turn. Yep, draws right back up, and we're just going to say, George, you can get to try it again. Do what you can. I think George's hand is a Weave, or his Arsenal card is a Weave Lightning. He has a Lightning Press in hand. Yeah, good to make the Plunder Run turns, not deal damage. I 100% agree. If you can live through the Plunder Run turns, and not just not take damage, but, I mean, when you don't take damage, you don't give them the card either. So a lot of the card advantage they lose from not taking it, or from not getting the draw effect. I've kind of been in Georgia's spot a little bit here. You kind of have the world as your oyster. You need to, they didn't attack you. You have to just come back at them. So we see the Plunder Run from hand. So no buff to the next attack, but any attack that hits the first time will draw a card here. We do see he has the sneaky Lightning Press. Oh, but we're just going to see a Command and Conquer. Now that Command and Conquer will not have Go Again. Interesting line of play there. I hope he's not going to try to lightning press that Command and Conquer. Unfortunately, it is not lightning pressable. Lightning press requires a card that costs 1 or less. And we know Command and Conquer does cost 2. And yeah, we're just going to move on to the next turn. We did get a couple cards out of Jamie's hand. Interesting there to play the Plunder Run with no go again.
Are you our judge?
And then, yeah, Jamie's just going to come back, swing hammer for 4. He's just whittling down George's life. Hasn't really had a big kind of in-your-face turn other than that one crippling crush turn. Just another 4, 4, 4, 4, pounding it in, 4, 4, 4, 4. And, of course, being the Briar player, they want to be able to, you know, play their cards. They want to not have to give up any kind of card economy. So we see the Weave Lightning coming here. George, okay, so Jamie is going to let George put on. He did miss his tunic. This is a casual level event. This is our local armor event. If you guys haven't visited before, the collective in Orlando, we have a lot of great players here. Tarek's a local here. Alex from Tolarian Dropouts, you saw him on stream earlier, is great here. All of Adventure Companies here. You got me, Ryan, Andrew, Steven when he decides to play. It's just like one of the best, I think, locals in the country. So if you guys are ever local to Orlando, please stop by. They do really good by the players. Like this week, no extra fee or anything, but we are giving out 2 weeks worth of armory kit because we're a little bit behind, to be fair. But all the players here will probably be getting some kind of promo because of that. We actually see Jamie pitch the heart. I think he's pitching that for the a rune chant that was made or something. I'm not sure. I didn't see a rune chant. We do see the lightning press. Is George going to actually get damaged through? No, Jamie actually has another defensor, and then we have another lightning press. That's a good turn. That's hilarious to see. So this is coming in for 13. Not really sure there. J Lockwood subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 5 months. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, thank you so much.
I hit the Gorto off the top.
Let's
I
go.
was so happy.
Oh my god, dude, this has been hilarious to watch you, just like in a good way. It's so fun to watch like a new player play Briar. Just interesting enough.
Oh yeah. How do you guys know George? I know
First time chat. Let's go, George. George is a hey, thanks for the follow, Dallas. Thank you, thank you, thank you. George is the owner of Compete Sport. He's a frequent chatter in the Wall Street chat. That's how I know him from.
I love how you're like adding that as like
Yeah, no, I mean
that's
that's
like a qualification.
it's a qualification. It sure is. But really, we've seen Jamie hasn't really done much in this game. He's had one really crazy dominated crippling crush turn, but from there it's just been block and hammer, block and hammer, block and hammer. Right. Carries the May the Zoo Be With You podcast. Sure, yeah. I mean, that's a fun podcast to watch for sure. I actually do listen to it every now and again, just for the flesh and blood portions of it. But anyway, back to the game. I think we're going into George's turn after the hammer swing. George is at 14 life. We do see the Ravenous Rabble come down here.
Is it a red or yellow? I can't tell.
Mon to 1K. Get that chat out of here. Lockwood, get it out of here.
Mon's
Mon's exactly where it needs to be. That is a red Rabble, but I did not see the card that came off the top. It must have been... Oh, I think it might have been Tome, because... It was Jamie at 34 or 33?
I think he's at 33.
Oh, then it was a red.
So sad. I had the tone, dude. Literally, I was like,
you see it, you're like,
dude. I flipped the tone. We're like, let's go. I was so excited.
Ravenous Rabble for 5.
Crew to 1K, I think is more.
Crew to 1K.
Right.
I'm totally down for Crew to 1K. If it's first.
Yeah,
Crew
no
Unlimited.
Crew Unlimited to 1K.
They said Crew U to 1K.
Crew Unlimited to like $400 a case, if that. Dude.
A case, let's go. Who's excited for that EVR set, bro? I want to see what comes out of that. Hopefully, Roomblade gets jacked. But like,
Nah, dude. Hopefully everybody gets jacked.
oh, it's already jacked, bro. Look at this. I don't know.
I think the Viscera cards wouldn't be too bad.
No, Viscerai could use some like. I kind of like Viscerai's playstyle of like medium to high damage as opposed to like just
Yeah.
just like a wide turn of like 4/4/4
Yeah, that's
7
what I was thinking. I was
4.
talking to V-Man. I was like, I really dislike this Briar deck.
Yeah, I mean it's a good deck. Unfortunately, it just
Oh,
kind
it's
of
a great deck.
it just pushes out a lot of the meta. Like mid-range decks don't exist right now. It's either Control or Briar. Like it's
Yeah.
like,
It's like pretty disappointing, honestly.
and then
Especially
again, it's just real quick. Jamie's just gonna go back to swinging the hammer for another 4. Arc Unlimited to 2K. That's something I can get behind. Why not? It's already out of print. It's got the Command and Conquer. It's got the Skull Cap.
Why not?
It's got Dash in it. Dash is great
And
sometimes.
Kano.
And Kano.
And Viscera, dude.
Yeah, dude. Arcane was a fire set, actually.
We'll just leave Azalea alone. Like, she's an idiot.
Yeah, it happens. All right, so back to George's turn. We're going to start with a Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning pretty good here. Of course, Jamie's
she
just going to
blocked
block
3.
it. Jamie's going to block all of this. Into
Another
Ball Lightning.
lightning. This one's gonna deal 2 of it hits.
Is this George from the Kitchen Table TCG channel? Yeah, this is the same one who runs or is in the May the Zoo Be With You podcast, which despite its name is actually a Flesh and Blood podcast. So, it is what it is. But yeah, it's the same one for sure. He visited us down from South Carolina, I believe. Warrior cards in Carnival. Please never give up. Oh, yeah, they said they're going to support all the classes.
Yeah, it's gonna be cards for everything.
Yeah, so it's going to be super spread out, which is kind of fun. And then, balling E-Strike.
Yeah, so I'm assuming his E-Strike's probably for 7, because that's definitely get some damage through. I would have liked to see here.
He's local, never seen it. No, he's not local. He's actually he was visiting for nationals and he went to a convention down here and then he's just still in town, so he decided to hit up a local shop and get some games in.
Yeah, dude.
And if you're gonna hit up a local shop, why not the collective, man?
For real.
Yeah, he's still waiting for the calling to start. He's gonna take that round 16L.
Dude, they really need to make the round. They need to have more rounds for callings.
For calling, sure.
You should not have that many X2's bow.
Yeah. I
11
agree.
is not enough for a 600 player tournament. It should be at least 8 on day 1.
Yeah.
It's like.
And that's not even that bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
It's very doable.
And it's like, I could see 5 on day 2 as well, plus stop cut.
Jamie's really struggling with this E-Strike here.
It's a fair choice. I don't really know. He's going to give up some equipment here, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, you're
He's only
leaking.
going to block 5. That makes me wonder if he chose.
The
what he
ball
chose.
lightning doesn't affect the E-Strike.
It does
though.
not affect the E-Strike. This is your deck, right?
It's just my grasp.
Oh.
It's actually Paulette's deck.
Oh, I was like, why you got man on the null room boots, bro?
Okay. I made a comment earlier. I was like, I don't think Bravo does any arcane, but I mean, maybe it's that new build we don't know about. I don't know.
Arcane Bravo deck?
I don't
Let's
even
go.
know. Is there literally a card that? No.
No, there's no generic card.
I was like trying to think. Is like, is there anything that deals arcane? I really don't think there is.
No. Only classes that deal arcane are Prism, Runeblade, and
Of course,
Kano.
Wizard. Yeah. And again, Jamie just blocking out, gonna draw back up, letting George kind of play his turns out.
Sounds about right. Do a little fatigue, you know?
A little fatigue, little fatigue tomfoolery.
Yeah, you know? Tom's out there doing old tomfoolery.
Oh, what's Tom's record right now? Oh,
He's
we're gonna
1-0.
drop
He's
the
playing
tome.
Earth and Lightning Briar, I think.
So he dropped the tome. He drew a card, and he obviously was not very happy about it.
Ooh. Dude, I saw that tome and I was like, that's the
Oh, when you
happiest I've been in months.
Ravenous Rabble showing tome. Yeah, that's pretty strong. It's just 5 damage go again.
Yeah, dude.
Not even including if you like plunder runned it or something.
No, I only had 2 cards in it. I was playing versus Lexi.
Oh, Lexi's pretty terrifying actually.
It actually
Is it V?
Yeah, it was V. She didn't see a through counter game, but she did see 2 channel like Frigids, so
Yeah, we have a great player base here. I think it's just wild how competitive, but not just competitive, but everyone's super friendly and super helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
So we have a bunch of new players here today.
George, making that go again token.
Oh, he didn't forget the token. Let's go.
Let's go.
Fundamentals. He even put a I have one.
I mean, listen. In theory, you could actually get 2. You just have to
Yeah,
save them up.
yeah,
You can get as many as you want.
yeah, it's just I'm just gonna like one day just play Briar and just see how many I can.
Don't ever block.
they're
You
like-
just repeatedly play non-attacks until you just build them up.
They're like, what are you doing?
Cut
I'm
out all your 2
like,
blocks.
this is actually really interesting. It's actually an
Ooh, see-
overload, but the weave lightning does not affect
So
overload.
it's just 3 dominate, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jamie's gonna make sure he's like, hey, this weave lightning doesn't actually affect overload.
It does not. Dude, a fire play? I love playing the weave lightning and then playing
He's gonna
another
let-
attack and then playing
Oh,
an
he's
attack.
letting George take back almost the entire turn after the
Ooh.
tome. Yeah, good player here.
Good player
yeah,
here.
Jamie knows George is a little bit newer.
Only good guys out here for real.
It's kind of what goes really hand in hand.
It's
Hey,
simply the same
and
thing.
George is just gonna say, hey, that's really good of you, but I think I'm just gonna play the same turn. Just keep
Yeah.
it clean here.
Oh, okay, he's gonna switch to the lightning surge. I
Oh
think he's right.
yeah, lightning surge is much better.
I mean, is he on a tuning counter here? I can't tell.
It's been at 3 for a long time. I
Okay,
think,
so we'll
actually.
probably see this turn. Lightning surge is going in for 7 here. He's then gonna play the ball lightning on hand for 2. Overload at the end, or he may just arsenal the overload and then Thorn sub. Big lightning press. Running for 10 damage now. He could have actually played the overload there, because it would have probably gained go again.
And then the lightning surge would actually eat up the. Doesn't it say the next lightning or elemental?
What?
Lightning surge.
Oh,
I'm sorry, weave lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it doesn't get eaten up by playing the overload.
See a pitch here. He's gonna should make an earth embodiment here. There we go. We'll plus you Thorn a little 2/2, you know.
They even like fist bump. They're like, "Yeah, you made the token.
Let's go."
Let's go."
Listen, I need that type of reinforcement too. Matt Pollitt in the building for real.
Got George here.
Yeah, George is great. This is actually a pretty good turn here.
He's going wide.
So yeah, he's swinging the thorn here. George is not a fan of moving the thorn out of the space, so it's been very confusing. Like I think he's swinging the Rosetta Thorn here. I don't know.
I'm
It's
not
just-
110% sure. but
Jamie's
I
like
think so.
pitching cards for no reason. So I assume.
I really wonder if we're gonna see this turn. Oh, not
We're
a
gonna
pitch
see
three
a
hammer.
sigil.
We'll see a gain 5 life or 3 life.
3
up to
life.
25.
This is about George's 6th game he's ever played, so
I heard he
doing
went
great.
like 3-0
He's doing
in
great.
some side events or something, or 3-2 or something.
definitely had the 3 wins. He found his 3 experience when he opened up Gem today.
Let's
so-
go.
Nice.
On the board. On the board.
Ooh, Ravenous Rabble.
He's gonna start with a Ravenous Rabble. What are we revealing off the top?
Oh, he's gonna kill his embodiments first.
He's like, yeah, these aren't here anymore.
True.
Oh,
Revealing.
George revealing it off screen. Now we'll just have to know when we
Gonna
we go to
keep
damage
you-
calc.
He's gonna keep you guessing.
All right, so we're blocking 4 with a
Probably a
defense
red
react,
here,
so
I'm
I'm guessing
assuming.
it's a red. What that red is, I don't know. But
Who knows? Ooh, Captain's Call. Like go again. Let's see. Swing for 4 here. What do you have Romping Club on there?
dude, just that was from when Tom was here.
Oh, that makes sense. When he bodied me.
Bagel TCG saying, love this matchup. Great to see you guys streaming.
What? Which one? The
Collins.
yeah.
Yeah.
You told him who he is.
Oh yeah.
We're good. We're good.
We're good.
He's just like a professional streamer or something, dude.
Been doing this for a while
Yeah, I
now.
forgot AJ Mitchell is.
I don't actually know who George is.
On Wall Street.
I don't really go on Wall Street.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
for the best.
Yeah.
You'll just hear Mondo 1K,
Yeah, it's the general.
which I'm sad he doesn't have his Wall Street playmat.
So yeah, he's
There's
gonna.
a Wall Street playmat.
There
There's
is a Wall Street playmat.
and George is. I guess he forgot to pack it.
Oh no! Do you have the Wall Street playmat?
No, I came after. I've been wanting one, trying to get one.
Okay.
Anybody's got one.
So Rosetta Thorn did swing there. Jamie actually packing the Null Rune 2 is able to block both Arcane and use the shield and only take 1 from the 4 damage total.
Let's go.
That Null Rune 2 is actually really smart. I'm surprised I haven't seen more Guardians play it.
Orange is actually like super good, just because
As a Bravo player, you're only worried here if the Briar player plays perfect. Outside of that, they can never do enough damage. I don't know.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. You can really cheese some wins out.
You
like-
can definitely cheese some wins out, and the Briar doesn't necessarily have to play perfect. There is a combo where you set up your pitch in a way that you do such a ridiculous amount of arcane damage
Yeah,
in
it's
one
double
turn.
sting ball, 3 ball lightning. I
Um,
think in this matchup though, it's actually better to set up a big exude confidence with like a nimbleism, plunder on exude for 10 with go again, then they can't defense react
All right, so we're gonna say
unless they have a crippling crush.
we're gonna see the plunder run into a nimbleism. Will George remember the embodiment of lightning token?
Come on, George.
Oh, here
let's
we
go!
go! There it
Alright,
is.
alright.
Oh,
I
get
still-
the tunic too. Let's go.
I still love the counter on the embodiment of lightning token. It's my favorite.
Just in case.
Just in case you get more than one, you gotta let your opponent know. We're playing clean games out here. 100% great games.
I want to play a game of Briar like you were saying, where I just try to stack up
Just
embodiments
see how many
of lightning.
embodiments of lightning you can get. They never go away as long as you can swing a sword too, and it doesn't pop
Yeah,
it. So
dude.
just like,
I'll just end the game with like 8 of them out.
ooh, is that a sting of sorcery
It is
too?
Sting of Sorcery. Small
Ooh,
lightning
ball
come in
lightning?
for 8 or 9 plus 2 arcane.
Threatening draw a card as well.
It's pretty good.
3, 6.
I can't tell if it's red or yellow. It's for 8 or 9.
Yeah, the ball lightning stack is the out for the Briar. Part of what I meant for playing perfect. Maybe I'm too cocky of a Bravo player. Yeah, I mean, it definitely. I will say it's favorable. That's fine.
So it looks like he's calculating the arcane. It's gonna be 2 arcane coming in.
Yeah, Jamie can actually block the 2 arcane.
Yeah, he's gonna have to use both replacement effects on his Null Rune.
Yeah.
So funny enough, the replacement effects on Null Rune, or not Null Rune, but on arcane damage and like the ball lightning effects and
Mhm.
everything like that. You know, we think it's a little weird. But honestly, if you think about it, Kano has worked like this the entire time. So at first I was kind of like not really on board with like the whole like shields question versus like ball lightning and everything
Yeah.
like that. But if you think about it, when you activate like the staff for Kano, it says something that would deal arcane deals that
Mhm.
much +1. But if it worked the way we thought it worked originally,
Yeah.
that +1 would never come into play unless they like take the damage, right? You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? But we automatically assume like Voltic Bolt for 6, right? We say it's for 6. We don't say it's for 5 and then 1 more if it hits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it just works basically like how Arcane's always worked, how we always knew it worked. Anyway.
I think the only one that's like really weird to me is the like interaction with that and spectral shields.
Yeah.
That one's definitely a bit strange, but
It's a bit weird, but I'm kind of at first I was very like against it, to be honest, and then I was like very like, oh, I don't think it should work this way. But the more I thought about it, and the more
who
like
cares? Prism's not out of the meta.
the more I thought about it, the more I
Are you
think
too, Andrew? Ooh,
oh,
Andrew's
we-
about to catch these hands next round.
Andrew's about to be on stream next round. We have a 2-0 Prism. Definitely gonna throw that on stream.
The only prism.
No, are you the only Prism here?
Andrew, you're playing my deck. Kind of wild.
I like the thumbs up to the camera.
T2-2. Pretty sure Jamie.
There's also chain.
Pretty sure this embodiment of lightning token is supposed to be gone.
Nah, he's keeping it.
He's
It's-
keeping it.
It's a souvenir.
So Jamie is down to 19 life. George was able to claw back a decent amount.
For real. Jamie is definitely just letting damage through though, because he knows he'll just be able to hammer swing the rest of the game and take it.
Yeah, George is at 6, I believe. So
It's like in the Briar deck, your life is truly just a resource until you get to like 6.
So Jamie is going to be a homie and let George make those embodiment of Earth
What do you make
tokens
an
later.
embodiment from? Did something hit?
Oh, I think the sword hit.
Yeah, sword
Oh,
doesn't make an
Should've
ability.
got put it out, like, gave him a rune chant so you guys could. I was like, you're on stream, so you got to see. What's going on.
Yeah, true.
So he's like, oh.
And then Jamie was able to just swing the.
Ooh,
He's got the
sigil.
sigil of suffering, and he just. I like how George just threw it. He's like, "This is sigil, not taking 4 here. Gonna go into my turn with a pretty much not a full hand, but
Sonata.
Sonata,
He's gonna
very
pitch for
interesting."
it. I love pitching for Sonata, dude. It's such a underrated play. Can reveal the top 4 here.
So X is gonna equal 1, so it is an XX cost.
Fun fact: frostbites applied before the XX.
Yes.
In Magic, it's something. In
You
Magic,
have to declare XX first, and then the frostbite's on top of it.
Yeah, that.
in Magic, if it's something like that, then
It actually applies to the X. Yeah.
pretty neat.
Interesting. So for those of you that come down here, come down to Flesh and Blood.
Flesh
Yeah, it's
and blood.
different.
Yeah.
We're gonna reel a 4. I
Ooh,
think we actually hit 2.
he only hit one.
Oh, only 1.
All right, fine. We grab the ball lightning
We're gonna
here.
grab the ball lightning.
Pitch a single sorcery. He's got 1 floating. Definitely pretty decent. If you can get like a play an attack or play an on-attack,
So
snatch for 7.
So it is gonna deal 1 arcane here.
Ooh, threatening an
So
arcane.
against Jamie, we just decide out all the orders.
Definitely don't do that. Your aura is fine with this thing.
Oh, yeah, because I'm not playing regular Jamie.
Is George able to pull this out? Now his deck is actually looking pretty thin here, and I gotta wonder if they're actually getting close to time.
No, you don't have to do it. It's a block 3. You just take out everything that, except for LS. No, Genesis is fine. So is Merciful. Take out Oath and Parallel.
And then we're just gonna play the ball lightning.
Cards and just add in all the block 3s you can, plus ALS.
We did miss Tunic here, but I think Jamie's gonna let him
Take
do
out
it.
Take out prismatic shield. Yeah, that's supposed to take out prismatic.
Again, George is one of our hasn't been playing for too long. I think the calling was his like first real games he's played. It was a couple side events, and I think they were sealed. And I think this is I'm pretty sure this is actually his first foray into classic constructed at all. Not doing too bad here. And we're just gonna play another ball lightning.
Oh, the stack is great too.
Jamie taking it all. I think he's gonna try to close out the game. Yeah, he swings Rosetta Thorn. Jamie takes it all. Goes down to he's actually losing for the first time in this game. We see the actual switch in the first lead change of the game, really. Okay, Jamie's gonna allow him to create 2 embodiments. Kind of after the fact here. Jamie probably has something dominated coming at his way.
With a pummel.
We're gonna activate Bravo here. We have 1 floating, so our next attack's gonna gain Dominate.
Crippling Crush for 11. Do we see it?
And it's just a Spinal Crush. Now this is very devastating for Briar anyway. It's not as bad as a Crippling Crush, but it could actually be worse. Spinal Crush does say if it deals 4 or more damage, it will stop all go again next turn, which of course the Briar deck very much relies on. And Jamie is threatening a pummel from Arsenal with 2 resources floating.
He plays it too.
We're gonna see George give up, George give up a Plunder Run for 4, a Grasp for 5, the Tunic for 6. So we're blocking 6 damage. We'll be taking 3, granted nothing else happens. And of course, yeah, here comes the red pummel. That's going to bump this up to 13. I do believe that is lethal damage. George is under this attack is dominated. I think this could be the end of the game here. And that is it. Jamie does take it over George. He was able to eat that last turn. We see the fist bump come out. Great showing from George there. Great for Jamie to kind of be more understanding of everything that was going on, you know, explaining all his cards very well. Dominate is very devastating here. You kind of knew it was coming. You kind of knew it was coming when Jamie took everything from the last turn. George was not able to put on enough pressure to get a card out of Jamie's hand. And that's going to be it. We're going to actually come back to... Now he knows to overblock. Yeah, probably. So we're going to come back to me real quick. So I just want to thank you guys for joining. That was a great showing. I love having George here. It was really fun to have him on stream. He's been really cool to meet and hang out and talk to. It's always great to meet people like in the community. Really thankful to see you guys come out. And again, if you want to come to the collective, it's really great to have you guys here. If you're visiting Orlando, also, thank you guys for hanging out and stream. We're going to be going straight to game 3 as fast as possible. Of course, we always try to bring the as quick as possible to the next round. Also, just chat with me, guys. During rounds, I love reading chat during rounds. It's just me in the booth today. So as much back and forth in the chat as we can get, I'd love it. Shout out to George again for playing on stream. He kind of gave me that look. I was like, hey, man, you asked for this. You were like, hey, you're going to put me on stream when I come to the collective. And I was like, you bet, dude. I got you. So that was a lot of fun. So, yeah, we're going to bring back round 3 very soon. We have 5 rounds of Swiss today, so a lot of games to be played, a lot of good players here. Good turnout. We're going to have a top cut to 8. And yeah, so stick around. If you haven't already, please follow. Please share this as much as you can. We're trying to bring commentary to you guys every week on Sunday. I think Nick's actually here, so we're gonna have 2 people in the booth. A little bit more commentary for you. Nick's a really good. He's really good at this game. Really good strategy guy. Knows lines of play way more than I do. I'm more of the judge guy. I kind of know like what's legal, what's not legal. But he's very good at this game. So glad to see him here. Glad to see you guys here. Like I said, though, remember to drop those follows if you can. And we'll be bringing you round 3 as soon as possible. Thank you guys so much, and we'll be right back. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to welcome to round 3. Here we got Evan from Adventure Co. versus Andrew from Adventure Co. Got a little team kill here.
Team kill.
This is Nick joining you for round 3 and for the rest of today from Solarian Dropouts, I think. Yeah, that's the team I'm from.
Yeah, he's from that team.
Yeah, that's correct. So we see Andrew, actually our only Prism player today. A lot of people thinking, like Evan, that Prism has been bumped out of the meta because of Lightning Briar. I don't think that's the case. I think Prism, if played correctly, can still do really well. We can see here that Andrew's already threatening a Genesis, which is going to have to eat up an attack at some point, and a shield. So 2 shields. Evan using Prism's ability right now to make another one. So I assume he's just going to sing 3 go again. Yeah. Just gonna take it all, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, all right, we got it. Let's go here. Let's get out of this formality stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Prism can have a tough time, just because it's so much damage. So yeah, look, we see the Plunder Run from Arsenal already.
And it's like, all right, I got Plunder Run from Arsenal, dude. I'm ready to go off.
Wait, why does he have a lightning token?
It's the embodiment. He had it from last turn. He started.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So I think Evan's turn was basically play the potion. And then so that allowed Andrew to play the Genesis on his on Evan's turn. So that's why you already started with the shield.
Oh, I think he did non-attack potion. That's how he got lightning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Block 6 and a shield will eat up the. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Evan's like, yep.
Already getting the time stop. Interesting that Evan is still teching for Prism.
Yeah, I'm surprised even like running the time snap feels worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like just I don't know, just kill it.
Exactly. Outside of specifically turn 1, which is what we saw Evan do, I don't know if time snap is worth the action.
And time snap actually even gave Andrew the window
to
play the Genesis.
So it's like the potion almost makes it so that their auras are even more worthwhile. Yeah, this is interesting. So Andrew taking some damage, Evan getting the draw from Plunder Run because this has go again. Time Snap does have that secondary ability of essentially just giving
just going wider.
Yeah, just giving Briar another action point, right? Like, oh, I need to go again on this attack. Okay, I'll just break my Time Snap. So it's not the worst thing, but like we said, it just is interesting that he's even teching it. Like, he has another one in hand. Did you see that?
Oh, wow. He's like, I will not lose. He's like, I'm not losing to Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah. I know Evan does think that Arclight is like actually good against.
He's very big on Arclight.
Yeah, I was for a long time, especially in the chain format, but right now I don't think it's.
Yeah, I mean the chain matchup is a little bit different, right? Because they're banishing so many cards, so a well-timed Arclight can end the game for them pretty much.
Oh, is he gonna respond to the Genesis break or no? If he has Merciful here, that'd be pretty nice. But he already blocked 2 cards from hand, so it would have to be.
In. Oh wow! It'd have to be the thing we're talking about.
Oh,
it's an Arclight.
Arclight, interesting.
Oh, but see now Evan gets the kind of like, haha, I have a time snap potion.
I don't know if this was worth it because you're just like
swing 1.
Yeah, you're swing 1, and then he just breaks the time snap. Like you ate up an attack, but you had to pitch 2 cards and give up your arsenal.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of Arclight Sentinel in this matchup. I think it's. So to be fair, Andrew asked, he's like, "What do I do against Briar right before this?" And I was like, "I can't really tell you, but I would just side out every aura you can. Yes. Everything has to block."
I would only keep in like Genesis or maybe Merciful, one of those 2. Merciful giving you the extra arcane.
Most Prism decks these days are gonna have to play some amount of auras, and definitely in order. I say Merciful Retribution, then Genesis.
Sure.
Merciful Ret is just amazing. Like it just does everything. It turns on Tome when it shouldn't be on. Like they kill Merciful, and you're like, I have a Tome in my hand.
Yes,
that's
perfect. Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, my Prism deck is like more Herald Beatdown, which I think has a better matchup against Lightning Briar. Just because if they can't break them, you actually are threatening similar damage to what they're threatening. But okay, we can see here Scar for 7 with a Rune Chant behind it. Oh, he did pop his time snap to clear that Arclight.
Yeah, he did, of course. I mean,
yeah.
Andrew served up to him. I mean, that's why I just don't like Arclight Sentinel anyway.
Yeah. I love when you just show Prism and they're like, oh, let me side my cards for, and you just don't have Arclight in your deck.
Oh, I don't. Funny story, when I was playing at the Calling, like in Vegas, I was like, I don't play Arclight Sentinel. This card's awful. Like in general, I was like not really big on Arclight Sentinel. And it's just funny to see that people are so like still playing it. I don't know. It just seems so situational, and it can be so backfiring.
Yes, 100%. I like Arc Light Sentinel if it's played offensively. I think we talked about this, but
Mhm.
if on your turn you play the Arc Light and they do not have the time snap out, it's actually really great because you got the swing for one, which is fine. But on their turn, they have to take their turn off, and you have a full grip to come back.
Right,
Ugh,
absolutely.
this turn is gross.
This turn is so gross. I mean, we're seeing Nimblism into a Scar for Scar, into a
Lightning Surge.
Surge, into a Snatch.
Snatch, yeah.
That is just wild.
7+4+4.
Was this the same turn that he cleared the Sentinel
Yes,
too?
he
So
cleared
it's just like it doesn't
Sentinel.
even matter.
Cleared Sentinel, swung for 15. Yeah, I think Andrew is like prioritizing blocking too much. I think depending on your hand, but if you have the heralds in hand, like just threaten damage back.
Yeah, it's really rough. It's a rough balancing act, right? Because on one hand, like
Wait.
what do you do? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, Andrew's gonna have to pitch a card for this,
Yes.
which already feels bad. He's gonna give up his entire hand because I think he's
Yep.
gonna block with that in the last card in his hand.
Yes.
So it's like what do? Do you like try to hold on, not take damage? Like they do run out of cards before you. They
Yeah.
play so many non-attacks that don't deal damage.
Yes.
And hopefully you can just hold on. But the one thing that hurts for Prism doing that is Prism doesn't have a weapon.
Yep, exactly.
So if you run out of like any effective cards that actually like block,
Yep.
or not block but swing,
Yeah.
you kind of just don't do anything either.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's in a really weird spot. And I think this is just really like Briar kind of just pushes Prism really far out. It's just very difficult.
Oh, he has the combo.
Yeah, Sting of Sorcery into a Ball Lightning is super strong here.
Yeah, so people
Sting of
don't know
Sorcery
the
costs 1 though, right?
costs nothing. It's a free.
Sting of Sorcery is free as well. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's also blue, right?
It's a blue, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Sure, let's play it. If people don't know the interaction here, so Ball Lightning gets the ping of Arcane from Sting of Sorcery, but Ball Lightning says whenever a lightning or elemental attack would deal damage, it deals that much +1. So it's going to be 2 Arcane, which Evan is going to have to take at least one of, because he only has Null Rune 1. And then I can't tell if this is a red, but if it's a red, it would be 3, threatening 4 damage. So we'll see what Andrew decides to do. This is typically a card that you just want to throw a card at, just so you don't take the extra 1 unnecessarily, which is exactly what we're seeing here. And then Lightning Surge this is from Arsenal, so 4 go again. And if it hits, it does the extra 1 from Ball Lightning. Oh, this is 2 more Arcane as well. Oh man. I don't know if Evan's picking up on that, or if Andrew's picking up on that.
Yeah, so it should actually, like, he'll use 1 floating for the Arcane, and then still take 1.
Should be 2 Arcane. Yeah, okay. There we go. So they did pick up on that.
That's what I was saying, still take 1, yeah. Oh my goodness.
So Arcanic Crackle is 2 Arcane and 3 physical. 1 Arcane from its own effect, 1 Arcane from Sting, and then 3 physical. So Andrew's going to decide if to cover up the physical, which he is.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew's kind of taking on the I'm going to try to live here, but I don't think his deck is actually formulated in a way to do that. Like, I don't think he's playing the defense reacts. I haven't really seen them.
Yeah, we saw 1 sync for the
Yeah,
first
but like,
time.
if it's just sync, that's probably not enough.
It's
He's going to need like the fates. He's going to need a lot here, and I just don't see the blocking strategy really work. Evan's going to have a plunder run in Arsenal probably every single turn.
Even Soul Shield can be like under impactful if it's not a buffed attack.
Yeah, having to block like seeing like a Scar for a Scar with a 6 like 6 defense.
Yeah, overblocking is bad. And like we saw this earlier too with 2 Guardian matchups, it can get down to the wire. Even with Bravo or Oldhim, which can stop a lot of damage comparison to Prism, and it's still a close game. So I don't think Andrew's deck has the tools like this right here. Okay, well at least it was an under impactful turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the slowest turns Evan's going to have, and this might actually be where Andrew decides to take damage. But even then, so you have 2 cards in hand. What are you going to send 1 Herald? No. Oh, he's actually not even going to do that. He's going to just
take 1 Arcane?
I'm not really sure, but he took 1 Arcane and then the 2 physical.
What is he saying here?
I'm not really sure. He's got 1 card in hand.
Why didn't he Footsteps? Unless that was a red pitch.
I think it was a red Wartine Herald.
Oh, interesting. I
wonder and he's just going to Arsenal pass.
It must have been an aura or something. So in my version of the deck I play like Herald Beatdown. I have room in the deck to only have to play 3 auras. So against this matchup I can play just a ton of Heralds and then just like Merciful. Oh, double Plunder Run, gross.
And that second plunder run is going to create that embodiment of lightning token that is just kind of insane.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying that Briar needs to be addressed. Ooh, okay. Makes him waste 2 plunder runs. But this is like my problem with Arclight. Andrew used 3 cards in Arsenal, so he's not going to have a turn. Evan can kill this and keep the lightning token.
Yeah, he still has the lightning token. However,
Yeah.
it was, I mean, getting rid of 2
2
plunder
plunder
runs
runs from
is
that,
actually
yeah.
pretty good.
But
We're just
turn
gonna
off your
see.
turn to do so. Like if he arsenaled another plunder run, which is possible, it's just you're in the same
You
situation.
kind of see the body language from Andrew just kind of tossing the card on the table. You know, it's just not a good matchup.
With Evan still being at 36, it just feels like such a hill to climb to get.
Yeah, and like the deck isn't getting that much thinner. There's still plenty of cards to go. You're almost at half life, and he's
Yeah.
yeah, it's basically what I said. It's
Yeah.
there's gonna be a plunder run every single turn here, and the Scar for Scar is gonna have go again, despite even having more life because of the lightning token.
It's so funny. This is why Arclight, I think, not done offensively is kind of not great. This if it's a blue one, then yeah, okay, that'll cover it up. Stop 6. I wonder if Evan's on 9 plunder runs. I know he used to play 9 in Chain, so maybe this would get him another lightning token. Wow, very nice. So I assume Evan has another attack here. It did break the combat chain, so Andrew could use that skull cap again if he wanted to this turn. Another Scar with go again. Not going to have any sort of interaction with the Weave Lightning, so unless Evan's hand is a Lightning or Elemental card, this Weave Lightning was just played to give the Lightning token. So very likely we either see Evan swing with Weapon off of Tunic or attack with the last card in his hand.
Right, and so Evan is on 1 Tunic resource as well. He does have the Tunic up to 3. Most of the times that's used for the weapon swing. I wonder if there's anything in his deck that would even be useful for that. Otherwise, really, it's just the weapon swing, right?
Yeah, I think it's always the weapon. I think Evan and a lot of people, even Tarek, national champion, if anyone knows who that is, from our locals.
He is here today too.
Yeah.
He just drew against an Oldham. Go
Yeah.
figure.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So we see exactly what we said. Tunic into Thorn. 2/2.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, Andrew's life is just going down, I think, too quickly to where the blockout strategy is actually gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I think Andrew's kind of in the abyss at this point, as they say. Like he's just far down. There's no real way to claw out at this point. I mean, the amount of cards he would have to keep in his hand, and we just see a red Wartune Herald.
Evan's just gonna be like, okay, I'll take 7.
Yeah, and he missed his Tunic trigger, which Evan's like, you know what, you can have it, bud.
I mean, 7 is a good amount of damage, and you get the soul, which like.
Was it? Oh yeah, he was at 36.
Andrew,
right?
put it in your soul. No.
Oh, he didn't even put it in soul.
Missed beneficial trigger.
Andrew, no.
Oh,
okay.
Alright. Oh, Sonata reveal. Wow, he hit it.
He did hit off the. He did get the sting at the very end.
I'm assuming you take the snatch.
I think you take the ball lightning here.
What?
Yeah, it depends.
It depends on your hand. If he has 2 non-attack snatch.
I honestly think you take the ball lightning just because you're already threatening so much damage. Like you're just gonna keep putting on the.
Yeah, he took snatch. Yeah, there we go.
I'm just saying. I think ball lightning's not a bad decision either. Just because you're gonna like threaten. You're just keeping threatening more cards out of his hand, more and more.
Yeah, it depends on Evan's hand. If he has 2 non-attacks to get the lightning token, then snatch is good because it'll have the
absolutely. It threatens the draw card.
But if he has like one non-attack and then like an attack and then ball lightning or ball lightning and then into attack, that's still a pretty good turn. So it definitely matters what we see from his hand and arsenal here.
Important to know, he still has Snapdragon Scaler. He's gonna probably keep that up for as much of the game as he needs to until he has that, like most of the time until the kill turn.
Oh, are we gonna see?
We see him pitch a yellow for the sting.
No, for the.
I'm sorry, not for the sting. For the Sonata that revealed the sting.
Yeah. So again, Weave Lightning not gonna do anything right here.
Other than create the embodiment. Still good.
Yeah. I hope Evan has a way to get the benefit from that. Yeah. Okay. He already had a ball lightning.
So he had a ball lightning. Yeah. I will say if he took ball lightning there.
Double ball lightning.
That is double ball lightning. Just pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
Coming on the other side.
So I saw his hand. It's Rabble Snatch. So you play Rabble, then you play Snatch. So you just threaten the Arsenal card after doing a bunch of damage. I don't know if Evan will even have cards left to block the Snatch at that point. And
I think Evan or Andrew forgot it was actually a Weave Lightning ball lightning.
Evan should have declared how much it's for. He probably didn't. Yeah, Andrew's now reading.
Probably making sure it doesn't get used up on the Arcana Crackle.
Yep. Yeah.
Because it could, like, it just depends on wording. We know
Mhm.
it doesn't, but if it was worded in a way that's like, if your next attack is an
Isn't,
elemental,
yes,
so
right.
then it would actually get eaten up, but does not there.
So, oh no, honey. No.
Not like this.
I would have taken that card out if you could. I just wouldn't play that card in this matchup.
Yeah, there's just too many auras, I think, in this build. I think this build is still the one that really threatens Guardian, but just against these
Mhm.
Briar decks, it's just not going to have a good time.
Rabble, 4 go again. Then when we know, like Andrew knows too, that this is snatch at the end. So if you're gonna block something, and you're able to block it all, I think you eat this and block the snatch.
Yeah, I don't know if there's really a way out for Andrew at this point, and you're going
This
to eat the
turn.
snatch. You have one card in hand. I
So-
don't think you have any resources floating.
So this turn, if we add it up, if that's a red ball lightning, this is 6, 10,
Yep.
14,
Andrew
18.
going to go down to 10.
18 draw a card with 3 with
Yeah,
3
this
embodiments.
deck is kind of Briar's is kind of like what a lot of people are saying. It's just maybe it's just a little too good.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's this 0 cost Briar deck just threatens so much damage turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, and this is what I was mentioning earlier. Is people are saying that this needs to be addressed in some way. There's just a lot of routes they could take in addressing it if they are even going to address it. Like they might think that the next supplemental set, which comes out probably in like a month or 2 months,
Q1.
Q1, yeah, they might think that that just does enough for the meta to shift things around. But a lot of people are saying that either you ban Plunder Run or errata it because the lingering draw triggers maybe.
I hope they ban it if they're gonna do anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like I don't like erratas in physical card games because it makes
Mhm.
it confusing for new
Yes.
players. I mean, you're like, this card does this, but like, no, it doesn't.
No, actually, it does not.
No, actually, it doesn't. So, I'm very much a fan of the ban it.
Yeah.
And if you want to retrain it in some way, like make a new version that does it the way you want it to.
Yep. 100%.
We see this a lot in other card games, but yeah, the captain's call into the Arcana Crackle is kind of wild. I mean,
6 damage here.
Again,
if he
this
chose
is just-
+2, he probably chose +2.
again, this is just very rough for Andrew.
Ooh.
This matchup is just not a good one. Briar's just very aggressive.
Yeah.
These Prism decks kind of need a little bit of a. I've noticed, like when I play Prism, like a lot. I play
yeah.
Prism a lot, and a lot of times you want to take a turn off to set up an aura,
Yeah.
but like.
You put the command and conquer where the footsteps should go. Nice.
But yeah, you wanna take a turn off to set up an aura, right? You're
Yep.
hoping that aura gives you some kind of value.
Yep.
Briar does 2 things. If you take that turn to set it off to set up the aura, it punishes you because it's gonna do so much damage. Yes, this is wild. It's gonna punish you just like we're seeing to set up the aura.
Yeah.
Then on top of that,
They go wide enough.
they go wide enough
Yeah.
that they're gonna do so much damage and then just kill your aura
Yep.
at the end of it anyway. So it gives you almost no value.
Yeah, they're fine with
Um,
doing like a 0 cost attack into the aura or just weapon into the aura.
And then if you go Herald Beatdown, they just do more damage than you.
Yep.
They just do more.
Yep.
It really comes down to that. They just honestly do more.
Yep. Unless they have like some off turns where they draw all mana.
And unlike
units.
Guardian, you're not threatening anything to them.
Yep.
Right? All of your aura hits are beneficial to you.
Yep.
Where it's like there's like one, right? It's the arcane damage one, but that's just more damage.
Yeah, it's all damage.
But like Guardian, however, threatens. Yeah, this is insane. So much damage. Everything costs 0. I don't know what you do to this because it's just I would like to get to a point in Flesh and Blood where things don't cost or always have a cost.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier.
Free things should be very rare.
Yes. I think they honestly have enough free stuff in the game. Like
I would almost like not even like it's very or if it was like very locked to a hero or a class or something or not even a class but an elemental not an elemental talented class like very specific, very narrow. Free things are just kind of we've seen this in a lot of card games where things are free. It's very easy to break things, and of course, Sting of Sorcery into a Ravenous Rabble, revealing a ball lightning. Don't know the color of the ball lightning, but the Ravenous Rabble coming in. I mean, Andrew's at 2.
Yeah, the Arcane I think might just be enough.
Yeah, he's gonna block Arcane with a yellow. He's got 1 floating. Ravenous Rabble still coming in for physical. This is probably gonna be all she wrote for this game.
Yeah, Thorin, if Andrew takes any point of damage this turn, will kill him.
Yeah, I mean, well, he could make a shield.
Sure.
Oh, that's probably it's not fused. Okay, so not fused, so it's not gonna do the arcane, except it's gonna do the Sting arcane, but not its own arcane.
Yeah. So you just break Snapdragons here, play another attack, or swing with weapon.
And that's probably all she
Yeah, Andrew could do anything at all on his turn, and you'd eat it all, and then you just come back and win. So
I don't think Andrew has another turn after this, to be
yeah,
honest.
yeah. If Andrew's able to survive somehow, then he still just loses. So this is just kind of trying to survive. An
So if you
unbeatable
guys are still out there watching, tell us what you think they should do with Briar. Do you think it's fine the way it is? Do you think they should ban any card? They should errata any card? Maybe they should errata Briar.
That's also one thing.
The one thing I don't like about Briar from a design standpoint, I really think they did a good job with the other two heroes of really tying in the elements that they are tied to into their hero ability. Where Oldhim, you have to pitch a Earth or Ice card to get the effects from that.
And it's also very specific to that effect. You can pitch one earlier. So
right, and then Lexi, you have to reveal or flip over a lightning or a ice card to get the effect. Where it's like Briar, there's like any two actions.
Yeah,
it's fine.
The Earth and Lightning tokens don't matter at all.
I really think the Lightning token should only come from the second Lightning card played. I'm not saying it has to be a Lightning non-attack. Sure. I just would like to see like 2 Lightning cards be played or something like that to get the token. And it's just like, yeah, use the Sentinel. Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, it's just really rough to get there. I don't know why you play Sentinel in this matchup. I think it's just too slow.
It's too expensive.
It's too expensive, too slow. You have to give up a turn.
Yeah, unless you're playing it offensively, but still your whole turn was playing Arclight, so still not great.
And it kind of just works like this where I guess they're saying like he could stay alive, but
what's
really,
the point? Yeah,
really,
Evan's like, you still could live. Like Andrew's like, no, don't keep playing.
And it's like, nah. We already fist bumped. We're done
still
here.
Playing. Oh my goodness.
Oh wait, no,
we're still playing.
We're still playing.
All right, folks, you're about to see the best comeback of 2021.
Yeah, I guess we're in overtime.
Sonata wins.
Oh no, Evan plays any non-attack and Andrew responds with ALS. We're like, just respond here.
Oh, he missed. Oh, he hit. He pitched for it. Oh, yeah. It's so funny. He would have whiffed if he didn't pay for this.
That's crazy. So it's gonna come in for 1. So what I say is you pitch for the arcane and then you play Arclight.
Yeah, let's go. Just give yourself another turn for no reason.
Yeah,
just so you don't lose.
We out here.
Yeah, this hand's.
Oh, we're done.
Oh, what an awful hand. Oh, Genesis too. He can block for 3 with this hand.
Yeah, he's like, we're done here. All right, you're toying with your food at this point. Like,
if you're playing against Briar and you're on Prism, take out Prismatic Shields and
take out as many 0 blocks as you can, and don't play ALS against Briar. It's not the same as Chain. At least that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, or if you are playing ALS, make it your only aura, and that's just like an
offensive interesting to note, this was table 1. Both these players were 2-0. Now Evan will jump to 3-0, and Andrew's gonna fall to 2-1. We'll probably still see him in the top 4. Granted, he doesn't drop too many games.
There are a good amount of. We know we have an Oldhim and a Bravo, so this is kind of a counter to those decks. If Andrew,
the Bravo was 1-1. Going into this round, the Oldhim was 1-0-1.
So yeah, technically a loss. So they could see Andrew. So Andrew has a very favorable matchup against those decks, with how many auras.
I don't know. Oldhim can be kind of.
I was firsthand about how annoying Oldhim is to play against.
Yeah, especially as a Prism player. So I'm gonna jump it back to us real quick.
Hey.
It's like
nice. Yeah, my round 1 CC at Nationals, I was on Prism and I sat down against Oldhim and I was like, oh, it's Guardian. This should be easy. Not at all. I almost ran out of my deck and we came down to being in turns after a time extension.
So I'd like to thank Nick for joining me. It was kind of lonely in the booth by myself, but it's been a lot of fun having you here just for the 1 round. About Briar, what do you think? How do you feel about Briar? Do you feel like do you think it should be addressed? And if so, like, how would you address it without knowing, of course, what's coming in Everfest?
Right. If they were to address it, I hope they do. I don't think they need to. I think I'm on the team of ban Plunder Run. I think the card is too good, especially with how they mentioned things in the past that they've banned before, like specifically Drone of Brutality, where it just kind of goes against the design
philosophy.
Yeah, Plunder Run kind of like the whole thing about Flesh and Blood is like knowing when to properly block and defend, so that going into your turn you can also attack, and just this back and forth of blocking and attacking with a 4-card, 5-card hand. Plunder Run makes it almost an impossible hit trigger to stop a lot of turns. We see that in Chain even currently, where they just have this stuff they play from Banish after a Plunder Run. It's just like,
Right.
oh, you stop that one, all right, I'm gonna attack again, so I get a draw again, or I get a threaten to draw again. It just feels like this unstoppable hit trigger, and I think moving forward with, I'm sure we're gonna have plenty more heroes coming and plenty more
Yeah.
cards coming. Plunder Run just makes all of those things have this abusable card, especially if it's a wide hero. So I think they just address
That's
that.
why I don't play Prism anymore.
We have our winner view. Evan just
Crouch down, going level with you.
just winning that game. Yeah, it seems. I love how you told him like, oh, you could still live this last turn if you block with Tunic,
you're
like
Yeah.
playing with your food, my guy.
This is uncalled for. Just let him get out of here.
You're like, I want to play another
In my
turn.
defense, I also told him how to side versus Chain and this before this, and he still kept it in Prismatic Shield.
Oh
so.
yeah, when I saw Prismatic Shield, I was like,
Yeah.
Nah,
but
it's
you
alright.
also, did you tell him to keep an ALS?
Of
Yeah,
course he
dude, the
did.
card's
No,
No,
fire!
it's not! Both times it was terrible. You also sided against it. I would so much rather play Prism and my opponent side against me having ALS and just not play ALS.
Yeah, for sure. He dropped the
Okay,
post and you're like, yes.
Yes, let's go.
I was like, time snap, go again, token.
Yeah, it was
Which is,
insane.
like, stupid.
Yeah. I love that you're still siding against Prism even though the matchup is just so highly in favor of you.
You can get really blown out by an ALS.
I don't think it blows up the game though. Like sure for a turn you like
No, you can like that game went entirely different, but like if you draw worse on Briar,
if you
if they
draw
actually
worse,
get
yeah.
if they actually get hits in, then having like you can ALS on like a really crucial turn and it can just win you the game.
It's so low chance of that happening. They have to have the ALS, the cards to pay for it. They probably arsenaled it to do that. It's just like
I
it's
don't
a
know.
slow roll to
I
getting
think it's
that to
better.
happen.
Than you think it is, but that's okay.
Yeah, we can test it. That's fine. Okay. But yeah, obviously a very blowout game. I like that you pitched for the Sonata.
Yep.
Yeah, because you would have
Get
whiffed.
those extra hits.
You would have whiffed if you did not pay for it. You
Yes,
had
I
three
would have
non
if I did not pay
attacks.
for it. Paying for Sonata is severely slept on.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
I think if you need.
Also, if I hit two there, he just dies.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets to make a shield, but
Well, whatever.
I-
It's yeah.
he still
He
dies.
still dies. Yeah.
I just Thorn attack, Thorn 2/2, and then
Yeah.
it's a route.
The whole Runeblade mixed physical and arcane is like
It's
pretty
really hard to
crazy.
block, especially because like
Yeah.
with the 2 arcane.
It's interesting that they're like making these heroes like Briar and Chain that go wide and have the mixed damage. It's kind of like crazy.
Yeah, honestly.
Because like Ninja's similar where it goes wide, but it's only threatening physical and draw triggers.
Yeah, I
sometimes.
mean, I will say with like the Briar deck, there's a lot less on hit triggers.
It's what?
There's a lot less on hit triggers in the Runeblade decks.
Yes. there are.
But still pretty stupid either way.
But I mean, your hero has an on-hit trigger, which is just give +1 block to non-attack. Which is
Yeah.
like kind of
Everything has
relevant.
an on-hit effect.
Yeah.
Pretty neat.
Technically, everything does have an on-hit effect. So.
Except for Thorn.
Except for Thorn. I saw a meme today where it was like James White kicking out Duskblade, and then it's like the guy behind him is just Rosetta Thorn in the,
Yeah,
in the
with,
bar.
like, the
Yeah.
Simpsons
Yeah,
meme?
the Simpsons
Yeah,
meme.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
would've thought, dude? 2 arcane, 2 physical for a single resource is broken.
Yeah, because like I don't know, there's just other weapons that do so much less. Like Scythe is 3 physical, 1 arcane. You pay 3
Like,
for it.
what?
Like, why did they even create
The
those
chain
2?
weapon was fair.
Yeah.
The one. is
Yeah, it's
I
like Nebula
love-
Blade's also really fair.
Yeah, Nebula Blade and Galaxy Block I think are perfect cards in that design space of
I
a
think I
weapon.
Dread Scythe and Reaping Blade.
Yeah,
It's like this is like the only unbalanced weapon in the game. I guess Duskblade is. too.
yeah. It's
Duskblade's
just
pretty goofy.
crazy to me that it's not elemental, and then like
Yeah, it's really wild
Scythe
it's not
exists in the
elemental.
same design space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really weird. I mean, there is the contingency of like you have to play an on attack and attack that turn, but you're doing that with your deck anyway. So
You know what our takeaway is? LSS just can't build aggro decks. Saw the same thing happen with Chain. Like, I mean, it's a nice place possible. You saw that like devastation Chain list.
hmm
Come on, like.
yeah, it does seem like moving forward, there needs to be more testing and like they need to sit down with the hero after they like create its effect and be like, how could we abuse this with just a go wide strategy?
Yeah.
Because like with Chain, they were like, oh, Seeping Shadows is what people are going to use to go wide.
No
Never did they need to do
chance.
that. Not at all.
What you're gonna use to go wide is you're gonna shackle every turn, banish 9 cards off the top of your deck, and then attack 4 times in a turn for like 40 damage.
And play double Artivore.
Yeah.
Yep.
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 It's like,
Yeah, and now Captain's Call. So people are playing Chain very similar to Briar now. They're just like, oh, I can play Captain's Calls, Plunder Runs, Nimbleisms.
actually,
and...
Chain right now is really interesting to me because I feel like it's you go tall in the deck a lot more now.
Yeah.
Because you have like Come to Fight, Nimbleism, etc.
Yeah, but like tall. you're saying like 7, like 8, like, like over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still go tall and wide, you know?
Yeah, it's both. You can
That's
do
just-
you can do everything great.
Some
I
things
like
never
it.
change.
It is a better format than I think Chain was.
I 110% disagree.
No, I think it was
I also disagree.
I think it was
I think
way
Briar's
more
very
oppressive.
impressive.
I think Chain was
I think
more
the chain
oppressive.
format was a lot better than this one.
I
I
think
think they're actually equally terrible.
uh
No, I think both completely warp the format.
Yeah, both
to
are pretty bad. I just think this one's worse than Monarch, though.
to me like
oh well.
honestly you had to either play Chain or play something specifically tailored to beat Chain.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're happening now, so I just don't see the difference.
And even
You
though
either play
I don't
Briar or
think
play
it's the
something
same.
specifically to beat Briar.
I don't think it's the same though. Like we even saw it at the calling. Like the top 8 was like pretty okay.
I
There's
don't
only
know.
3 Briars I think in that top 8, and it ended up being won by Oldham. And I
Yeah,
think
the
with
Oldham was like to beat Briar.
no, it was not tech to beat Briar. It was just a good Oldham deck.
Matt
that was-
Rogers had some choice words for players who choose to play Oldham.
Why?
I
Just
guess
play fast.
yeah, just
Yeah.
play faster. I don't know. I just personally think it's a better format because we have Frost now, so you can play like a good Lexi deck. Like we saw that at Nationals. Lexi got top 8, and if it just draws an arrow, it probably like
Yeah, well, what happened?
I will say
Yeah.
with the Lexi player, like the reason that he lost that game is because he stacks his deck with all non-attacks at the end.
Yeah.
I guess he probably wasn't expecting the game to go that long.
yeah.
But that's why he lost, because if you pitch all your non-attacks early and then you get to the late game and you have no arrows, you just lose.
Yeah, even if you think you're like, oh, I have a 3 of a kind, I'll draw 3 cards. If you didn't stack your pitch to where there's an attack on top of those non-attacks, and you're just gonna draw more non-attacks.
Oh yeah, also this deck brings one of the most fundamental parts of the game. Pitching.
Pitching, you just
Yeah.
don't do it. And that was the same thing with Chain. We just took out blocking. You're like, oh, we don't block as
Oh,
much.
that's
never
not a block either.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
still,
very rarely.
Just keep removing
Yeah.
pieces of the game.
Yeah.
So eventually, like, it'll just be on the weapon.
Yeah, and it's
next
even
time.
incentivized. It's even incentivized to block less with the Earth token. It's like if I have to block, I'll block for 7 with 1 card.
Yeah,
It's
I'll just give you one. And like most of the time, it's like if your opponent does want to take damage, like Andrew took like 4 or 5 to play a War Tune Herald, and I was like, nothing else, right?
Yeah,
Nope. I was like, cool, I'll take it.
it takes 7. Yeah, it's I don't know. I think Herald Beatdown has a better matchup if they can't pop anything, but even still, it's not good.
Just no. I don't know why this is back there. I don't think it's over there anymore. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I don't know. We got a second Oldham kit too. Maybe they're trying to get. Maybe they're trying to get us to run 2 armories.
Ooh, yo!
Ooh.
I want the stuff from this armory
just
kit
want
for
a
sure.
Thorn, dude.
Yeah, I want
Hopefully
Thorn,
today.
and I'd love a rainbow foil Briar. I did not get a cold foil one.
L.
Yeah,
See that pretty cool foil I got on
I
stream?
know, it looks so good. I got a cold foil Bolton. I still love that deck, but again, it just kind of like tries to do what Briar does. With Briar just does it with less contingencies.
Yeah.
And
It's like also if you play it into these aggro decks, the ones that are encouraged not to block, especially they aren't gonna block. Because for one, if they block an attack, get to go again.
yeah,
And +1. But also you can block because you're gonna take some damage and be like, I'll do this for 4, and I'll be like, block 4 with 1 card.
yeah, and it's a non-attack, so it doesn't even give the buff to the
Yep.
attack. Yeah, so I almost played Bolton for Nationals. I decided against it. I'm glad I did. Played Prism, did pretty well in Constructed. I do like Briar in how they wanted to build her. Like,
Yeah, I
I'm
really-
100% sure they wanted people to play Earth Briar
Yeah.
with like maybe a little bit of lightning in there.
This is might as well be like generic Briar.
Yeah. This is just this is just every good card, generic card in the game, plus Arcanic Shockwave and Ball Lightning
And Lightning Surge.
and Lightning Surge. Yeah. And Lightning Press, which is Razor for free.
Actually, I didn't play Lightning Press in that matchup. I think it's really bad.
Oh, because
You want to get cards out of Prism Sands. And Lightning Surge doesn't do that. It's just damage.
Yeah, Lightning Press. Yeah, Lightning Press. It's an instant after the fact. So you could get a reaction out of them if they were holding it, but yeah, I get what you mean. There is the added benefit where you could pop a Herald with it, but you're never
Yeah,
doing that anyways.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna pop a Herald is when I happen to draw my Command and Conquer. You know?
Yeah. It is. Do you play Command and Conquer in every matchup?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I literally only. I don't know. In the Briar tune, I wrote a sideboard guide for Tarxless.
Oh, you wrote a guide for it?
Yeah. Some guy was like, got second at Belgian Nationals and said thank you.
Hey, let's go.
It's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah. But yeah, Briar
Stupid deck.
definitely format warping. Some people would say it's worse than the chain format that we literally just left.
Think so.
I think it's slightly better, but not
Let's go.
Not fun still.
Not fun
still. I
And
don't.
it's not this Briar deck. Chain is like kind of fun to play because you're like, oh, let me figure out how the most optimal way to do this.
Right.
Briar, it's like,
Yeah. There's no like decision trees for Briar. It's just
Is this the
this.
prize support?
I think it's Nick's.
Yeah, it's my
Oh,
box.
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there's.
Taking it, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you gonna open this on stream?
We could if you want to open it right now.
Crew box.
And
You
while we're
want to?
waiting for next round, might as well just
Yeah, especially because this was just a Briar game. We got some time.
last Crew box in existence. Just kidding, but this is out of print now. So we're gonna open this on stream. Can you open this stream?
Yes.
Um,
Can I? I don't have nails.
yeah, I don't either.
Roman
use my
helping
bug
out. Oop.
Oh, okay.
That works, right?
Yeah, it works. Roman's on demon mode right now.
Doom mode. So yeah, we're gonna open
Thank you, Roman.
There you go. I'll
a
let you open
Crew
it.
U box on stream. Please enjoy this, you 5 viewers, and savor this Crew U box as there is no more in print.
Womp womp.
A lot of people are upset about that. I think the set did what it needed to do after first edition and Unlim. You can still get cards for pretty cheap, so
Yeah. Like everything is actually like pretty reasonably priced despite it being out of print.
yeah. Here, I'll give you.
You gotta get the overhead cam going.
Yeah, unfortunately no overhead cam, so we will just tell you if we get
Let me see
something.
this. I have no clue what's good in this set.
Just get a Shiana or a Shard actually.
Shard's probably better.
Redliner.
Redliner, I don't know what that does, to be completely honest with you.
Foil Blue Rushing River, Redliner.
Good Ira card.
Yeah, very true. Not a good chain at the moment.
Cliff's Sway or Research Notes.
Yeah.
Cindering Foresight Blue. This is a good card.
Yeah, it is.
Reinforced Line Red.
Very nice. I do like Reinforce the Line.
I do too.
Okay, we got a Cash In. Foil Barraging, Brawnhide, Cash In, and a Needle. Did you get anything good?
Snapback Foil Red Centaur
Okay.
Saber and Crane Dance.
At least it's not a yellow.
That's true. It could be worse. I think I have the rares too, or did you
Just
use
the foils.
Alright.
I'm gonna take out Cash In as well. That was kind of like an underprinted card. Alright. Let's see.
Cards a pack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
a supplemental
supplemental.
set, so they give you less.
Stamp Authority.
Stamp Authority, that's like a really
Yeah.
cool, it's like a $15 card.
Stamp Authority, good card.
I got a foil rare.
Ooh.
Towering
Towering
Titan?
Titan?
Towering Titan, what color?
Blue.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one. Rock Slide Trap, oh baby! And Lightning Press.
There's the commons.
Okay,
Let's see.
let's get a Shard.
Blessings of Serenity. This is just an awful card.
I just realized today that it only stops physical damage too, which just is even
It's
more.
so.
Yellow Consuming Volition, not the good color of that card.
Oh, I got a mythical. Like Gaze the Ages.
Oh, good one. We got 2 good Majestics so far.
2 good ends, let's get it.
Majestic.
Your favorite.
Hey, since our Kasai.
Oh,
my
and a
favorite.
blue Soulbeat Strike.
Oh, that's actually
Pretty
pretty good. Red Foil Steep Dart. This is actually a pretty good arrow. Alright.
Another foil rare, Tripwire Trap.
Oh, Foil Fine Center. Let's go. That's actually
Ooh.
great.
Out for Blood foil.
This is
Put
really
the,
cool.
Duration on the top for you.
Oh,
Thank
don't you need Runeblade cards from this
I
set?
do need Runeblade
Okay.
cards in this set. Mainly Majestics, but I will take whatever.
Yeah, let's open some Majestic Runeblade cards. Foil Benji and a Feigned Death.
I'm
Are
taking
there
the.
cold foils in this set?
Yeah.
No,
no.
it's not
In
limited.
first edition there was. I have a red Maury Disguise. If you need that.
I need yellows and blues. Probably this year, right?
Foil Ira.
Ooh, that's good. Ooh, Crater Fist. That's
And a
good.
crit.
Wait,
too.
what?
That's a good pack.
Wow.
I'm opening straight gas.
Foil Ira in this pack, and also a Crater Fist. So just a great pack.
Push forward. I've never actually seen this
Card's
card.
not good.
Yep, I agree.
So
Manual Call. Rushing River.
Still another pack.
there's a few more.
Take this in.
You are welcome.
So what's like the best card in the set?
Shard.
Ooh, Foil Tome.
That's really
Foil
good.
Gorg Tome.
That's like a. It's like $40.
Oh my goodness, this box is so good. Wow, Foil Tome is definitely not easy to pull.
Yeah, I have not been able to open a single M.
I got another N. Flood of Force.
Worst one. Let's go.
I don't know. Heron's Flight's pretty bad too.
That's playable though. You play that in Blitz.
You really?
Yeah, because it's unblockable damage essentially.
Oh, that's fair. I didn't realize that.
Thanks. What was the foil?
Four plus.
That's okay.
It's alright. Blue
Oh,
lock 3.
foil blue Mavrian? Nice.
Can I have that yellow Malvern's coach?
Sure.
Thanks, King.
Yeah, you can have all the bulk after we're done. 2 more packs.
Let's see this. Let's see it. You're gonna get a form of Majestic here. I can feel it.
I hope we get a shard. That'd be like, ooh, Brindleberry. Can I buy that from you?
Sure, you can have it.
Let's go.
Alright, last pack.
Most pack.
We got a Rune Blood Barrier. Jason,
Let's
next-
go.
next-
How many M's is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, pretty good. Alright, last pack. Let's see. Foil riled up.
No
and-
way.
Just the worst pack to end on. Foil blue riled up, just not even playable. Alright.
The Rumo Barrier art's like pretty fire.
Oh, I used to play that
I
card.
feel the card sucks.
No, I love that card.
Oh, you can love a card and it can be bad.
Oh, that's good. Stops damage, makes 4 rune chance. Pretty good.
I suppose.
So to round up our good cards here.
We got a foil fine center too. I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
dude, that was the best
It's a
one.
good box.
Yeah. Alright, so
Dude, I was
first
trying to build
off-
Ira, and fine centers are still like $16.
Yep.
And Ninja hasn't been good in like months.
Yeah, it's just we're getting to a blitz format, I guess. Skirmish season.
Now this is like 3 weeks ago. We were playing Blitz for no reason.
For no reason. A lot of people like blitz. Alright, foil majestics.
Simply ratio,
Probably the best ones to pull
Yeah.
as far as like action cards.
for sure.
We got the Crater Fist.
Good equipment piece.
Great equipment. And 3, 4, 5 non-foil majestics. How do I? There we go.
Nick Strowman over here. Free him for real.
We got the Flood
He's
of Force.
hiding the Flood of Force.
Yeah, I
That
just
card
don't
is
even want it.
awful.
Maybe one day that chain will be good because I like the art for it. But yeah, and then that's
I don't know what Flood of Force does, to be honest with you.
it like reveals the top cards of your deck. If Rushing River or Flood of Force, so itself was the last attack. When you attack, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a combo card, put it in your hand, and this gets +3. So it's 4, go again.
That's kind of cool.
and
If you hit like
draw.
a lucky chain, put like
Yeah,
3 of
yeah.
them in a turn.
If you can play all 3 of these in a turn, you like play 1, draw a card,
Play one.
play 1, draw a card,
Or-
4, 4, 4. Like it could be great, but you have to
Yeah.
get them all together. And then we also got 2 foil heroes.
Ira and Dingy.
The 2
Are
ninjas.
4 heroes rare? 4 heroes.
They're,
For like
they're a few
1 or
dollars.
2 per
Yeah,
box.
I think you usually get 1 in a box. Yeah. Yeah. So this is actually a pretty good box.
Yeah.
Last one that the store had full. They have packs here, which I might go and just get those.
Whoa, I want that's your price partner.
Wait, Evan, you're 3-0, right?
I am
There's
3.
like, what, one other 3-0 purchase?
I don't even know.
Oh wait,
One of the tables. Oh,
One more pack?
what?
Oh,
springboard somersault swing fist think later. Okay.
All right,
This is
body,
a-
but
this is
still
good.
kind of exciting.
Yeah, I didn't even realize I don't know why I opened it and then.
I remember like some guy paid me. It was right before a world thing. It was like a Unified Minds came for Pokemon. He was like, "I'll pay you $10 to like just crack packs for me and sort it." I was like,
What?
"Heck yeah, dude!" So I go
Sure.
to this guy's house. Dude, it took forever. There was like 50 cases.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
literally, it was wild.
Oh wow.
And like we're like cleaning up, we're sorting all the cards up, like throwing them up, getting them like ready to go on TCG Player. And like this like his son comes down and he's like, "Oh, here's an extra one that I guess was like just in his room for some reason."
What?
I was like, "No way."
What? It was Unified Minds. Wasn't that the Mewtwo set?
That was the
I
Mewtwo
opened
set.
a lot of that set.
It's a good
'cause
set.
Mewtwo Mew was like busted, right?
Yeah. I thought I was gonna play that for Worlds, and I just was like, nah, I'm good.
What'd you play for Worlds?
I played Greens Reshazard.
Oh, Greens was nuts. Greens
I have
Expedition?
no idea how I 5-0'd on day 1 of that deck. I have no idea how.
Well, Welder was just a insane card.
Thinking back on it, that deck was an abomination.
Like too good.
No, like really bad.
Oh wow. How'd you do day 2?
Got bodied.
Oh yeah, that happened to me at Nationals too. You too.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah.
Me and Nick 6-2 into day 2. And
Yeah.
then like 3-5 or something. So I went.
Yeah. So day 1 I went 2-1 draft, 4-1 constructed.
I also did.
The same thing with Evan, and then day 2 I went 0-3 draft, immediately draft. Evan went
1-2 draft.
1-2 draft, and then
Played 3 Briar Mirrors.
played some Briar Lightning Mirrors, and yeah, just not a great day.
Not
it
a
happened.
great day after that one.
We had a large nationals for sure. It was like 400 people, so
Definitely be like that.
more than 400.
414.
Yeah, over 400. Yeah, yeah.
Calling was bigger.
Was it really?
Calling, I think, was like 560.
That's insane.
That's wild.
Yeah, there's definitely some overlap in there. People who like lost out on day one and joined the
Yeah.
calling, but
I know we have like
I lost.
100 players in day 2, so.
I did that. I was on that plan.
yeah,
And look,
He-
Alex got top 32 at
yeah,
calling.
you did. Getting some money soon. Let's
Chad. I was talking to Tark earlier. He's like,
not send me the money.
go. Why?
I don't know, it's like tax, but I'm just saying.
dude, Tark told me that he was like, yeah, I have like 20 grand just sitting in my PayPal. He's like, I'm gonna go build like 4 decks. I was like,
That's
Yeah.
what he's gonna use. the
That's what he's
20
gonna
grand
use the
for?
money for.
not for just 4 decks. He's gonna build 4 decks fully, and then I don't know what he's gonna
Have
do
more
with
money afterwards. Yeah,
Cool. Neat.
it. Neat.
yeah. Must be nice to win nationals.
Yeah, for real.
Are these
How much
free
do you get for
Snickers?
winning
Are these
nationals?
Snickers for free?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, grab 'em.
I don't think they're selling those.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, your concession card, buddy.
Do you want to look through this?
I do. If you're being serious.
Do you need any crew stuff?
Can I get that remote
No, what'd you
barrier?
open?
Oh, dude, it's good.
He had a fire box.
This box was
bro.
nuts. So the 2 foil Majestics.
Yeah.
Fine Center
Oh wow.
and Gorganian Tome.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
$40 card right now.
And then the Majestics were Stamp Authority,
Good.
Flood of Force,
Good.
Crater Fist,
Ah.
Good.
Rune Blood Barrier,
All right.
Feign Death,
Mm-hmm.
Gaze the Ages,
And a foil Ira and Benji.
Full Ira and Benji. It's a pretty good box.
That's a pretty good box.
I paid $90 for it, so you can,
Great.
yeah.
Yeah, you definitely plus.
You can have this.
Yo, let's go. This is. Oh, does this cover the slinky you told me to give me?
We're doing more.
The Slinky.
Yeah, dude. I played Consuming Volition on stream.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I did say it. Oh, you a Slinky. Yeah, I think that's probably worth a Slinky.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Consuming Volition on stream and you win a Slinky?
Yeah, that was like a while ago. That was,
It was
when,
a
I, that was
long-
when I like threw it in chain. It's like I was like, this could be good.
I still need to beat somebody with mutated mass.
Oh yeah, Alex and I when Monarch had just come out, we were trying to like figure out the best version of Chain.
There's objectives.
Yeah. This is when Seeds was not banned.
Free seeds for real. He ain't do
Alex
nothing
was
wrong.
on 3 copies of of Mutated Mass.
I hate mutated.
I think the card's bad. I thought the card was bad back then. I told Alex if he ever killed me with a Mutated Mass, so dealt lethal to me with Mutated Mass, I would give him.
So it was like a foil tome or something?
Yeah, I would give him something.
Foil tome of torment or something?
Yeah, some sort of foil Monarch Majestic.
Something silly.
He did swing it at me for almost game at one point, but it was not lethal.
What if he raises it? Does that then count as lethal as well?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The card is killing me.
Card is what's killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
What's
one.
funny is like there are so many unoptimal games
Yeah.
that I played because I was just trying to kill him.
We would play so many games, and Alex would just not play optimally, just so he could be like Mutated Mass for 8
Yeah, exactly.
to get more cards in the pitch. That was so funny.
Funny though.
But yeah, that is one card that could be abused more in the future. I think the text on that card is very interesting. I mean, it could swing for infinite, right? Like it could swing for any number depending on what's in your pitch.
Very true.
Yeah, Flesh and Blood LSS could definitely like.
You can swing for like 20
Well, currently, so what do you mean 20 max?
If there's ever a deck that like draws a ton just to pitch them, like if there's a deck that's like draw and you have to pitch or something, like you could abuse that card.
What's the highest
You
cost?
build it. You build like a rune, like a Sonata Arcanics, chain deck.
Ooh,
I think
with,
the max
That
are
uses
swing.
Bloodshea Skeleton and stacks rune chance somehow.
yeah.
And then you get like a wide hand and then just like pitch. But the problem is that
You'd have to have so
I
many
think the
different
max
cards.
you can deal is 18.
The problem-
just because there's
yeah.
only. I think the highest cost card is what, 9?
no. But the problem is you won't be able to play. You will. You won't be able to play like for instance, Bravo is I think the class that has the most
Yeah.
weird
Range
number
of
pitch costs.
yes.
I think you only have like what 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3,
9, 0,
1.
1, 2, 3.
I don't think there's any 4
What's the
costs.
9 cost?
9 Blade of the Blood Oath.
Oh right. I was thinking of Soul
So
Reaping.
max you're dealing is like.
Oh, Soul Reaping is 6, right?
Yeah, 6.
Oh,
Oh.
so that's another one.
So we're at 12 now.
I think 12 is the highest.
Yeah, 12 ain't the highest. Makes sense.
Too bad you
Funny.
can't pitch. Too bad you can't pitch like non. Oh wait a minute. What if you pitch a Heart of Find Out?
I don't know
Oh,
if
but it
that
doesn't
would,
have a pitch cost, right? Or not a pitch cost. A casting cost.
you're right, but I don't know if that would
I don't
count.
think it counts.
No?
I don't think it counts either. Probably wouldn't.
Well, because it says specifically,
Cards that have different costs.
right? Is it still a cost? No cost?
I don't think so.
No. Interesting. Well, thank you for viewers for listening to us ramble about nothing.
Some goofy
literally,
combos.
literally how we can.
Do you want to sit here and try to break Blossoming Spellblade?
Oh yeah, let's break Blossoming Spellblade. So we just
I
tried to
don't think
break.
it's possible, but
Yeah, we tried to break
The card's
Mutated
pretty cool,
Mass.
though.
it looks cool. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool. The card itself is just like very cool deck.
Yeah, a lot of people think that Blossoming Spellblade is like an auto, like, completely always block it, but
I don't think so.
you gotta look through their discard first before you even like decide that. Because like if they're playing a Tome of Findo, like
You might be upset.
just
pretty
take this
cool.
Computer.
Are these yours?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to break it.
I don't think so either.
They announced next round.
They said they said time round's over.
Oh, okay, so round 3 is ending now. So thank you everyone who's still watching at this point.
Totally unrelated, but I ate at that place you told me about last night.
How'd you like it?
I liked it.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
It's a nice little quaint spot.
Yeah, I told them no mushrooms, and they gave me mushrooms anyways.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Did you send it
Not
back?
your fault.
Did you send it back?
No, I just picked them up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like their bibimbap. It's good.
it was good. Yeah, I agree.
Chat, if anyone doesn't know what a bibimbap is, Korean dish in a usually served in a hot stone bowl. It's rice on the bottom, vegetables, some sort of meat. It's typically beef.
Yeah, bulgogi.
Bulgogi beef, and then there's usually an egg on top of it, which is
Really good.
super good.
And then like the guy comes up, he's like, "Oh, do you want me to mix it for you?" And I'm like, "Nah, I can do it."
Yeah,
Just mix it all up.
yeah. It's an over easy egg, so you crack it, the yolk goes everywhere. Oh, it's so good. The rice on the bottom is a little crusty because it's getting cooked by the bowl.
Yeah.
Very good. I just kept the stream on. We've been talking about
Yeah,
how
I
to break
appreciate it.
Mutated Mass, how to break Blossoming Spellblade, which is whatever. And then
The short story on Blossoming Spellblade that we came to consensus was you can't.
Can't do
cannot.
what?
Yeah, we decided that in 4 seconds. Cannot.
Can't do what?
Cannot break
Blossoming Spellblade just can't be broken. Like, what can you really do with it?
Bramble Spark.
Yeah.
That's like to me that's the best card.
No,
Yeah.
but that doesn't even break it.
No, it doesn't break it, but it's like the best scenario.
Well, Tome of Findo is
The
pretty great.
conversation was break it.
There's no. Well, we don't know what
It has to
Everfest
be
does.
2 triggers, right? You get 2 triggers. You get something that has to go again.
Not if you Bramble Sparked it.
This is what I'm saying. You Bramble Spark into Blossoming Spellblade.
3 triggers.
That's
Three
2 triggers, right?
3
triggers.
Oh, because it has arcane
Yes.
itself.
Yeah.
Okay, 3
3
triggers.
triggers. Yep. Fine.
Fine.
So, Blossoming Spellblade is now in the graveyard. So you get Blossoming Spellblade to refresh your action point.
You mean
Then you
Bramble?
play
Bramble Spark, yes.
What did I say?
You said
Blossoming.
Blossoming.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Bramble
Bramble.
Spark.
Yep.
Then you get 2 tomes of some kind.
You already opened the whole box?
Yeah.
Oh
On
my
stream. Oh, we also did that too.
God.
It was a pretty great box.
All right, I'm gonna go
Oh,
see
I mean
where
that's pretty great.
Yeah, those 3 and
I'm
just
gonna
in
go see
general.
where
Yeah.
the stuff is going.
These are all in
These
Majestic.
just free
Oh.
Boneyard Marauders hanging out here.
What? Those are mine.
Where'd you get the Vercinatrix? Is Chris here?
Rojas.
I really wanted.
He sold it to me. He
How
sold it
much?
to me basically for 20.
I don't know if I can show this on stream.
You probably not.
Yeah. This
No,
is-
that's probably fine.
This is a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah. Flesh and Blood.
Here, I'll show
stream.
it like far away. So this is Elemental Hero Vercinatrix.
Like you-
It's the Lost Art promo. It's super cool. I really want to own this.
All right, so we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna give Nick a little bit of reprieve, even though there's like 30 seconds until the next round. But I do have to pick who's gonna be on stream. I will do my best to find a not Briar.
I would love just not Briar at all. in
I'll
the
do my
game,
best.
yeah.
There is Alexi who just won, who was at table 4.
Is that V?
It is V.
Oh,
So
let's
V
get
will
him.
probably be on stream.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome back here. This is actually round 4. I'm going to go ahead and change that. So, round 4 of today's armory event, we have V, the local player here on Alexi list that actually is very good in this meta. This Lexi list is very ice focused, and all of those hit effects from Lexi are very impactful for our Briars and our Chains in this meta, which are very everywhere. So we're going to see some really interesting interactions that we don't see often just because Lexi not played too often, at least at the moment. So this will be fun to watch, and then of course we have Chain on the other side with some alter arts, which look really cool. Matt, he's been a long time Chain player, last format, and then he played Briar a lot this format as well, and now Chain and Briar being two of kind of the most impactful decks at the moment. He's pivoted back to Chain to test that out for today, so we'll see how that goes in this matchup. One great thing about Chain is, of course, having Husk, just one of the best cards in the game, and of course being able to play from Banished, which is really nice in comparison to Briar, of course. So we see Matt going first, and opting to want to do some arcane damage, which makes sense. You want to get some guaranteed damage if you are going to go first, and then this is very strong. He shackled it, which had go again, and now he plays the flock that looks like a yellow one, and getting the quicken token. This is like kind of ideal turn 1 for Chain, being able to get guaranteed damage through in that one arcane, and being able to get the quicken token for the next turn, which is just really strong, and forcing V to take A damage again. So starting 2 health ahead, has a quicken token, and gets the arsenal, and has a shackle. This is kind of going perfectly for Chain at the moment. So we're going to see Matt Arsenal and pass, and now it is...
Oh, I like that they have the same Matt.
Yeah. It is V's turn. We do have the matching Ursa Mats, really cool. Matt probably not going to summon it this game, I'm going to assume, just because it is much harder to summon.
We'll
Ursa.
see.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael is still playing it in his deck.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
I think that's a Bravo tech, to be honest.
It might be. Yeah. I mean,
Guardian
just to
tech.
push over a little bit more damage, a little bit more, you know, consistent damage against Bravo.
So this is what I was talking about earlier, where we just have these hit effects that are very impactful to decks like Chain and Briar. Oh, okay.
Oh, and we're
Pulse
fusing
already.
with the pulse. Oh, dude, I was playing a very early version of Lexi, and I just realized how strong. If you're playing any kind, now V is playing I believe, like typically like straight ice with Voltaire.
Ice, yeah.
But I was playing like both colors,
Yes.
and I was like, oh, dude, if I held Pulse of Volthaven in my hand for like 20 turns, and it was actually insane.
Yeah.
Because like I would play like what's the
Storm.
buff? Ice Storm.
Yeah.
Ice Storm. Have both fuses.
Yeah.
Like I would play like light it up. It was like, oh, it's lightning. Whatever. Play Chilling Ice Rain. Here you go.
This is very interesting. So we see Blizzard Bolt with go again, which would have threatened a Frostbite on hits, and then we see V already using the bracers to swing another arrow. I think V wants to force a hit trigger. Wow.
Yeah, and Matt's gonna decide to block with almost every card. He has 1 card left in hand, 1 card in arsenal. He's still gonna shackle or banish 1 card off the shackle.
This is so interesting.
It's gonna be really interesting.
Oh, he
is playing it. So
that's hilarious.
You can eat your words.
Yeah, I
Thank
guess so.
And I mean, you know, if you're gonna shackle 1 and miss, right? It's not the worst thing to shackle right away. You kind of get it out of the way.
Oh yeah.
Like it's 1 less card to draw that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Like I actually think that's a really good shackle.
Oh, I agree. Like now that it's in the banish, you can kind of formulate a turn to where you're like,
well, maybe I can get there.
Yeah, exactly. If you banish it, if you don't have it in banish, it's kind of like hard to ever play with it because you might draw it and then have to pitch it, and then we might not get to that cycle.
Oh wow, did we just see a creative Rinchant into
a pass? Yeah.
Creative Rinchant into a pass, yeah, and then V's gonna flip over the Pulse of Volthaven.
Both effects.
Both effects gonna get the lightning effect and the ice effect. So we're gonna create a Frostbite token. The next attack's gonna have go again. It is a Chilling Ice Vein.
Strong. I wonder if she's gonna keep. Yeah, not gonna buff it with the Pulse. Opting to keep that there.
It does look like a yellow Chilling Ice Vein.
I don't think. Yeah, okay. They're letting the take C's back C's. So
yeah.
Play the Pulse into the the Chilling Ice Vein. Is it fused?
I
She
did
hasn't-
not see a fuse, so it's
Mhm.
gonna get +1, so it's +5 from that. So it's actually, oh, thank you, V.
Oh, let's go.
9 damage coming in.
Not fused.
Not fused though, so not threatening that discard effect.
Yeah, so this is just damage, but it's still a lot of damage.
Oh, actually we are
oh,
fusing
okay.
it.
Realized she missed the.
Maybe V's just a little like getting to settle into the stream
Sure,
game, you know,
yeah.
it's fine.
I believe that's Winner's Bite, so that's actually really good to have in Arsenal. For next turn, flip, create a Frostbite, then threaten the hand as well. So I'm not already under a Frostbite. Also me, yeah.
Nick's got a spending habit today.
Oh yeah, he's like, I've been locked up in the house.
Yeah, I've been sick for a few days.
You should let me open one of those Pokemon packs.
Do you like Pokemon?
I do, but I just think the cards are more fun because they're all shiny.
Oh yeah. Oh what?
I'll open it once we're done with this round. I'll tell you.
Huh?
I'll tell you when I open it.
Yay!
Yeah. So this is threatening a discard effect. This is one thing about playing against Lexi is just like every attack usually makes you have to think. You can't just be like, oh, I'll take it because there's so much.
Then your next turn's awful.
Yeah.
Right? You have 4 Frostbite tokens and like they made you pitch a card or discard it or.
And we saw V reveal that Winner's Bite, so she could even play that this turn if she wanted to. Or
Wow.
she could just Arsenal it.
Matt is gonna take all of it. Go down to 31.
Wow.
He did choose to discard or pitch a plunder run to pay.
Yeah, that's so strong. So V is going to use Voltaire again.
I like the somersaulting.
Oh my goodness.
Remorseless, so
Oh.
no defense reactions can be played from hand.
From Arsenal.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. I knew
No
one's for
defense, yes.
increased attention is from hand,
Yes.
and then this one's from
If
Arsenal.
you
And
play them
then
both.
if this hits,
Oh,
oh, we're getting the husk.
wow.
We're getting the husk. That's very insane.
So V on basically her first turn, her first real turn, threatened, did 9 damage.
Got a card out of hand. Got the husk.
Got a Frostbite too. Like
Get a
what?
frostbite. We're gonna banish and exude confidence.
it's
Just
not-
not lining up here.
No. I hope Matt still has like a. Oh, he still has the Quicken. That's why he didn't attack with weapon last turn.
Oh, we are gonna start with Art of War. Okay, not too bad.
Matt, one thing to note is he's already played and now has pitched a yellow flock. I don't know if he's on
Oh,
9
we
flocks.
pitched. We decided to go +1. I believe that's what the dice is gonna signify.
Yeah. But it is interesting he's on yellow flocks. Most people play red and blues, so it's an interesting choice to play the yellows in this deck. So
Could just be reds and yellows. Maybe just going a little bit more aggressive. Maybe you have enough of the blues and other cards.
maybe, yeah. One thing about the blue is it does get buffed by Minnowism.
Hey.
You can see the Minnowism in his,
Yeah, for
his
sure.
card right now, so he's on that package.
That's a good observation there. I didn't even think about
Yeah.
that. I was like, just play yellow.
Yeah, it is a breakpoint. It's 4 damage, so sometimes that can matter. So we're gonna see you take this. It's just damage.
It's just damage. It's always rough when you're looking at it, and it's just like the old days of just like scar for scar, and you're like, guess I'll take 4.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh.
what a tech! I have
Okay.
Ophidia.
So we're gonna.
So the Eye of Ophidia is gonna opt too.
I don't think we're gonna see a
Interesting enough.
hollowed effect. 'cause
Interesting enough. It's kind of weird because like you're pitching for the cards you're gonna draw, not the cards you're gonna banish.
Yeah, is he
So,
not
like-
gonna resolve the opt? It doesn't look like he. I think it's mandatory.
Yeah, I mean it is a triggered effect, so
Miss
you can miss
beneficial-
it.
yeah, miss beneficial trigger. So Matt did not opt, although you should opt 2 here. I mean, you get to stack your draws.
Yeah, you get to like if they're blood deck cards, like red blood deck cards, you're like, oh, I don't want these in my
put
hand
those
right
in the
now.
bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of set them up for later. Give
so
you more of a chance to banish them late game.
Is this the end of his turn? He
It's
shackled,
starting to look like it.
shackled ghostly, and then unhollowed. So this is a 10 damage turn, but still not great, especially on an Art of War turn. So it must have had go again. I don't know how the go. Oh, he had a quicken token. Okay, so he shackled the unhollowed. So he has go again. Uses 2 for the rune chant, and does he? Oh.
V's letting him opt.
Yeah. Not.
We've
nothing
seen a
really
lot of good
happens.
sportsmanship here. A lot of that stuff.
It is mandatory. Pitch
Rosetta.
for the
No.
rune chant. 2 arcane, 2 physical.
Yeah.
Oh no, no 2 arcane. He did not play a non-attack.
Yeah.
Just 2 physical. I feel like.
Yep.
I feel like
And
maybe-
V, good catch there.
I think you just arsenal that invert because it's another blood debt for your counter. It's also just 2 arcane damage.
And we see Matt's gonna take that 2 blood debt, or 1 blood debt, sorry, from Husk.
Yeah, every turn that's gonna add up.
Eclipse does not have Blood Debt. That's something I always forget.
Yeah.
I always think it has Blood Debt.
So we see just a quick load, Blizzard Bolt.
Blizzard Bolt
Probably
fused
go
with an
again.
Icequake.
Yes, probably go again is the choice
Can we
here.
talk about Icequake and how great that card is?
It's my favorite card.
It's insane.
So
Plus
good.
on anything.
Yeah.
I realized that playing it in Oldham. I
Yep.
was like, oh, I can just swing hammer for 7?
Uh-huh.
That's wild.
Trade 2
Or
Frostbites.
command and conquer for 9 with
Oh.
a frostbite. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm in my Lexi deck. It's basically just a lightning deck, but I play the one ice card, which is just red ice quakes. Card is just
It's just a free 3. It's
It's a
so good.
it's a 1 for +3 on your next attack, and every attack gives a frostbite if it hits. It's so strong. So we see the reveal.
Wait, is it every attack is a frostbite?
Yes.
Oh, I need to read better. That's insane.
It's
well,
nuts.
I guess I was playing Oldham,
Yeah,
so
so
like
it
it
doesn't
didn't really matter, but
If you played in a lightning deck and you're going wide of the snapshots
that's
and stuff, it's
crazy.
so good.
Every hit creates a frostbite.
Yeah,
It's almost like an ice plunder run
yeah, right.
in like a different way.
It's a fair plunder on it. Costs 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it even costs 1. Get out of here. We can't be pitching over here.
No. Okay, we see Matt take it, so he gets a frostbite. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Searing Shot is so interesting. That is something
Yeah.
I've seen her on. It just like causes a loss to life on hit.
Yeah, I don't really like this card.
But a lot of if you're trying to force damage through, it's kind of it's not the worst card.
It is more damage.
I do like Hamstring Shot over it though.
Yeah,
If you're
it's
gonna
essentially
play
a frostbite, right? Like
if you're gonna play like a generic
okay, Matt
arrow.
opting to. So that's the end of grasp. I think we'll see 2 counters on that thing now. Oh no, never mind.
I think
that's
that was the first
grasp.
time.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he used Skullcap and grasp. Okay, once. So we see 1 hit of the.
I mean, it's a very good
Howl.
hit.
Yeah, that's
Howl's probably one of the best cards you can banish.
interesting to be on time snaps in this matchup.
Yeah, I
Okay.
wonder if he is just not like sure exactly what to
Side.
side. It's just such a weird matchup, right?
It really
like
is.
And if you don't have it, sorry, to back up, if this is like that deck you can take to a tournament, and if people just have been jamming games against Oldham, jamming games against Briar, jamming games against Chain, and then you just show up with Lexi and you just kind of
Yeah.
wreck because no one knows what you do. They don't know if you're lightning. They don't know if you're ice. If you're ice, they're like, wait, this card makes me discard or pitch. Like that's insane.
And they could threaten channel like Frigid. They can threaten Blizzard. So they just have these like cards that's so hard to play around. I don't know why Matt is only floating 1. He played for Artivore, but only cost 1. He should be floating 2. Okay, maybe he was just preemptively.
I think he was under Frostbite.
Oh, he was under Frostbite.
Yeah,
so
he was
Artivore
under
costs
Frostbite.
2. Yeah, good call. So he should have non-floating now, playing for this. Yeah, there we go.
Wow, this game's going very fast. They're both just kind of eating each other's turns.
This
if
isn't going to
you're-
get the buff from itself, but it's still 4.
Was the Unhallowed Rites was from hand, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure because I know you can't play it if you haven't played a non-attack from
Yeah.
Banish.
I think both of them have that clause, but both were from hand. So V going on to 15. I mean, oh, the Ice Quake.
Flip
let's
over the
go.
Ice Quake and just the casual slide. Like, this is for you.
Frostbites are so funny.
This is for you. Gonna play it
Yeah.
out.
Pitching a blue, so this is going to be, if it's a red one, it's +3 for the next attack. Okay,
Dazzling Crescendo.
it's very interesting. I guess it's just a 0 cost arrow that you can give go again to with Voltaire. So this should be 7 go again. If that's a red Ice Quake.
If it was 8 infused, it could have been 8 go again.
Sure. Yeah.
if it was fused, but I don't even know if he's playing lightning cards
I think, from what I remember,
other than pulse.
I think it's just press. I think she's on press.
Oh,
yes.
I do believe she's on press. So yeah, she would have to have the press in hand.
Yeah. Which
It's so
sometimes-
hard for me to play a card that's allowed to play ball lightning and then say like nah.
Nah. Yeah, Ball Lightning's really cool.
It's just so good.
It's a really good card. So we see Matt has to think again. This would be normally just damage, but Ice Quake adding that additional this-
Frostbite.
another Frostbite because we already have one. So this would be a second one. It just like makes your turn so weird because normally
Yeah, and that Howl can kind of get stuck there. I mean, Howl
Yeah.
is a great card, but it does cost 2 normally. And now if you're gonna start your turn with it, it's already at 3.
yeah, it's a blue pitch or just,
One more Frostbite makes it cost 4.
That's
That's
terrible.
insane.
yeah. Like when you drop your hand, especially on like an aggro deck, you always are like, okay, this is my pitch card, and I'm gonna play all of these cards.
I think this Lexi deck is just so well positioned to do
Yes.
well in the meta, and she's like, hey, you're gonna have another
Yeah.
one.
Oh, Bolton shot. This could have go again.
It does have go again
Yeah.
as long as it's buffed, which it is, because like with Voltaire, you're gonna load it up and say plus
Plus
one,
always. Yeah.
and then you're like, oh, it's coming in for 5, and then if
Wow.
it hits, you do get to reload.
I think you just Arsenal pass it.
Yeah, Arsenal pass. You got pretty much Matt's entire hand except for
is
2 cards.
cards,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're gonna banish 3 cards, 1 hit.
Invert, okay.
Now the inverts are live in this matchup. We've seen invert be really bad in some matchups that you're playing in. I mean, a lot of times early on in the chain meta, we would play against Dorinthia, and you're just like, oh, there's literally, I hope they play the one attack
You know
that
what
they
attack,
sometimes play.
yeah. Like they command and conquer you, like, yes.
Yes, I can play invert.
Yeah, invert definitely can steal games, though.
But against Prism, it does nothing because they don't play any non-attacks.
What the?
Funny.
Oh no.
What happened?
Matt just swung with Thorn, Arsenal pass, takes Blood Debt.
Well,
He has a
the
5
frostbites.
Yeah.
How are you gonna get around the frostbites? He had 2.
It's just like, if you were going to do that anyways, just block. I don't know. Wow, this is so strong. Just starting with the Winner's Bite to get a card out of the hand preemptively, which is a red. Oh, let's go!
Now, the only thing, I've said this every time almost that 3 of a kind is played. Now, you know, every arrow that comes at you, it's face up.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to worry about the lightning press. You don't have to worry about any other like attack
Nothing.
reactions. It's
Yeah.
just, it's in the open.
Yeah.
This is the arrow that I'm coming at you with.
But
it doesn't mean they're bad.
yeah, it's
just
still
saying.
just it's still a lot because this is 5 go again, and then if this hits, Matt's turn is again going to be bad. So yeah, we just took 2 cards out of hand and
2 cards, and that's another thing with these heavy non-attack action decks.
Yeah.
Almost every non-attack action that's not majestic blocks for 2.
Yep.
And you just see that is not good.
Nope.
Just feels really bad.
Yeah, that's the one upside of Briar, is those Earth tokens.
Yeah, those Earth tokens.
Those Earth-
Yeah, Briar's
Oof.
fine.
V deciding that's enough. Arsenal pass. Double Arsenal is good. It's just interesting she didn't decide to throw the Bolton shot for 4 out there just to put him to 9.
Was the Bolton shot from this turn?
It was just, no, it was just already there.
So it wouldn't have the +1, so that's probably why we decided to keep it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But it's going to stay stuck there. I don't know.
Alright, so we're going to start with a tome. I'm waiting for people to start teching in tomes to punish these Greenblade
Yes.
decks. They're like, oh, you're going to play tome? Draw 1? That's cute. Draw 2.
Matt's gotta go at some point. He's gotta go off because he has so much blood debt. I think he's maybe playing for the Eclipse. He already has 4 cards that
Now,
he could
he
play.
doesn't have any Frostbite tokens.
Yeah,
This could be the turn.
but he only has 2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. So
This is probably, I
Plunder
think-
Run's a great start.
Yeah, Plunder Run is a great start. I think this is the first turn.
Zoe wanted to open it. So once this round's over, we're gonna open it.
Yeah.
we're done.
Yeah. Well,
Mission 12 minutes.
Was it a Briarmere?
Yeah.
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 Evan and I.
Did you
who
win?
won?
I got it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I 12'd them.
You 12 them.
Yeah, like Captain's Call +2 on a Lightning Surge. Oh, you guys finish this game.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, this is gonna be the first turn where I've seen that he's not under a Frostbite
Yeah.
since like the start of the game.
So I just don't think Matt has enough go again. Is he on creepers? I'm
He
pretty
is,
sure.
yeah, he's
Okay.
on creepers.
He is on creepers. He hasn't used them yet.
It's just I think
We're gonna give up the Frost Lock.
Matt has a card in hand.
What's this attack?
The attack is a Plunder Run Ghostly Visit.
Ah, okay. So 7.
Yes.
Should be
It was
7.
from Arsenal.
Yeah.
Unless it's a blue. I think it's a red plunder on that. It looks red. Oh, it's just a thorn.
If we just Thorn here, I think that's really bad.
I think we
for
might
Matt.
lose because we're taking.
Well, not only that, but like that's a lot of blood debt.
Yeah,
Like
he's gonna go to 9 just from blood debt. He takes 4 from blood debt, and then V just needs to threaten 9, and then Matt never has a full hand again.
which this Voltaire deck can definitely threaten 9.
Yeah, we already see a face-up red Bolton shot, which if it's buffed, is just
Free,
Four.
free. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
if it hits, it's a free reload. You still have Voltaire twice. It's really
Yeah.
good.
So we did see V block the 2 cards, so her turn's not going to be as insane as it could be. Yep, we just
Yeah,
see.
and there it is. How much does the
2 and 2?
instant
Well,
cost 1?
Fane
The,
deck?
the Thorn
No,
is
the-
1.
Oh, invert costs 1.
Oh,
Cost
yeah.
1.
Oh,
So
yeah, I
we'll
think
probably
Matt
see the
does
invert
that.
come out.
It is an instant, so you can do it at any point. I
Well,
do.
Surely you do it before you take the blood debt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
Before end of turn.
Yeah,
miss
so
it?
he's gonna. No,
Oh,
he missed it.
Why is he not going to use it?
Yeah,
I think,
why not?
I really think
Unless
he wants
he's
to
really
play
trying
for
to. He's
the
really wants. He's like, I'm gonna summon Ursa.
Yeah, he has Eclipse and Banish. It's
Yeah,
just-
he's like, I banished Eclipse turn 1. I'm going to summon
Oof.
Ursa.
Why do you play Ursa in this matchup?
I don't know. We talked about this.
We talked
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I was off in Lightning Briar land. talking about this.
So V flips over a.
Blocking, pitching. What is happening?
Oh, he decides to just discard. That must have been like a red Winner's Bite. So V flips Winter's Bite, plays it, gives him a Frostbite, and gets rid of a card before even attacking. It's so strong just to like
That is very strong.
mess their resource curve the next turn and make them get rid of
The
a
Ice
card.
Heroes have been a really good check on a lot of these aggro decks.
This is so weird. Like you're playing an Eclipse, which is meant for a control type matchup,
Yeah.
and you're playing a Consuming Volition, which is meant for an aggro type matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just seems a little off.
It's I think Matt just might have played every card because he's on time snaps too. I think he just might
Yeah,
have every
I think
card. in his deck.
I think not really sure what to.
Another Winter's Bite.
Another Winter's Bite, and he
Uh,
did discard for the last one,
Yeah,
right?
so he doesn't have anything floating or anything.
yeah, it's not like you can just like if like they discard the first time, you're like
I
let's
think
do
it's
it
okay
again.
though. I think it's okay. Like if you discard 2 attacks, you're like fine because your blood debt is pretty stacked.
Yeah.
So if you're like
Yeah.
holding back like 2 blues to like try to go like really wide on the turn, like
It's just this is the problem with creepers though, is it costs 1. So like,
Yeah,
for
like
sure.
you have to pitch for it and then have a non-attack to play.
I don't think V has a way to buff this Bolton Shot on its own, but if that's a Lightning Press in her hand, then
Is it
maybe.
a
But like
yellow?
I think other than the Tunic counter, I think she's kind of out of resources anyway.
Yeah, or she has Razor, that'd be pretty cool.
That would be neat.
Yeah.
Well, like again, even
A
if she has
Razor, you said?
even if she has razors, there's no cards to follow it up.
Yeah,
with.
yeah, it's just damage. So I think we're just gonna see.
Now the Lightning Press, if you arsenal it, would be wild.
Yes.
Like,
With the New Horizon, it is very
yeah,
good.
that's very good.
If you're on not New Horizon, it's pretty bad. Oh yeah, we're gonna see Matt take it. Go to 6.
And
Arsenal
it's
pass.
Arsenal.
Okay.
So that was a lightning press for sure.
We don't know.
We don't know.
I'm just saying it would be cool.
could have
Yeah,
been.
Mine's a play.
So banish, no hits. Oh, Riftbind.
We
Okay.
did hit a Riftbind, which back in the day,
Yeah.
back in
It's
the
still-
Seeds
I mean,
day,
it's
it's
still
still
pretty
good. It's still
crazy,
great. Yeah, but
So-
Does he have an arsenal? He does not have an arsenal.
No,
right?
it's
No
2 in
arsenal.
hand, no arsenal.
and a Frostbite.
That's rough.
This is so hard to play with.
The
'cause, like,
Frostbite's rough.
yeah, I feel like you might just side in Snapdragons for this matchup because like Creepers is never probably gonna come into play if you're on 2 to 3 card hands.
Right.
I think his plan is probably out the window if you're always on 2 to 3 card hands.
Yeah.
That and if you've like let your blood debt stack. I wonder if he just like you said, if he's just been intentionally stacking the blood debt for the Eclipse, which seems loose.
Yeah, because you need to have enough go again to play like 3 attacks, and we haven't seen a seeping. I don't even know if he's on seeping. That would be like one way of getting more.
Yeah.
See,
Alright,
it's
so we're gonna
blue.
pitch a blue flock to play the Howl.
1.
So that's gonna
no,
no
costs
floating. That's gonna be
everything.
the Frostbite
Yeah.
token. Oh,
No, Matt, you have a frostbite.
oh, I thought
V, tell him
You need me to go run and say something?
if you want to.
if you want.
I mean, it's
They
it's
still haven't caught it.
yeah. I think he's banking on that one floating. 'cause
Is
he's about
that
to play
Frostbite
Riftbind.
from? To be fair, is that Frostbite?
Yes, she flipped
from-
over a Winter's Bite and then
okay,
played the
yeah.
Winter's Bite.
You want me to go say something?
Yeah, Matt would have to
Yeah.
pitch. This is definitely important. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no,
Oh,
they
caught
caught
it. They caught it. Yeah, V just said. So Matt's hand was a blue bounding and a blue flock.
Yep.
That's
Blue-
cool.
So he's got 2 floating.
Ooh, this has go again. I mean, do you just
This
play?
is Rift for 7.
This is Rift for 7.
I think you do sword invert with the 2 floating. I think that's really the only.
I mean, that threatens cards out of V's hand.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Does he not just die to blood debt? What's he at? 6?
6.
Yeah. He would
He's,
get.
How
he's
much
only
blood
he's
does he have?
3.
He's got 3 in now?
Yeah,
Oh,
right
okay.
this second.
He'd probably
Oh,
take
'cause
2 if he
of
plays the
pre-2.
invert. So Matt is threatening lethal here because this is.
Well, that's 9.
Yeah, no, but he would threaten lethal if he does Thorn.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
This attack is not threatening.
Yeah. This turn does threaten lethal for V, so
So just
He
take 4 here?
take
Goes
5,
down to 4.
go
Yeah.
down to 4, and this will threaten lethal.
Swing sword.
And V has to remember invert is here. She used her arcane barrier.
So you're saying if she just takes 2, then she dies?
She dies.
She
yes.
dies. Yeah, if she goes down to 2, it's pretty much over.
But she doesn't have arcane.
Oh,
so
she's
She's
actually,
like,
just
yeah,
point at the
she's
invert?
like, I don't want to die to that.
she has no arcane barrier, so it doesn't
She
matter.
has no arcane barrier.
Oh, doesn't she just die
She
then?
does no
Yeah,
matter
I do
what.
believe this
Yeah.
game is over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
that's it.
realized. Okay, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
wow.
Matt is gonna take it.
Oh, so it was the block on the Riftbind that had to happen.
Yeah,
Yes,
we would have
yeah,
had to
yeah.
block
Yeah,
Refine more.
yeah. block for
Oh,
2 more.
she just realized that she had like the boots too to save 2 life. Yeah.
Yeah, could have used the boots too.
Really unfortunate. That's just like
Yeah.
What boots are those?
The Crucible ones.
Oh, the
Perch
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 Grapplers.
grapplers.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
essentially just to have 2 extra health. That's
Right,
really
okay.
all it is.
Yeah, I've barely ever used
Oh,
that.
that's unfortunate.
I've tried to make them work for their effect. It just
Pay
It
2,
just
give all your
doesn't.
arrows
Well, I
go
mean,
again.
there are cards that you play just for blocking. Like,
right.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
Crater Fist is blocking
Yes.
99% of the time.
yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So we see Matt taking it, even though it was looking bleak, just showing the power of arcane damage. These rune blades having the mixed damage can actually make it really like weird to block. Like V could have survived that turn, having like noticed that arcane, but just
What's unfortunate about this particular situation is like everything was face up on the table. So like
Yep.
missing that's gotta feel pretty bad.
right.
Like,
Yeah,
you had
it
to do
wasn't like
was-
a razor or something.
Doesn't
like
Purse
Command
Grapplers have arcane barrier?
No.
It does not.
It's the gloves.
The bullseye bracers.
Yep,
Yes.
and she used them
Oh,
turn
okay.
1, so
Gotcha.
she didn't even have
Oh,
the
that's
option.
unfortunate.
Yeah, she needs to block that refine more.
I guess
either-
it's kind of good for Matt in that situation that he did not use the invert the last turn,
Mhm.
because maybe like if he plays invert there, she's like, oh, I'm closer to dead here.
She knows more.
Right,
Like,
right.
right,
Yeah, I probably do agree with saving the inverts when it's actually like game winning.
It's like a misplay that wins you the game.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's
type
just
situation.
it's kind of like I'm kind
Yeah.
of on the fence about it because on one hand, like
He
it
wasted a resource last turn.
right, a
Yeah.
resource goes to waste. You take another blood debt, brings you
Yeah.
closer to also being in your like not
Yeah.
so great range.
Absolutely.
Like,
If he had a good turn, that would have just been a terrible misplay for sure. But
alas.
alas, it worked out for Matt. V didn't see the face-up damage. That happens when you're playing. You're just like trying to survive and also have a good turn, but then you don't realize the inverts there. So we see Matt taking it, going I think undefeated now, right? Is Matt
One
undefeated?
more now.
I think he is X1.
X1, okay.
Yeah,
so,
this was like table 3 or 4. So
okay. Matt going up 3-1. V going X2 now.
we have one more round of Swiss. We're gonna go right back to our faces.
Hey.
So yeah, that was a great match to see between V and Matt. It was really close. Unfortunately, the extra block on the boots just kind of went to waste there. I mean, we could
Yeah.
have used it and stayed alive for another turn.
There's New Horizon, Tunic, and Boots. So, I mean, there was definitely health on the
What
table.
is happening?
Now,
There's a big old
There's
Mew.
a big old Mew. We're having fun here
Dude,
at
Andrew
Collective.
is playing versus an Olaf right now and didn't sign in Otara, Parable, or ALS.
You're
What are you
lying.
doing?
No, I literally looked through his sidebar. I was like, Andrew, you fucked up.
you're lying to me.
Oh, watch the language. dude.
Yeah.
Andrew, you fricked up.
You fricked
Fricked
up. That's insane.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, what?
What? Is he winning?
Kind of.
So I have
Imagine.
beaten Bravos like in the old days of just playing like 3 Genesis, 3 Merciful. So I mean, it's like not the end of the world.
Right.
Like
yeah, but
I think it gets
it's
old
still
when
like
it's harder.
obviously you want those cards.
Yeah,
Like, don't get me
I
wrong.
don't think you like ALS is whatever. I like might not sign
I don't know. I just don't know why he didn't sign.
I
in
don't- I don't
his
even play
two
ALS.
Otara
Otara.
or Parable at the very
Otara,
least.
Otrap
Yeah.
is like the game
Oh,
winner.
100%.
Like,
They
so
start
much
having to
damage.
block things
Yep.
they wouldn't normally block.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Otrap
me-
is the game winner.
What's this?
For me, Otarath usually eats through their armor because they're like,
Yes.
oh, I'll just block this to not take the damage,
Yeah,
and then that clears the way for like an erudition.
Yeah.
yeah, right.
All right, so we will be back with round 4 very soon.
Bye.
welcome back to the semifinals. We actually didn't have a round 5 of Swiss. We went straight into the semis. We cut to top 4. Ooh, yeah, it's a little quiet. There we go. Yeah, so we went straight to semis. This is great. We have a national. I gotta say it. I don't want to put him on blast, but we do have national champion Tarek on the right hand side. Against Evan, we do have the Briar mirror match, so there's probably not a good reason to have Voltaire on the screen. You know what I'm just gonna put up there?
New Horizon, because it's pretty.
The captain's call.
Yeah, it's gonna come up a lot.
It's gonna come up a lot.
Yeah, let's go. So Evan took damage. Tarek did exactly what he wanted. So forced 4 damage through. Arsenal passed.
Why is the plunder run on the floor?
Uh,
On the mat.
Does he really like that card?
I don't know.
Does the national champ get a double Arsenal?
Yeah, he's like, I'm playing New Horizon and Briar. It's fine.
Why did he put the plunder on there?
Oh man, it's gonna be a really quick semifinal match.
Are they never gonna block, huh?
All right, so what's our top 4? Our top 4 is 2 Briars, a Chain, and Oldham.
Yeah.
Oh, what if the Oldham can just kind of like sneak it in there?
Oh, what a good turn!
Oh wow.
Oh, he doesn't get an Arsenal though.
No Arsenal, but Tarek's already 11 health down.
2 skull cap down as well. What is that plunder on there?
What is the card face down and what is the plunder run?
Okay, reveal attack.
Was it like a
3
draw?
attacks?
Was it like an
Oh, it's so...
Was it like an extra drawn card or something, and then they banished it face up? I don't understand.
Should I go ask him?
No, I mean, I'm
figure it
sure
out.
we'll
Yeah,
see. I don't know. All right, so the Sonata Arconics did whiff, unfortunately.
Oh, the national champ had to turn up his tunic after already playing a card.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is a local army though, so we're fine with little things like that.
Yeah, it was really cool. If you guys are in town, I mean, we do a lot of fun things randomly. We actually gave out promos to every player who showed up today. Random heroes, random foil heroes. We were a little bit far behind on the Oldham kit, so we actually started giving out the Briar kit as well. I know I'm talking over what is actually a wild turn. So
wow, Evan had the block. 1 card blocked the whole thing, but then had the lightning press.
I wonder if the plunder run was a revealed card, and so he just left it revealed.
That's really strange. Yeah, maybe that was in his hand, and he's gonna arsenal it now.
Yep,
Yeah,
I think that's exactly what it was. It was a revealed card. So in other games where you can take notes, it's actually a shortcut. So if you are worried about going to time with your opponent, you just relieve a revealed card, because you can't take notes in this game, but in like say Magic, you can actually take notes, and to just save the hassle of their opponent like writing down they have this card and waiting for them to use it.
Or them asking you again, it's just like...
Yeah, it's just you leave it revealed, it's fine. All right, so we see the Ravenous Rabble. Tarek's gonna take it, takes 3, and then we have another Ravenous Rabble. We have a plunder run on top of the deck.
I wonder what Evan's last card is. Tarek going first definitely matters here because he gets the first tunic. So
does get the first tunic. It really matters in the sense that, like, I don't know though, because
I think the second tunic will matter the most.
It will. It just depends if they get to a second tunic. I'll be honest. Like, and if they get to a second tunic, like, how do they get the second tunic? Do they get there with cards in hand? Do they get there with 2 cards in hand?
Yeah.
Like, it just really comes down.
Oh, Evan did not arsenal the last card in his hand. That's super weird.
Maybe they're just playing too fast, or he just decided not to arsenal it.
I didn't know you guys offered a gift wrap service.
What was that face for?
It smells weird.
It does smell
yes.
weird in here.
I thought that too. I thought it was my mask. It's like,
No, it smells weird.
Yeah, it does smell weird in here for sure.
It smells like
It's me.
dankness.
I don't know.
No, it smells like food, like someone heated something up.
It does not smell like food. It smells like
It smells earthy. It smells like an herb.
Oh.
Herb. Like rosemary stream.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Something like that.
I'm trying to figure out our people's champion, sir.
People's champion.
How many votes did I get?
Probably 0.
Oh. And we're back.
And we're back.
Stream.
Hey, great stream, guys. Thank you so much, Big Steven.
Big Steven.
Big Steven.
Is that our Steven?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Oh, thank you, Steven. So yeah, this is just a slugfest here. We're just seeing all the good attacks in the game being thrown at each other. So I think are we back on Tarek's turn? Yeah, okay. So Nimblism, Captain's Call.
Captain's Call. There you go. I
Yeah.
left it on screen. Just in case you guys need to know what it does.
Hey, judges,
Yes.
Hello.
I got a quick question to make sure that I'm correct on my ruling.
Yep.
Price
We're back. We were figuring out a judge call. Actually,
Yeah.
this is actually a pretty intense game, going down to 6-7 already, with Tark having quite an insane turn. Evan does have 2 cards still left in his hand.
Oof, giving up 2 neck. I mean, we're not going to get to the next one anyways. Dark already gave up his. Yep.
And Grass still had 2 block left on it.
That might just be the determining factor, is just having armor later instead of earlier. We'll see if that is true, but games can come down to that. So Evan will have one tick on the grasp left, and I guess
Lightning Press. And then Rosetta Thorn.
oh, get the draw. Thorn would be wild here, which I think is happening. Oh, Rune Chant Thorn. Even freaking, I think, is that game?
That's
Yeah.
game. Yeah. Unfortunately,
No
Evan
null
has
rune.
no null rune. He actually has no equipment left, other than the
Wow.
the only thing he could technically do, which is he actually he could live if he had a blue. It wouldn't be great. He'd still probably be dead next turn.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
he's down on life. He blocks the 2 from the Rosetta Thorn
Yes.
with the helmet,
I think
and
Evan,
then block with the other card.
I think Evan revealed his hand and it was Snatch.
Yeah,
Lightning Thrust.
I wasn't expecting that to happen anyway. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's hard getting there. The fact that he drew a blue there was actually like pretty crazy because Evan could survive that, but I don't think it
I'm
matters.
talking for like a second.
Sure.
So I'm gonna go. So what's gonna happen now is I'm actually going to check on the other match that's going on. Actually, it's an Oldham versus Chain. Oldham versus Chain, which I actually, if I had to guess, I would say Oldham's favored in that matchup,
Yes.
especially if the Oldham plays well.
Yes.
Which Ryan's pretty good, so we'll
Yep,
see.
I agree.
And we'll have finals really quick. Nick's gonna stay here and talk to you guys. I'll put on the
I get to
intermission.
talk to 6
Hi.
people. Hello.
Hey, hello. Hopefully we can get more. Share it around. We got finals coming up.
Finals, which includes our national champion.
champion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go give this randomly out. Camera mask.
Sure. Here. So semifinals done. So finals is going to come down to either Oldham versus Briar or Chain versus Briar. I hope it's not the Runeblade Mirror, just because I feel like people have probably seen that a lot. Especially coming off nationals and the calling. But we might see a repeat of the calling, which, if you guys don't know what happened in the calling at Orlando last week, Oldham took it. So we might see the same thing happen here.
Just kidding. I'm leaving you. Have a good night.
Why?
I gotta go to Maxing.
Right.
I'll see you.
Have fun.
You too.
Love you.
Love you too.
Let's go.
Where did AJ go?
He went to check on the match.
Okay.
So thank you everyone for tuning in. I appreciate all the comments.
The other semifinals game was 28-28.
So we're probably not going to head into finals for a little while. I would say probably like 10 minutes if you guys want to get some.
Open on stream.
No. If you guys want to get some food, probably recommend doing that. Get a little beverage, get some dinner. Probably going to be like 10-15 minutes. Some other semifinals match, which would love to get on stream for you guys, just not at our stream table right now. We don't want to move it. It's Oldham versus Chain, so this is going to be a grinder. It's 28-28, I believe, on life. Oldham probably favored in that matchup. I think Chain has a really hard time closing out games versus a Guardian, just in general, because it used to be that Seeds would do all of those arcane pings, and then you would have really big rift binds, which would also be great. But now it comes down to the fact that they can't really play Eclipse very effectively. They could, but it's harder to play because, again, you don't have Seeds to play, which are free, and you don't have the Ursa token to just keep threatening damage every turn. And Bravo can kind of just, or Guardian, Oldham and Bravo can just block out and not take a lot of damage. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We'll let you guys know. Obviously, you'll see who the winner is in our final game. But yeah, we got 6 people in here, so I'll do a little bit of dialogue while we write on this and wait on AJ to come back. But we were talking about this earlier, and we just saw it last round. We didn't really finish this conversation earlier, and we also have more people listening now, or watching now. So Briar, in this meta, a lot of people would say we just basically have a repeat of last format, where they fix Chain, and then we just have another kind of really strong Runeblade in the meta. I think Viserai is kind of the perfect Runeblade in my opinion, and how it plays. It's always very mid-range. You can't really do the same things in Viserai that you would do in like Briar or Chain, just because the hero ability doesn't lead to go again for free. But yeah, if you guys have any thoughts on what to do about Briar, or if you were in LSS's position, like what you would do about it, feel free to comment here. I mentioned this earlier. I think I think getting rid of Plunder Run, honestly, is just kind of a. It fixes, doesn't fix, but it helps the current meta a lot.
So it's currently 17 to 28 Oldham.
Ooh, okay, 17 to 28 Oldham. So Oldham has more health and.
Yeah, and it was going. To be fair, it was going into the chain player's turn.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'll go on the side.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, it was 17. Oh, the whole point was to try to get us both in here.
There
My
we go.
bad. Yeah, so it was 17 to 28 Oldham, going into the chain player's turn. So
That's
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Ryan's put on the hurt.
Yeah. Usually you would see Chain being high health and then the Guardian player just trying to like fatigue their deck, but it seems like Ryan's trying to do a.
Well, I think what's kind of happening, the 2 turns that I watched from Oldham, he's still blocking a lot, and you just keep the 1 card in hand to swing hammer, and then the chain player's taking it.
Yeah, it adds
Yeah.
up. And the frostbite on the hammer hit is actually like pretty crazy.
Oh yeah. They
'Cause-
don't like it's not as bad as Briar in terms of
Yes.
like Briar really doesn't like pitching cards, but Chain doesn't mind as much. He usually tries to keep a blue or 2 to play the cards from Banish.
Right.
But a lot of times that extra, even if 1 resource, can like really throw off the curve of like what they wanted to do.
That could be
It-
1 less attack you get to play, 1 Howl Beyond you can't pay for now.
1 less Rosetta Thorn Swing.
Right.
If you guys think about it, a lot of times, how many times do the chain players like kind of leave no resources floating? It's almost every time,
Yeah.
right? So, yeah, it can make your turns really inefficient where you don't want them to be. So,
I love the frostbite mechanic.
oh, that's great.
I think it's so cool.
As someone who also plays Oldham and the other
Yeah.
hero I was playing was Lexi, I was like, yeah, this is great. This is fine.
I remember when the set came out, people thought Channel Lake Frigid was going to be the problem in this meta, but
Channel Like Frigid is a very good card.
it's
though.
insane. But it just the fact that you have to keep it up, so like you can stop 1 turn, but keeping up again can be difficult.
You know what card I think is slept on?
What?
Is Channel the Thunder one.
Channel Thunderstep.
Channel
I thought you
Thunderstep.
hated that card.
Oh, it's not my favorite, but like I think it has the potential to do some funny things. To
Yeah.
give anything go again with at
It's
the
really
cost of a
good.
resource.
It's a block 3. It's a lightning card, and it does go again on anything.
I mean, if you have a Tome of Fyendal in Arsenal, and
I
you
love that play.
pay 2 basically to draw 2 and heal and still have go again, and
It's so
it
strong.
just seems really strong.
I do like Lightning Lexi a lot. The problem with that deck is you don't threaten enough. Like
You also run out of stuff. You run out of threats really
Mhm.
fast.
Yeah.
If you are going against anything control-y, they kind of just
right.
can weather the storm, and then at a certain point, you're just dirtling around with like, oh, here's my blue arrow that I still have or whatever. So,
Right, and you don't really incentivize blocks too against like aggro decks, whereas like we saw earlier with V on the Ice Lexi, it's like Chain has to block some attacks.
right. Like if it's just damage,
Mhm.
the Briar wins.
Yep.
Right. If it's just damage.
Evan,
What happened, dude?
why'd you lose? Why'd you
Briar
lose,
Mirror.
bro?
I don't know if you saw. I had a lightning press. Like he's presenting 13, and I can only block 11 in the first place. So
You could have, if you had a blue, you could have pitched for Skullcap.
yes, if I had a blue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Keyword, keyword.
But yeah, you had game in hand if you didn't draw the blue.
Probably.
Yeah,
It's like
because he probably doesn't block the snatch, and then you just lightning press
Oh,
it.
get
yeah.
another
Actually, I
update.
don't know, dude. Yeah, no, he definitely blocks the snatch there.
You think so?
Yeah, for sure, dude. Tark's a smart player.
Yeah, that's true. You have to
He's
play
gonna
around
leak
the
some
lightning
damage there, and
press.
Tark knows that if he lets this hit, actually I don't want to go again. Actually,
Yeah, no. It
He-
depends.
he's gonna block it. There.
Yeah,
I don't think he wants
plays
to let
around.
me.
I think he plays around lightning press. I think you have to.
Yeah, like
What was your arsenal?
Splinter on blue.
Oof. So it would have been 8. So 5, draw 2, and then lightning press. So it would have been 8 damage. total.
Yeah, but he's still gonna block for more. Yeah, that's my stuff. So I don't know. It'd be like that.
Yeah, it does be like that. The mirror is so like.
Y'all know what Tarek just did?
What do you do?
He gave away his old
Yeah, I saw.
to the new kid.
Oh, super nice.
Humble.
Yeah,
Super nice guy.
Tarek's a really nice guy. Yeah.
When did I say that, though? Like, for real, was it-
National champ. This is Zoe, our national champ.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
he's a national champion.
Me, I know how to play this
In
game.
our hearts, yes. But yeah, both work here actually. We got
Yes, I work here.
Evan's the new face.
I'm a new face. I've worked here for like 3 weeks.
Evan does work here. Yeah.
Evan's gonna take over my auction.
I am pretty
Your
excited.
option.
Wednesday nights?
Auction.
6
Auction.
at what? 6 o'clock?
Starts at 5:30.
5:30. I lied.
Oh,
Why are you giving up your option?
I'm going home for Christmas.
You
Let's
live in
go.
North
That
Carolina?
job is gonna be mine. Auction's so fire.
Are you moving back home or are you just going?
No,
Oh.
but I do graduate in the spring.
No.
No.
No. Peace. No.
Dude, do you want to use Majestics for this Moderns, guys?
I mean, I'll take a 20 blade if you don't want it. Sick. Thanks.
Goodness.
card's so good. Best card in the game, everyone, in case you haven't seen it
Twinning
before.
Blade. Do
Twinning
you have any
Blade.
extended arts?
I have 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why I hope so.
Yeah, I just don't really play with them. I want to play Dory again. It's just this meta is.
Ooh, actually, I think in Skirmish they didn't play Dory.
Dude, Dory's so good
It's
in
Blitz Skirmish next Sunday. Tune in.
Do you have warrior cards?
Nope. None.
You need courage. That's really the main thing.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
bracers. If
I
you
didn't even
don't
play
have
Oldham
bracers.
actually.
You think Oldham wins in skirmish?
They have a good Ira matchup, pretty decent chain matchup. And like, no offense, I don't think any of the wizards are like skilled enough to realize they have to like stack their deck to win.
I just feel like Briar can force 20 damage through your
Ah,
defenses.
yeah, for sure. I don't
Yeah.
know, dude. I'm not sure if anyone's gonna even play Briar.
Dude, just play Bravo, Snapdragon Scalers, and Exude
Exude?
Confidence. Dude, I won a skirmish just doing that combo because the turn you have like a 5-card hand and you have Exude with Snapdragons,
Yeah, sure.
they don't block it. They can't defense react or sigil the rest of the turn. And if they
And
do block it,
You pump by like 3 Snapdragon and then pitch a blue, swing an Othos for 6.
so you can do that. Or if you have a 5-card hand, you play it. If they don't block it and you don't pump it, you just Snapdragons it. Then you can Bravo and Crippling with Dominate, and they cannot defense react anymore.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, I won versus Iras with that play specifically multiple times.
That's
It's really fun.
I actually just heard my tech play today.
Oh, okay.
Some guy was like, I was like, I want this mortar tide. And he was like, only thing I want's tech plating. I was like, guess I'll take the creepers too.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah,
wait.
no.
So you got a creepers?
I did get the creepers.
So you're not buying AJs?
No, I'm going to buy AJ still.
Well, you want 2 creepers?
No, I just think me and him had backed out.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I would be okay if you were just
I
like,
wouldn't do AJ like that.
if you did it to me, I'd be like, oh, it's cool, dude. Whatever. I don't think he like necessarily needs to sell it.
I don't know. I do owe him $50 though. He gave me a sweet deal on creepers.
Oh, nice, nice.
So
Same as the tunic I gave you.
I mean, it's like 150 for the creepers plus I'm no longer in debt, so
Fair.
$100 creepers, so not that bad.
That's pretty good.
Definitely not as good as that tunic.
That
That was such a good deal.
yeah, but you let me use your account to buy a Pokemon.
I did, and then like forgot them when I was supposed to give them to you.
It's cool. I pulled the Mew.
Oh,
see
you
that?
did?
Yeah.
I got from the ETB I actually bought from AJ. I got a Mew as well.
Ah, sick. Yeah, I just wanted to own that card, so I'm happy I have it.
I sold it. I snap sold that in a Venusaur.
Did you see that?
Got 75,
Nice.
and I still have like just all the random GXs. I also put a full art Crobat V.
Oh, interesting. Did you see I bought an Evolving Skies box?
Are you gonna crack it?
Probably not on stream. I don't know if these people
Are you gonna
wanna...
crack it later today though?
Yeah.
I would like to. Actually, I'm gonna play some Pokemon cards.
We can open that now. We got 4 viewers now, so we'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the Be Right Back screen. We're still waiting for this Oldham match to finish, so it'll be done in 10 minutes or 2.5 hours, just depending on how much Oldham blocks. Probably like 10 minutes. We'll be back with our finals, which is either going to be Chain Briar or Oldham Briar. So we'll be right back. We will see you guys in a second. All right, and we are back stream with our finals. Actually, this says semifinals, so that's incorrect. Let's
No, this is final. Oh, it says semifinal. Yeah, you're right.
just get rid of the semi,
There you go.
and then finals. There we go.
Nice.
So on the right-hand side, this is wrong too. So we do have Tarek here, but he is on the left. So let's move that.
Tark, of course, the recent U.S. national champion. Back at locals the weekend later, playing, you guessed it, the deck that won him the event.
Tarek is actually essentially the inventor of that deck. He shared it with his friends, and that's how it kind of spread around. But Tarek definitely the self-proclaimed, and I think correctly proclaimed, builder of the Lightning Briar deck. I remember talking to him when the set came out, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to build a Briar deck that's just like all 0 cost, you never have to pay for anything. And I think it's going to be good. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty cool. I just feel like, you know, you would lose to like ice decks or hit triggers that would hamper you. But not many ice heroes in the format, and the deck just does a ton of damage. So
I actually, when the set came out and Tark was talking about his idea for Lightning Briar, I was like, yeah, but Earthbriar seems so much better. What do you mean?
yeah.
Yeah, well, we see who was right.
Yeah, I think LSS had in mind like Earth-focused Briar when they built the hero, just because, you know, Bramble Spark being so strong of a card, and that is an Earth Fuse card. So I do think LSS wanted it to be kind of mostly Earth-focused. Can you buy one for me?
I would keep it at that point.
Wow. That was so sassy.
Look at this map you made.
I'll clean it up. Wow. So still setting up here. Ryan, of course, on the fridge. I believe he's on 2 Null Rune. I think he's on Helm, or maybe he's on Crown and Boots.
It's probably Crown and Boots, yeah.
Yeah, so it's effectively 2 Null Rune.
Yeah.
But Crown always, obviously, having the flexibility of stopping any damage, but also requiring an Arsenal. So if Ryan ever has a turn with no Arsenal, it's kind of not doing anything. And then Tark, of course, on his deck. But yeah, I think when LSS built Briar, they really thought it was going to be like Earth-focused, maybe some Lightning, but Bramble Spark is definitely like the pushed card of that hero.
Which isn't even in Tark's list.
Nope.
So
yeah,
that tells you a lot, right?
Yeah, and the fact that they made like the best card in her kit, Earth Fuse, is kind of telling. They made all the heroes double element, but I think each one is like tuned. Like I think Oldham was very specifically like trying to be icy more.
Well, Winter's Wail goes a long way. Yeah.
And then I think Lexi was supposed to be lightning more. Voltaire obviously being like the lightning bow, and then Briar was supposed to be mostly earth, with Bramble Spark being like her pushed card. But this deck is just they call it Lightning Briar, but it's essentially just all the good 0 for 4s in the game.
Yep.
And all the good non-attacks generics in the game, and then some lightning cards that are just really good. Arcanic Shockwave, Lightning Press, Lightning Surge, Entwine Lightning. So we're going to see all of those cards I just mentioned being played by Tarek here, and then Ryan's game plan is going to be to not die.
Yeah. the math is such that you do tend to leak damage, because no one wants a game where you block out every attack and nobody dies. So Ryan's key cards are going to be things like Blizzard. If he can find a way to get Blizzard in his arsenal, that's amazing, because he'll have the option to either Crown of Seeds or try to shut down Tarek's turn.
And I think Tarek's only loss in Swiss was Ryan. So we already know from today that this is going to be rough for Tarek. Tarek got Ryan to 4 in that match, but at that point Tarek's deck was run out. So Surge Hammer. This is not threatening Frostbite.
Correct.
Which is unfortunate. You kind of want to, if you're going first, you kind of want to start them with that like deficiency of having to pitch, since this deck never wants to pitch. But 4 damage is 4 damage, so we'll see what Tarek gives up here. Gets a little mulligan. So yeah, like you mentioned, like Blizzard is going to be nuts in this, because you can just Blizzard, stop their turn, and then swing back with like crippling or something would be pretty, or spinal would be really good. And then interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Tark electing to take damage. He either has some no blocks, or his hand is quite good for a follow up here.
Yeah, we see a lightning press I think he's same as we see a Plunder Run, so he definitely wanted that in Arsenal too.
Talking to Tarek about the mirror for Briar against Briar, he likes to go second because he reckons has more chance of seeing a Plunder Run on the first turn. He gets to filter if the opponent attacks.
Yeah.
So I guess we see here he does look for this Plunder Run turn.
I love this play. Inspire Lightning, reveal the Lightning Press.
Yeah, and it's funny because Ryan just used a defense reaction on the Scar for Scar. He's got another one.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would think he blocks with a card first and then reacts to Lightning Press, but I guess...
Yeah, because you see it coming.
He must have something, right?
No, I think he just eats 3. I mean, there's no hit trigger, there's no Plunder Run, yeah. Gets rid of a Lightning Press from deck. He gets, okay. That actually was like a fine turn.
Yeah,
that was only a 4-hand turn.
It's true, yeah.
So now Tarek has a 5-card hand. But another card that's going to be in this matchup that's going to be pretty wild is Channel Lake Frigid. We see him pitch one. Is that an Endless Winter? I think it's a non-fuse Endless Winter.
Yeah, it is an Endless Winter, yeah.
So this will be interesting because it's not going to do anything to Tarek. He'll just take it. So because it hit, Endless Winter says that if you activate anything, activated abilities give you a Frostbite, but Briar's abilities are triggered abilities, and Tarek's not going to be activating anything, so it's not going to do anything.
The damage is nice. I think I would have, if I were in Ryan's position, actually just blocked with the Endless Winter last turn, attacked with Hammer and Arsenal the card.
Yeah, I agree, because like the Hammer is less damage, but it gives him a Frostbite, because you have the Channel Lake Frigid pitch.
Yeah.
Which makes this turn really weird, because like what's he actually going to pitch for what he just played?
Yeah, and you figured he's starting with the Plunder Run from Arsenal, which did happen.
Yep. You always have to think if they Arsenal the card and they went first, or they went second, they probably filtered for that Plunder Run and they probably got it. So, because they're on 6 of it. I don't know if they're on more than that, but usually at least on 6 of it. So this is a snatch for 10. If it hits, draw 2. This has definitely got to be a prioritized block for Ryan. Force Tarek to have another attack action for that Plunder Run trigger, and at least the snatch isn't going to draw him a second card. So... Did we see a Crown of Seeds? Is that what he paid for?
So it looks like he's paying for Crown of Seeds and also Shield.
Yep, okay. So, yeah, that's 4.
Oh, I thought you left, dude.
8,
So,
9?
And Blizzard, I think he played? On top of all of it?
Doesn't he still take... Unless it's a blue Plunder Run, I think he still takes one.
3, 4...
Is it a
8.
yellow Plunder Run?
So it is blocking 9, so it must have been yellow Plunder Run, right?
Okay.
And Tark put the dice out there for 9 power.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So Ryan gets...
Shuts down the turn.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the more Plunder Run snatch turns you can shut down, the better. So,
yeah,
okay.
That's true.
Arsenal pass, so Tarek has another 5-card hand. Ryan whittling down the health though, so 11 damage already done, where Ryan's only taken 3?
3, yeah, is it 37?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good place to be in. Though, I mean, these, the 3rd and 6th and 9th turn for the Briar player are always really interesting because you might have to play around the Snapdragon into Tunic Resource into Thorn.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's really strong.
Wow.
He used Tunic and pitched a red to play Command and Conquer for 9?
Yeah, 9, and he has a Weave Lightning on the next attack as well.
I think Tarek's hand was a snatch, so I think the Weave Lightning is going to be like a a blank non-attack.
Right.
But this is really strong.
So Ryan filtered with his Crown of Seeds here, maybe looking for a better block.
Yeah, and now he only has to block 8. And at least he doesn't have an Arsenal, so this hit trigger is essentially, like, the Command and Conquer doesn't matter.
Yeah, that is one of the nice interactions with Crown of Seeds, is you can do it before the Command and Conquer hits, so your Arsenal just goes into your hand, basically.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about Earthfire, too, is you have that option as well.
Yep. Crown of Siege just really an all-star card.
Yeah.
It's going to be a staple for a long time, I think.
Yeah, the more Earth heroes that come out, that card's just always going to be good. When Crown of Seeds was revealed, I was talking to everyone, I was like, this card's so good. It's it's so very good. And people are like, oh, it doesn't do enough, but I definitely think it does.
Happy to see things like that in the game because it takes the number of decisions you have when you're the defending player and it increases them by a lot.
Yeah, even on your turn, like if you're an offensive player, just to filter a card is strong. It stops shunts too. makes a reckless swing do 1 less damage. Kind of cool. Oh, we see him ice react here. Tarek putting that snatch on top of his deck and ending his turn. Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, so Ryan really capitalizing that Targ already used the Tunic resource, and
Yeah,
Targ couldn't use his embodiment of lightning.
that's very, very good. Yeah, Oldham, usually that ice react comes mostly into play in draft and sealed, but in constructed it definitely can matter. And we just saw it matter
Yeah.
there a lot.
We see a lot of Oldham decks running ice cards because Winter's Wail is an awesome
Yes.
card, awesome weapon. But yeah, it also works for that defense reaction.
Yeah, which there mattered a lot because Targ would have come in, like Ryan doesn't know this, but that would have been a snatch for 4 to get him an Arsenal card, which is really strong. So Ryan's still at 37 and does 4 more damage to Tarek. So
Mhm.
like Ryan can either win here by fatigue or just killing him. We'll see which one comes up first, but this is gonna be a hard matchup for Tarek. So we see the the classic Sting of Sorcery into Ball Lightning. So in case anyone isn't aware, Ball Lightning says when a lightning or elemental attack would deal damage, it deals that much +1. Sting of Sorcery makes it do an arcane, which would get buffed by 1. So this is 2 arcane, and these clear dice are like not great.
I want to say that's a blue ball lightning, so he's threatening 2 if it hits.
Okay. Interesting. I think that's a yellow one because yellow is 2.
Well, it'll be 1+1.
Yeah, but he put a 2 dice on it, so I think he's saying it's 2.
Okay, he might have. He might be
Yeah.
saying that. It's
Those dice are. I need to tell you, those dice are not good. They need to be solid so we can just very
Yeah.
Either way, I think Ryan's gonna block all of this because he does have Crown and Nullrune Boots. So I think the Arcane has been taken care of. And then if this is 1 or 2 physical, it's either Shield or just a card.
How many turns in the game is this?
This is
turn
turn 4.
Oh, okay. This is not too bad then.
no.
Yeah. Okay, so it just gives him a card. Then we knew that Targ was going to draw Snatch because he top decked it.
Wait, turn cycle 4 or like turn 4?
Turn cycle 4.
Oh.
Tarek's 4th turn.
Yes. Oh, is he going to do the Ice React again? Oh, this is so good.
Yeah.
Wow. Ryan is just able to shut off these turns by Tarek by doing the Ice React.
Yeah.
Doing well?
Ryan.
So something that's really interesting,
Oof.
I would say in general against this Briar deck, is if they have no cards in hand and they're threatening a draw trigger, sometimes them having a random arsenal is actually okay.
Yeah.
They could get maybe even a snatch in arsenal, and then the next turn not be able to double non-attack to give go again.
Sure.
So there are some instances when we might see Ryan elect to take damage and come in for a big swing.
Right. That was interesting that Tarek chose to block there. Using Skullcap and Twine Lightning to stop the 4. He did not want that Frost token. Showing the power of that weapon. Just 1 Frostbite will do it.
Yeah. It's also showing the power of just managing your life total.
Yeah.
So Tarek having the Skullcap at 2 defense coming in big here.
Yeah. So Tarek still has a tick on Skullcap and Grasp to stop like a Spinal or something in the future.
Mhm.
Ryan also not giving Tarek any Earth so far this game. So, oh, is that it? Oh no. Tarek is putting a card on top of his arsenal, but that's just him thinking. I think he's gonna snatch. Is that the 3rd snatch already? Oh, he's just ending
He's
his turn?
just ending the turn.
Wow.
Okay, so I've seen Tarek make plays like this when he essentially realizes that, in this case being the snatch, the draw trigger isn't worth the damage, and he would rather set up a turn where he can threaten, say, Plunder Run Snatch.
This is so good. So we see the classic Seismic Surge, Command and Conquer off of blue. This is so strong because Dark does not have Earth tokens, and his hand most likely blocks for all 2 or nothing if he has Ball Lightnings or Lightning Presses. So,
Yeah, but we know about a Snatch and a Lightning, and Twine Lightning, I think.
yes, so I think this is Grasp on those 2 cards.
What's Captain's Call? And why is it on the screen?
It's being played a lot by Tarek. It's a non-attack action that either gives go again to your next card or +2 to your next card, depending on the cost level of it, red, yellow, or blue. But that's essentially what it does. So we see Plunder Run Snatch. Okay.
Yep, sure enough.
So this is not threatening too much because it doesn't have go again, but Tarek does have Snapdragon. So this is definitely a turn where you would use the Snapdragons because draw 2 is very strong. But
yeah, I imagine we'll see a blockout and ice react here.
Probably, yeah. Just don't give Tarek an arsenal is ideal. Ryan about to pitch the Remembrance to Crown. Okay, pitching a different card. Looks like a Biting Gale he pitched.
It's a little hard to see.
Oh, Turn
Yeah.
Timber.
Turn Timber, that's an
What does he
interesting
pitch
card.
in for? Blocking?
Pitching for defense reactions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which in this case costs 2.
And then
Yes.
Tarek Arsenal.
Yeah,
Yep.
so he will have a 5-card hand. Ryan does have 2 cards, so
Wait, why does he get 5?
so he has 4 in hand with an Arsenal, so we call that a 5-card
Oh,
hand because you get to
okay.
play
Yeah.
that 5th card too. Tarek on time snaps. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know what that's for.
Against the ice decks,
It just helps you go wider.
Briar likes to, well, so the way I understand it is you want some more blues in your deck to
For-
be able to push through like Channel Lake Frigid
And
and
Frostbites.
Frostbites.
Yeah,
Yeah. It does hurt the Ravenous Rabble, of course,
Yeah.
and you never want to draw 2 time snaps in the same hand. But
Yeah.
I want to say that Tarek's probably on something like 9 blues right now in his deck.
Okay, so the stings, the
Time snaps and
Captain's Call,
potentially.
Captain's Call.
Oh yeah, the Captain's Call. That's
yeah,
right.
and Thunder Runs, I guess. So something.
Yeah, he could even be over 9. Yeah.
So
You
yeah,
know-
having more blues helps for sure. It
There's also a conversation about what's Briar's specialization? I always blank the name on that.
Blossoming Spellblade.
No, that's the double fuse. It's the non-attack action.
The Earth. the
In any
one-
case,
the
it's a
dual
it's a
element?
blue block 3 non-attack action.
The dual element one.
No, single. It's just Earth fuse.
Oh,
It's like
Force of
nature, Force
Nature.
of Nature.
Yes.
Yeah, jeez, it's like such a generic name, but I forget it. Yeah, so some Briar players are liking Force of Nature just for these grindier games.
Makes sense. Wow. Is that? Oh, it's a Biting Gale.
Fused, so Tarek has to discard or pay 2
Yeah, he just pitches.
pitches. Yeah.
And he does block all of it. So Tarek still has 2 cards available to him. One is a Nimblism. And Ryan did full block this. So Ryan's still at 37. Like Tarek only forcing 3 damage this
Yeah,
whole game is
It's kind of remarkable.
yeah. It's really rough. The Ice React has been super
Yeah.
huge in making that the case, but if I'm Ryan, you feel so in like command of this game.
So talking about the math of this Briar deck some more, it's a bunch of 0-4s and then the non-attack actions to function as go again in a deck through Briar's ability. But Oldhim, whenever Oldhim Ice reacts, it's essentially taking 4 damage out of Tarek's hand,
Yeah,
which is a lot.
yeah. Or taking out an Arsenal, which
Yeah.
is super strong as well. But yeah, having just like a card that you're not even getting rid of from your deck, you're just putting it back in your deck and stopping 4 damage, or an
Yeah.
Arsenal is so strong.
So what I want to point out too is on the turn prior to this, if not the one before, Ryan pitched to Oldham's ice defense reaction. He pitched a Blizzard.
Yeah.
So Ryan's gonna have for later in the game when Tark tries to set up multiple ball lightnings off of Sting Sorcery, Ryan's gonna have a Blizzard waiting in his arsenal probably.
Yep.
And we know that this is going to happen because Ryan can go through his deck faster with Crown of Seas than Tarek can, just drawing 4 cards every turn.
Yeah, and then we'll see a Thorn off Tunic. So this is the second Tunic counter that Tarek has had at his disposal, and Ryan takes it. So we finally see Ryan taking damage for the first time in like 2 turns. Ryan's blockable armor is gone outside of shield, so Ryan has used all that, but he stopped so many plunder runs, I think he's fine with that. That's why he just kind of full hand blocked last turn. So Seed is not available to him. This is what we were talking about earlier, where if you don't have Arsenal, Crown of Seed's not doing great. But Tarek also on a 4-card hand, not a 5-card hand, which is also very relevant here. So we see an E-Strike in hand for Tarek. I can't see what else. So see what Tarek decides to do. This is one of those situations where when you're on a deck like Briar, we saw this earlier too when Tarek just decided to Arsenal pass, holding the Snatch. If you only have a 4-card hand, it's not super impactful. It's like a 5 swing off E-Strike and then the 4 swing. It's like you're only threatening 9 damage. Oldhim can block that so easy. So do you just like swing once for 7 off E-Strike and Arsenal? Just have a better turn? Like, we'll see what Tarek decides to do.
Yeah, of course the advantage to actually making the attacks is that Ryan has fewer options on his turn.
Yep. If Ryan has the crackback, it could be scary. A Fused Endless Winter. Okay, I think he just blocked with an Endless Winter.
And is paying some resources, but that...
Oh, Ice Reacting.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think that's a Winter Spite? I can't tell because of the glare.
The pitch? It
Yeah.
might have been the one that gives Dominate.
Polar Blast.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Plays a Time Snap, so I think this is just allowing him to go wider at some point.
Yeah.
It's another Snapdragons, essentially. Winner's way over 4.
Yeah.
Ice active, so This will do a frostbite if Tarek takes it, and Tarek does not have much armor left.
And Ryan, of course, is going to have an arsenal.
Yeah,
That's really the power of Crown of Seeds. Not only does it block damage, but it gives you a 5-card hand against your opponent's 5-card hand attacking.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Yeah, because you're always going to pitch on all them anyways for shield and
Yep.
defense reactions and stuff, so
Yeah.
pitching is totally fine. So we'll see Tarek block that. Yeah. So I think he blocked with 1 piece of armor and an arcane
Yeah, looks
shockwave.
like it.
Tome, good start. Is that Command and Conquer in hand?
It is.
Two
Oh, we drew
Command and
another one.
Conquers? Oh, that's gross. That's not good. Tarek can't be happy with that draw. I think it's Exude, 2 Command and Conquer. That's like really bad.
That is very bad.
I don't even know what you would do this hand.
So what's interesting is that if he had a tunic counter, which he doesn't, he could go Exude into Command and Conquer, and Exude actually says defense reactions can't be played this chain link, so I think it would turn off Oldham ability.
You're not playing or activating, so Oldham is still playing.
Exude is playing cards as well?
I believe so.
Okay.
It might be activate. I have to read the wording on Exude actually.
Yeah. I know that Command and Conquer says you can't play defense reaction cards.
Yeah, so that
which-
one Oldham's fine.
Yeah.
Let me pull up Exude. So he does play the Exude here, but like you said, he doesn't have the tunic resource to pitch for the Command and Conquer. But yeah, this turn's interesting. Tarek could have done a lot. So playing the Exude here is like interesting because I think that's the end of the turn. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think Ryan correctly deduced that Tarek had nothing else going on. Essentially, if Tarek were representing any trickery on the attack, Ryan backed himself to be able to do something next turn.
This is exactly what Ryan wanted. He wanted the Spino in hand on that turn where Tarek takes it off, essentially, and that's what we see. So let's see, Exude says, can't play or activate instance. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it would turn off Oldham.
Yeah.
It says both. It says play or activate.
Exude is sweet.
Yeah.
It sets up some really clean attack sequences, but
Super good card.
of course, Spinal Crush coming across for 9, right?
Yeah.
And threatening the crush effect.
So Tarek's hand, all the 2 blocks, non-attacks do become 3 because he did get 1 damage through last turn and has an Earth token out. But I think Tarek's armor is either all gone or almost all gone. So
Right. We happen to know that Tarek has 2 Command and Conquer, so
yeah.
I think we might see him take the crush effect here and Command and Conquer, and then set up a card in his arsenal.
So he's gonna take 3. So crush effect did not happen.
Okay.
Block with a Plunder Run and a Command and Conquer. So he's gonna play the Command and Conquer Arsenal pass. That's really.
Yep.
And Ryan is 100% fine with blocking 6 here.
Yes.
Tarek cannot present any trickery. The only trickery would be the Lightning Press, which does not affect 2 costs. So a lot of people get that wrong in draft and sealed, which is really funny. They'll be like, Lightning Press, Stir the Wildwood. Like, oh, you can't do that. So we see Ryan start with just getting rid of his arsenal. And if Ryan has a strong enough hand, he could honestly take this and just swing back, like play a channel like Frigid and then Hammer Swing, just completely turning off Tarek's turn or something to that extent, or another Spinal.
Blocks with Shield, of course, and Glacial Footsteps.
So blocks 5, take 1. Totally fine. Give him an Earth token, but NBD.
So Ryan has 3 cards in hand coming into this turn.
Yep, he pitched and blocked 1 yet. So he pitched his Seismic Surge popped, which
Just Winter's Veil. Okay.
Yep, there we go. Now he pops it. So Winter's Wail. I don't think Ryan's on pummels. That would be an interesting like.
I also would say he's probably not on pummels.
Yeah. I think Ryan's fine with just arsenaling one of those 2 cards in his hand. I don't know if he's on sigils either. I don't think I've seen him play.
I haven't seen him yet today, right?
Yeah, no, he's not. Interesting. So yeah, it's very different from how a Bravo would build their deck, but you have way more like health saving options.
Yeah, you do.
And
not to mention defense reactions that are really efficient.
Yeah.
Because of Crown of Seeds, right? You could pitch a blue, defense react, and have Crown of Seeds. Very nice.
You don't play those almost because of those reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see that Tarek takes the 4 and gets the Frostbite token. So Ryan, with just his weapon, was able to force Tarek to pitch, which he doesn't want to do. Okay.
Okay, Sting of Sorcery. So Ryan, we know, is planning for turns like this. Let's see how the Oldham player can react.
So pitch for Crown. Playing against Oldham is so funny because you attack and you just wait for them to do all their stuff. Like, yeah. They just always start with Crown. So he has 2 floating. I think he's going to stop both. So he's going to stop one of the Arcane, has 1 floating now.
Right.
The Crown stopping the other one, of course. Block for 3 on the Ball Lightning. Perfect. Ryan still has 1 floating for
Okay,
shield. 2
another
more.
ball lightning.
A
So
3 Arcane.
this is interesting because I don't think we've seen Tarek stack his deck
Yeah.
so far this game. So he did draw into a nice little hand here.
Yeah, he did. Forcing Ryan to take 1 Arcane because this is 3 Arcane. Ryan cannot stop.
Yeah, so he can Arcane Barrier 1 and take 2 should have happened. Yeah.
I think. I don't know if that was
I think
caught.
that was, yeah, not enough.
I don't know if they caught that. Ball Lightning is definitely a weird card, but it should be 3 Arcane coming through, and Ryan only should be able to stop 1 of it. So they might have missed out on 1 damage.
He took 1 damage.
Yeah,
He should have taken 2.
we think he should have taken 2, right?
He had 1 floating and only has Null Rune 1.
Yeah.
Crown has already come into play and he doesn't have a second Null Rune, so. But that's all of Tarek's turn. Okay, Rune Chant,
Rune Chant,
weapon.
Tunic, weapon. Yep.
This adds up. So Ryan can stop 2 of this Arcane if he decides to pitch another card. He can also shield because he broke the combat chain.
Yeah.
So
So,
if he pitches-
Shield and Null Rune is quite good.
If he pitches, he only takes 1 because he can up shield by 1.
Yep.
Okay.
Takes it all. So
Or
he,
take 5 damage.
he probably has a an ice card in hand and wants to just swing his weapon in arsenal.
Yep, there we go. Yeah, that's fine. Like, you're putting Tarek to 10 here, which is a really scary range.
At the same time, though, Ryan quickly approaching
The half
danger
health.
territory. Yeah. But we have seen 2 Sting of Sorcery from Tarek, so I think what we'll be looking out for this game, we haven't seen any pitched yet, is Remembrance. Tarek most likely looking to set up another Sting into multiple Ball Lightning turn.
Yeah. That would definitely be a game winner if he's
Uh-huh.
able to do that again, but
So he does start pitching a Ball Lightning, so Tarek is definitely transitioning his game plan here.
yeah. So we see the Scar, which natural go again. Another 1 card block. He's deciding to
Yeah.
use the card in Arsenal, so no Crown this turn.
I think Brian's defense reaction lineup is really interesting. He has Sink, Blow, Fate Foreseen. We've seen at least 1 Biting Gale and also Turn Timber.
Yeah, he's playing
And Staunch.
and
he has
Staunch.
Staunch, yeah. So he's really just looking to, I guess, attack with his hammer, and that's it.
Another Ball Lightning. I feel like this is like the 12th Ball Lightning we've seen this game. So we see 1 on top of his discard, 1 in pitch, and 1 on field. Okay, so deciding to...
Looks like blocking with a card plus the shield.
Yeah, interesting. And then Lightning Surge, no go again. Could break
Right.
Snapdragons. I doubt that's going to happen.
He has resources, so the Snapdragons are worth at least 4 damage.
Yeah. I just feel like Snapdragons is like a draw trigger type card.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Tarek does here.
I mean, really, we might have seen him want to use the Time Snap potion
Yeah.
if he were planning on going again.
That's true. The Snapdragons should be like a surprise thing. So Tarek deciding to lose out on resources and a weapon swing by not breaking the Time Snap or the Snapdragons. So Ryan with a draw pass, is that what we see?
Arsenal pass.
Arsenal pass, okay. So Nimblism, good start. Nimblism, fun run. Both from hand though, so
So just +3 on this attack, but it's an
Ooh.
Exude. Yeah, so no Oldham defense reaction, though we haven't seen Ryan use it in 4 or 5
He-
turns.
he'd have to have a high card block. He'd have to have a Endless Winter or an Oaken Old. Righteous Cleansing, Oaken Old, Spinal Crush, which is not really one you want to block with, but
Yeah, so Tarek definitely did well to set up the Exude confidence in his arsenal.
Yeah.
And he drew into exactly what he needed, a Plunder Run and a buff card.
yeah, the Exude is so strong against these like blocky decks because you just kind of stop their defense reactions unless they do have that big attack to block with. And you could even have the cheeky play to pump it with Exude's out
Mhm.
effect.
So Tarek most likely going to draw a card here from the Plunder Run. Unless Ryan...
Nope,
Nope, okay.
he blocks 7.
Yeah.
The shield doing work here.
Shield doing work.
He also has the floating block from Crown still,
Mhm.
which isn't even in effect yet.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So just fully blocking this. So he blocked with a disable. Is disable not have more power than 7? I feel like it does.
It...
I think it has 8.
I think the blue one.
No,
has it?
blue one I want to say is at
Is it 6?
6,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So just one under. So Ryan not able to use Oldham or any other defense reactions.
Lightning Press,
Ooh.
yeah.
So this can actually be done in the defending phase before reactions, so that Ryan still cannot use defense reactions. This will buff it to 10 before the reaction phase. So Ryan going to have to take 2 here because Crown is still floating, unless. So I think they're discussing when Tarek is deciding to play the Lightning Press, because it does matter. If Tarek plays the Lightning Press during the defending window, where you'd play like Blinding Beam to stop the Phantasm Pop, then Ryan cannot do defense reactions. If Tarek would move to attack reactions and played the Lightning Press, Ryan can, in response, defense react to it before it resolves.
So, do both players get priority in the declared defending cards step?
So in the defending card step, the opponent always goes first. They declare all blocks, and then there is a priority window before moving to reactions.
Okay, and who gets priority first in that window? Is it the attacking player?
Yes. So
Okay.
there would be a priority window. They block, and then it would move to the opponent, and they can respond with instants at that point.
Right.
So what happened there, which didn't actually, this all didn't matter. Ryan had the blizzard.
Yep.
So really good timing for that, because Tarek did not want to end his turn there. Okay.
Yeah, so here comes the Remembrance.
Very nice.
Yeah, actually kind of worked out for Tarek to have another follow-up after the Blizzard.
So I think we're going to see 2 stings and a ball. That would be my guess. Yeah.
Yep.
Because we know he pitched a ball. I don't know how many balls are left. We've seen a lot of them played. But there's at least 2 in deck now and 2 stings. So
Yep.
Unfortunately, his deck's going to get shuffled, so there's no stacking in play at the moment.
Yeah, but Tarek, I mean, we've seen him the whole game manipulating the card in his arsenal extremely well. He is truly a master of this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So banish the Remembrance. A lot of people forget to do that. Tarek's turn is over. He will arsenal a card. There we go. I think that's 2 Lightning Presses gone, so there's only 1 left in play. And Tarek, we know, is not on Razor, so there's no sneaky damage that Tarek can do in this game outside of that 1 Lightning Press. And Ryan's still pretty healthy. Ryan also going into his turn with 3 cards? Or did he just Arsenal pass?
He Arsenal pass.
Oh, okay. So
He didn't have any cards left.
he didn't have any cards? Oh, yeah, because he
the Blizzard
blocked
was the
Pitch and
last.
Blizzard. Yeah, okay. So it's Tarek's turn again. He has a 5-card hand. He could have drawn into any of those Stings of Sorceries. He just shuffled back. We'll see what happens. I feel like Tarek would probably prioritize pitching them, unless he saw it with a Ball Lightning. But, is this price support?
No, this is Thomas giving us money
Oh.
and
Yeah.
magic cards.
I didn't know you guys bought singles. Where do you sell singles?
TCG.
Oh, okay. You guys don't sell them here.
We do. If you put the order through TCG, we'll pull them here and you can pick them up here.
Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. Good to know. Sick.
But you have to go through Matt's filter.
Oh, okay.
And
Thank
we
you.
don't buy flesh and
That was wrong of you guys.
we don't sell any. Just the
Yeah.
text.
Keyword is yet.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't say yet.
I said yet.
The key word that you didn't say is yes.
How's your stream?
Going good?
Stream is great. Yeah.
We got.
Oh,
Sense.
wow.
What? No chance.
What just happened?
Tarek had 2 stings in a row into a Ball Lightning. If Tarek has a Ball Lightning in his arsenal, Ryan's looking at a lot of damage.
Tarek just
That's
got.
a lot of damage.
Tarek just got so lucky. The fact that he shuffled back 2 and had played 3 this game. I
Yeah.
think.
Sometimes this happens though.
So this is 3 arcane, right? Or no, it's 4 arcane.
It's
Four.
two instances of 2 arcane.
2 instances of 2, yes.
Yeah. So
it's
another Ball Lightning would be 2 instances of 3 arcane,
yes.
which is
10
just
arcane.
madness to think about.
So we'll see. Ryan only able to stop 3 of this 4 arcane. And then he's gonna
And
1
he-
card block.
Yep, makes sense.
So Ryan going to 20. I don't know if they got all that arcane. I don't know. We'll see.
Tarek might have some instant here. No. Okay.
Okay.
So we did say at first Tarek kind of got lucky to see the stings, but Tarek of course has to play his cards or he's
Yes.
going to lose.
Yeah.
So he really did want to see multiple Ball Lightnings with the Sting of
Mhm.
Sorcery.
Well,
In
at
that
least-
sense, this is really good for Ryan.
Or at least another attack action. I feel like it's interesting that he chose weapon. Unless the card in Arsenal and hand is not an attack action, because you at least get 2 arcane pings
Right.
off the attack action. So Ryan gonna pitch for and take 2.
Right.
Okay. So 18. Ryan has 1 card left? 2 cards. So I think swing with no frostbite, but at least puts Tark to 4. Or 6, does 4.
But he has a card to Arsenal.
Still has the arsenal. Okay.
If Tark finds a way to win this game,
Yeah.
I'll be extremely impressed.
Especially because he like his game winning strategy was like sting double ball lightning, and then it's not gonna happen now. So
unless he finds another remembrance, which could be the case.
Why did he flip that? Oh, I guess he's just
gonna
gonna
play
play it. Okay. What? Oh no, Tarek. Ryan has a 5-card hand to play with. If he has anything like the 3rd spinal.
He's
Oh.
gonna dominate.
Yeah. Is Ryan on the Oakenolds? I haven't seen them.
No.
Probably not.
Is
Yeah,
he?
he is.
Oh, okay.
He
He
is.
plays him.
Oh, okay.
Is he gonna offensively crown just to get a draw? I feel like that's what we're
I
gonna see.
saw him do it like so many times against me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, winner's bite is a good start because just forces Tarek to not have a 5-card hand, which is very strong. Pitch a Ravenous Rabble, so at least it's still in deck.
He does have the Oakenolds!
That's gotta be game.
Oh, wow.
It's 9 with dominate.
It's 9 with Dominate and forces Tark to put 2 cards from his hand on the bottom of his library.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah. Tark must be sitting here thinking, oh man, I guess you just have it.
Yeah, because Tark doesn't die, but like Tark has no turn next turn.
Yeah.
And then Ryan just kills him turn
Does
after.
something, yeah.
Wow, that's so strong. This is why like we were saying the time snaps just don't do much in this matchup. 'Cause
Right.
you have double time snap, but like you can't do it if you can't use them if you're not you don't have cards to play.
Again, I think a lot of it is just there are no better blue cards in Tark's mind for dealing with frostbites.
Maybe. I don't know. I just feel like even blue like lead lightnings or something would be good, but
You're still playing against President.
yeah. I don't know. Evan and Tark respect the Prison matchup so much, and I just feel like you win that matchup anyway. So we're gonna see Ryan. I feel like this is such a moot point. So Remembrance.
But of course, you don't really want Remembrance in your hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't attack a weapon,
Oof.
so
Yeah, Spinals and Oakenolds back. That's really good. 2 Spinal
Yeah.
and an Oakenold. Like, this game's not gonna even go to that point where those cards come up. Because Ryan's swinging with even weapon here forces a card and might still give him a frostbite. Tarek can block with Tunic, and I think that is the last card he can block with as far as armor is concerned. Tarek has a go again token, Snapdragons, and 2 time snaps. So getting action points is not going to be a problem for Tarek. The problem now is going to be just holding cards. Oh, Brandalorian in chat, hello. Glad to have you. We have 6 viewers. Thank you everyone for joining to see the wind down of this finals match with our national champ versus the national champ of our hearts, Ryan from the Adventure Code Gaming.
Ryan, typically a player to not go for the most played decks. You know, long time before Ryan Azalea Fiend, and here he goes, fusing again.
With the
I mean, that's the
pulse.
game.
Yeah, it's double fuse. That's wild. Back-to-back double fuse turns? Why do you even play the Remembrance?
Did he have his hand?
Yeah, I guess.
But like, you just win off this play. You can just, it's just a waste of time, I guess.
It is just a waste of time.
All right. Well, Ryan playing everything out, and Ryan taking it 18 health to 3. So actually beating Briar in a health game, which usually it would be a deck out game. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, it seems like he built his deck really just to deal with those big, 7 to 9 power attacks from the Briar player, and did the job perfectly.
Yeah. So that is our finals. We see the national champ, not the champ of collective today. But still a national champion, which is insane. So Tarek, an insanely good player, just a really rough matchup. I think Oldham and Ice Lexi, or just Ice Dex, those two are definitely hard matchups for Briar.
Yeah.
So seeing that in the finals, like I said, Tarek's only loss today was to Ryan and Swiss. So
right. And we've heard from Tarek that if there wasn't a deck or two that could check Briar, then it might be a problem. But we see Oldham now taking down the best player on what is perceived to be the best deck twice today.
Yeah, twice.
So there's definitely a spot in this meta for other decks.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have this like triangle where it's like Guardian good against Briar, specifically Oldham, but then like Prism insane against Guardian. So it's like you have this like weird triangle where like Prism's really good, but hard against Briar, but good against Guardian, which checks Briar. So it is interesting. I
Mhm.
still think Runeblade's a problem because it checks way more decks than Oldhim checks. Oldhim checking one deck really, and then Briar checking everything. But
Yeah, well, I mean, Oldham had a result the same weekend that Tarek won with his deck, right?
Yeah.
So Oldham won the calling in
Yeah.
Orlando, and I want to say that it was teched pretty well against the Prism matchup too. So
Yeah.
it's that deck had maybe 6 cards that just had natural go again,
and then the Artivores.
and Art of Wards as well, which
Yeah.
actually never got boarded in against Prism. Must not have.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Huh.
In any case, I think we're going to be seeing the card pool increasing pretty soon
Yes.
with a supplemental set, and we'll see if your Runeblade trepidation will will persist.
Yeah. I just think if that set has any non-attacks that are good, it just like makes the deck even better.
Yeah, I sort of think Gorganian Tome should be an instant, but
Interesting.
because right now it's just a Runeblade card, and it's half of a lightning token, which is kind of silly.
Yeah.
And also you can high roll the
the Ravenous
Rabble. Yeah, that's a funny interaction.
Yeah, I still think if they just ban the Plunder Run, like the card pool is just healthier in general, because that card might get busted again in the future.
Yeah,
Like every deck can abuse that
I mean,
card.
Chain can still have 10 card hands that start with Plunder Run, which is no fun to play against.
No.
Even Oldhim is not going to want to face that.
Yeah,
So
it's like almost an impossible hit trigger to stop.
Yeah.
In a lot of situations, if they
Yeah.
have 2 or 3 attack actions. So I think a lot of people say that that's just kind of the thing that would fix the format. Like Briar's fine, just ban Plunder Run, and then everything's good. But we'll see. Like
yeah, we will.
people-
There could be more cards that interact in a similar way to Crown of Seeds that just take your defensive options and expand them a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, this game has a lot of room to expand in a lot of different directions. Like no one would have ever guessed Crown of Seeds being a card in the game, and now it does. And apparently every class is going to get support in the supplemental set. So
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I wonder if there will be a limited format for this set or not.
yeah, it is interesting. If it's just a crew set, then no, unfortunately. But I hope they do.
Yeah. Like 15 card packs and then some kind of shapeshifter nonsense for draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be fun.
It could be. We'll see. But I'm excited for the set just to expand options for decks that are either pushed out of the meta currently or just haven't been good ever. Like Kano and Constructed. Like if you're huge big brain, you can do well with the deck, but 98% of people just can't play that deck in Construct at the moment.
Yeah.
It also loses to Prism because you can't break anything and you can't break auras. Warrior kind of is hard. Like Burinthia specifically is kind of hard to play right now.
It is, although, I think, talking about cards that have similar levels of interaction as Crown of Seeds, I think Valiant Dynamo is like the OG Crown of Seeds, if you will. Because, I mean, yes, it takes a lot more to get it going. You know, having 2 attacks a turn is much greater cost than simply having an arsenal.
Yeah.
But blocking one every turn, it actually rewards you for doing something warriors like to do, which is attack with weapons.
That card is basically non-playable card at the moment that no one really plays because like you're choosing bolters over it. But if the card pool expands to the point where you don't need bolters, that card can heal you like 8 to 10 damage.
A lot of damage.
Yeah.
Just one more card that's Spoils of War-esque, and we're in business, Warrior.
Yeah,
so
because Driving Blade's too expensive. Spoils is like the perfect card.
Perfect card.
Yeah.
Pitch a blue, attack, 2 weapons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Off of 1 blue.
Yep.
It's absolutely perfect.
Yep.
So, yeah, I definitely loved when I don't know if you were playing it when Dynamo was revealed.
I was not.
Yeah,
I wasn't in the game yet. Yeah.
When they spoiled that card, everyone was like, "Oh, Warrior's busted. They're pushing Warrior." Like, oh no, and no one plays the card. But I think it has the room to be like an insane card in this game.
Yeah,
for sure. So yeah, we'll see how the card pool expands. If they don't even address Briar because they're like, "Oh, don't worry, like the supplemental set's gonna like expand the meta." I think Azalea is still kind of unplayable along with Kano. I'd love to play Kano. I'd love to play Azalea. But
you know what I find really interesting about Azalea is AJ bombs in.
Hey.
Okay, so when Tales of Aria was spoiled, we were looking at the Ranger cards that were not elemental, right? So Bolt and Shot and Seek and Destroy.
Yep.
And the talk was like, wow, this is good in Azalea.
What?
Like ending it, or you good signing off?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll sign off. But it turns out that while those cards are better than what have been in those slots in the deck, like Seek and Destroy, almost always better than Nimblism, for
100%.
instance, in
Yeah, yeah,
Azalea.
right.
And but like the characteristic problem with Ranger is still there, that if you go tall and your opponent can block it out,
Yep.
you've done nothing and wasted a lot of cards.
Yep.
So
Don't purchase anything from the register.
Thank you.
no more gambling from Nick tonight.
Yeah, I've gambled and lost. My crew box was good at least.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like you're playing as alien, and you're like, oh, finally I have the good turn, and they're just like, I'll block everything. And you're like, okay,
Yeah,
my next
yeah.
turn's kind of bad. My next turn after that's kind of bad. So I think they need to fix the Ranger problem. We even saw it like the Lexi that made top 8 at nationals, and then just like fizzled out because they played 3
Yeah.
of a kind and drew no arrows
I
and had
mean,
no arrows.
That really is kind of variance, though, right? If your deck
Yeah.
is half arrows, I mean, I guess later in the game you've played
It's just
some, but
exactly the problem. The problem with Ranger is they do not have a card that searches you an arrow when you need it. I feel like they just need a card that says that. Like,
I mean, I don't want to be that guy to point to knock the death whistle, but that is a card that searches an arrow.
but it puts it at the top of your deck. You don't even get the
Yeah.
hand.
Well, Azalea says
Yeah,
I'll
right.
dominate it for you.
Sure.
And okay, so look, Azalea might be akin to Wizard in this like really big brain, right?
Maybe.
Like you have to think about how you're going to set up a dominated attack if you want to do that. You know what your chances are of like flipping it raw if that's your thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like as a hero, she's really intricate and it takes a lot to play her. But
Yeah.
what she does well right now is done better by other heroes, which is kind of sad.
Yeah. There's just too much downside to playing like even Ranger in general. It's unfortunate, but I think if they've even said it in release notes too, like we didn't want Ranger to be broken. And it's like, yeah, we get that, but it's
Yeah.
also like the opposite of broken at the moment. So
Yeah, I mean, I will say, sitting on the other side of the table when Lexi just pukes out 5 arrows at you on a 3 of a kind turn,
yeah.
it's not exactly fun either. It feels about like playing against a chain who has a 10 card hand thanks to good banishes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, I'm not really sure what to do about the massive amount of attacks with go again problem.
Yeah.
We have cards like Blizzard, so play Nice Hero, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's only 2 of them right now.
Yeah,
I
only
don't,
2 of them.
I don't
yeah.
think next set's gonna have more, like next core set,
Right.
because they said they're going to go wide with the talents and then go taller with them. So
Yeah, that makes sense. But in the meantime, if you have yourself a Crown Seeds, playing Oldham is a lot of fun. He can take some wins, especially against the aggressive decks like Briar.
also has a very like expansive way to build it.
Oh
'cause
yeah,
you-
yeah.
There's
So
versions that can play pummels or not.
yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to fit in mulch
I
in my
love
build
that
because
card.
I just think like a breakpoint of 7 that has the CNC effect, right?
Yeah.
That is incredible.
And
It
it's-
really is.
And it's if it just hits, like it just has to do 1 damage.
Yeah, just
and
one.
Arsenal is on the bottom of the deck. Very good.
Yeah, I mean, I played a game earlier today. I was some hybrid Briar build, nowhere near the success rate of Tarek's deck, but I'm refining it.
Yeah.
I had a turn where it was blue Bramble Spark fused, so only +1 on my next attack.
Sure.
But I came in with Command and Conquer.
Ooh,
My
7.
opponent had no choice. They took 1 arcane and then had to block with 3 cards or lose their arsenal.
Yeah, and they just
So-
don't have a turn.
Yeah, or not have a turn. So Mulch has that and more because it only takes like 1 card to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, Oldham definitely has like a lot of options. Like you can do earth heavy, so you can stop 2 damage every turn by pitching a card. You have these cards like mulch. These earth fuse cards is the other one that entangle. It's pretty cool
Entangle, yeah.
because it essentially does 2 more damage because it
Right,
stops
right.
2, which is like a good.
Or heals you too, right? Like
Yeah.
it's worth more than what's printed on it. But that's typically the case with a fuse card.
Yeah, but it's also
Yeah.
really cool because it stops if it's like a 4 attack, it goes to 2. And it's just like so easy to stop 2 damage.
yeah, easy to soak up 2 damage. So
Yeah, it is interesting.
yeah, Entangle, maybe the tech against Briar if Oldham even needs that.
If it needs it, yeah. Because they push it to 7 with the buff, it's now 5. with
Yeah.
Shield and defense reaction.
and one card from hand even.
Yeah.
Like shield, crown,
And 1 card.
that's
Yeah.
it.
So Oldham definitely has a lot like it has a pretty okay Prism matchup because you can like tech against it with a lot of go-in cards. They have a lot more blocking options because you can stop 4 shields off of 4 prismatic shields off of shield, crown, and then defense reaction for earth, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, pretty insane.
That is a 1 card pitch for 2 card pitch. So 2 cards stop 4 shields.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Pretty sweet.
And
Yeah.
then they have go again cards that you can use too. A lot of them are just even playing E strikes. It's like
I'm gonna try that out.
Yeah.
It looks like fun, to be honest.
yeah. Well, thank you everyone for listening to us just talk about this game.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. For everyone who's still here, we're gonna sign off. Thank you to Tom for joining us today.
You got it. It's fun. I feel like I could do this for a living.
Oh, I
you
love
know?
this. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
great. But yeah, thank you guys for listening to us, for tuning in. We'll be back next week for our skirmish. If you want to fly to Orlando in the next week and attend, feel free to. It is a blitz skirmish. We're not doing a draft one. We are given a blitz one. So tune in for that. We will be here next Sunday, same time, for our skirmish event. So I'll talk to you guys next week.